Welcome back.
there.
Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look at how dead the tape is right now. I mean, it was black for a good 2-3 seconds there.
You mean buys and sells?
Yeah.
These guys will be getting out of the Bitcoin conference. I guess today's the final day, right?
Yeah, everybody flies home tonight. Tonight's the last parties and all that.
I think Albright's going to be speaking later tonight for the end.
I've got to catch up. I've got to catch up on the day's speeches when I go eat.
Yeah, man, there's only 24 hours in a day, bro. You know how it is. There's so much to learn and so much to listen to, regardless of how you take it, whether you take it like a grain of salt or not. It's important to keep up. I definitely am seeing that.
Isn't Michael Saylor also coming on to talk?
Yeah, I want to see Sailors. I got to see the end advances. I only watched half advances. I can only take him in like 20-minute portions, bro.
Did Saylor already talk, or is he still coming on? I thought the guy said he's still coming up.
Sure,
No.
it could be he could. I imagine he's probably going to be, if not the headliner, close to the headliner.
Yeah.
I got to pull up the schedule.
I was debating going through, but there's not really that much going on, to be honest. I think Saylor will be the one that might give us a bump or a dump.
All right, we're gonna make a second attempt at this 50 here. Yeah, I'm with you, Sin. We're just looking to see how we react at this SR flip.
Reclaim. Where are the bulls? These aren't so such bad times to think about rockets, right?
The bulls are scared. This wind guy chased them all off. Listen, if you were okay yesterday having a liquidation level at 1050, you're probably not feeling that great about it today with this guy sitting right on top of you. Like, if you know that everybody's hunting this guy, market makers are hunting this guy, other whales are hunting this guy, you probably like want to sit on the sidelines until he's dead. At least. Like, you don't poke he's poking the bears, bro. He's like sitting there poking the bears online. I don't
Seems like
know
it
if I
keeps
The
should.
point.
getting rejected.
I don't know if I should
Oh,
root
sorry.
for him or
Oh, no, go ahead.
what keeps getting
The
rejected.
point in liquidating him is to buy his position, right? So people who want to buy, they can't because it would pump Bitcoin to 120 pretty easily here. So they're going to look to actually make it go down so it liquidates long so that they can be the ones buying up what those liquidations are going to trigger. When the longs get liquidated, it's a sell, so it's going to be liquidity for them to buy all those Bitcoin. Basically, whales buy on the way down, not on the way up. Oh, some of them market price up all the way to a new all-time high, though.
And you were saying wait for the confirmation of price getting over the 50 on the 5-minute?
The 13, I mean, we can't even call this bullish if the 13 AMA is still underneath the 50. And we're only on the 5-minute here.
No.
I mean, we can call it whatever we want, but it's not confirmed by momentum. Let's see what our volume is looking like.
What's the 4-hour?
Volume is decreasing as price is going up. We're volume divergent.
That's true for the whole up move, though. Like, at this point, I wouldn't worry about that.
It matters.
And what's your usual? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What's your usual confirmation? It's the 13 crossing the 50 and a candle,
Yeah,
a
one
bullish
candle.
candle confirmation.
Yeah, one candle confirmation.
And one bullish engulfing candle. Is that what
You
it?
just want it to be green. Nah, the bullish engulfing confirmation is when you're looking at your stopping volume candles. Right, you want a stopping volume candle followed by a bullish engulfing. Excuse me. That's when you're like trying to catch the falling knife, right? This is when you're trying to judge whether the
Okay.
price has gone, whether the momentum has turned bullish on this specific time frame.
Okay.
And volume
Let's see.
divergence does matter even on this level, right? Because if you're going up on price and your volume is dropping, one of these two things has to change. And one of these two things will change. Right? You'll get a volume spike. The question is it going to be red or is it going to be green? But either way, the
It can
volume
only
has
be.
to match or the price has to match.
It can only be red. It can't be green. There's no one selling.
Yeah,
Price will pump too much, so.
which is why I said it's not supported. Like, it's not supported by
Yeah.
volume. You can dig into these liquidations and start getting reactions from that, right? The added volume that comes from these positions having to settle, but you have to get
It's
there.
still gonna be way too small, no? Like the volume spikes are well, I guess it happened earlier, but otherwise you're gonna get one at 110 and you're gonna get one at 105. if something happens in between, it's interesting, right? Because it means two whales are fighting each other with algos.
Well, we know that they're fighting. The question is, how many people does this wing guy have on his team? I imagine at this point, he's probably been abandoned by anybody who was riding with him. Not everybody can afford to take the L that he's looking to take if this goes wrong. So I would imagine that more people have jumped on the well if everybody else is trying to get them. Then why aren't we shorting into this sort of team? Which you can tell by liquidations. Like, look how these liquidations have run all the way down to price.
Dbloc.
Yeah.
Different question. Have you ever considered going doing your platform link on Rumble as well, just in case something happens on your other ones?
I was looking at Kick and Rumble and some of the other sort of options, but yeah, baby steps. We'll eventually multi-stream somewhere, I'm sure. Mix the chats.
Sure.
Oh, are those streaming services? I've
Yeah.
never heard of those.
Yeah. I was looking at Twitch too. Twitch has got a very sort of like small crypto community, but it could be a good opportunity to shine in a small pond, you know what I mean?
This looks weak now, or like a lot of resistance above.
Well, this blue support is significant, right? This is what's held us up for this range. So if it was strong enough to keep us from coming down through it, then we can't just assume that it's going to break on the first attempt, right? So the highest probability chance is that we turn this into an SR flip, where we flip it from support into resistance.
Yeah, and if we don't, it's your last opportunity at getting long, because after that, there's no resistance left to flip.
Well, no, you haven't, because you haven't put in a higher low yet. So your opportunity would be on your higher low. Right? So the question is, when it does reject, if it rejects, come back and hold the 50.
Well,
and then push out, then you have your higher low fractal. If it doesn't do that and it just goes and bounces off the 200 and then comes down and holds that support and holds the range.
Yes, exactly. That scenario.
Yeah,
That's
then
your high low is at the support. Yeah.
Yeah. Then either way, wherever it is, if you miss the entry, your best entry would be on the higher low, wherever that comes in at. Chances are it would be the 50 though. Right, you would see something if it was to hit the 200, come back, retest the 50. I don't like this bottom though. I don't like this for the right side. I mean, for the left side of the. Structurally, it's there, but the volume isn't. And so structurally, we have our W. Right, we have our neckline.
Seller exhaustion at the bottom there. Right?
Yeah. And then this measured move already played out. So even with this pattern, well, actually, no, there's a little bit left in it. That retest would play it out.
The price is not going up because people are buying. It's going up because these bears just stopped selling. And volume died, and not much is happening. And on low volume, we are slowly climbing up, maybe, but it's
If we get a rejection here, this will get sold into and shorted. Anybody who exited their short is waiting for that.
People
Or
are
if they
longing
didn't,
Bitcoin.
they would add to it at that point. Yeah, you are putting in a bearish channel. Right, so you do have your rising wedge, bear flag formation also. That's always an issue with W's. Remember W's, unless they go, and I don't mean parabolic, but unless they break and hold levels, the higher low fractal gives you a bottom that does create a bearish channel for you. Right? That's always something to watch for when you're long into a W. So the measured move usually would break that bearish channel, right? But when it takes a while to get that the measured move, you have to watch, because a lot of times you are putting in a bearish formation, whether it's a wedge or whether it's a flag. Yeah. You know where that's at already. I'm just gonna clear the chart up.
Hey, if you're bored, only if you're bored, SPX 15 minute, could that be a diamond trying to break upward? Oh, SPX, that's, wait, oh, that's odd. Uh-oh. That's odd.
I got you. Hold on. Telling you, didn't I tell you?
Why is it
Yes.
so different? It's the same thing, US 500 and
This is what
SPX.
I was telling you yesterday. Remember when I was saying, why does this look like this? It was happening yesterday when all that news came in. It just
Yeah.
ripped from it. It's ripped from the chart somehow. I have no idea. You're
Oh yeah, right.
talking.
US 500 is open 24/24, so it's a very different, of course.
Yeah, it's always going to be different from the mini, obviously, because it's a derivative. But
No, but
so
it has ES pump. US 500 has the pump ES did, which SPX doesn't have because it happened. Well, it was close, yeah. Yes. Oh no, but we know. Well, I mean, yeah, but haven't we broken it upward already today a bit? Like,
just don't really have enough touches on the right side top. Would have been
yeah.
nice to
Unless
have a
if
wick
you
here.
draw it, can't you draw it like we've already broken out upward a bit? Yes. Maybe more to the right. Okay, that's ugly. All right, never mind.
Hold on. Hold
Yeah,
on.
like that. Yeah, yeah, like that. Yeah.
No, that.
No,
No.
doesn't that work a bit?
No, it doesn't.
Like we already have the answer. It's
No,
breaking upward, not downward.
no. Give your wife that diamond and see what she says.
It looks a bit like one, right? The thing is, we know on the left that price went much higher because we made a higher high at 6,000, which you can't even see on that scale. Like it went.
I mean,
Went quite high.
if we consolidate against this, then it can build it. It can still build it. The touches don't have to be up there. You know what I mean?
The left part is pretty nice, though. No?
Like if we do this, then yeah, then we can look at that. But hold on, before we do that, just take a little gander. this gap. Right. Then let's look at this resistance or this. So that level of supply there. And then let's pull our measured moves because remember it is 50-50 still.
No, well, it depends on the type of market, but
No,
I think
I
the
mean
probability.
I don't mean the probability of breaking out. I mean the measured move is equal to both sides.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So in that
So
scenario, we break out past that supply in the sort of little bit of climate of uncertainty that we have right now. In this scenario, we come down to
back to
fill
the
the gap.
Actually, it would fail to fill it again, but
Well,
yeah.
it would start the fill. At that point, it
Oh.
wouldn't stop. In my opinion, you wouldn't stop till you.
Well, maybe we'll do both.
And then let's turn on that, and then let's go to the daily. So that 50 EMA retest, depending on how long this takes to play out.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, being on an uptrend, if you look at just this part of the chart. If you look at just, oh my God, Dbloc. You look at just this part of the chart. Being on an uptrend going into the diamond, the probability of that breaking out are higher. Now, if you back out and look at this part of the chart, that being a lower high, adds a
Makes
little bit
a
of
reversal.
bearishness.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the
A
gap
reversal
underneath,
diamond higher.
and then the mean reversion to the 50. So it starts to pile up. Starts to pile up after a while.
It's also a lower high than the previous all-time high. That's the.
Yeah.
That's the. You can get very bearish for a lot of reasons, I guess.
I'm
Yeah,
not willing to get
failure.
as bearish as most are getting right now. I do think we come down to the 50, in the very least to the 50 cloud. But I do think everything makes all-time highs again on Legacy. One more time. One
Personally,
more go.
I think we're gonna make all-time high before we even make a $1 low.
Right.
At least on Eve.
No, I mean Legacy more than anything.
Hi, Dbloc.
Well,
Nice to see.
What's going on, brother?
Hi, guys. I'm fine. You, how are you guys?
Good, man. Watching the charts.
Do I miss something?
No, nothing important. Just a slow retracement so far.
Are we gonna retrace like more, you think?
I mean, it looks like it. I haven't really seen any evidence to the contrary yet. 105 was our test, like we were saying, right? Coming down to 105. More importantly, this support. But if that doesn't hold,
doing?
it's going down.
Why
ETH
Dominance?
is pushing, so Dom is losing some. Bitcoin's losing some dominance, which is good.
Okay.
All right.
Interesting.
We're attempting to get over. If market maker wants to do this, we'll get a green vector here through these liquidations, and that'll bring our 13 above the 50 for the first time since 9 o'clock in the morning. Come on, you gonna sanction this or what?
it's only 5 Bitcoin preventing it. Like,
this is our big watch right here. Getting above that resistance.
there's no order there though. Like it's nobody put the SR flip, you can see it in the order books sometimes, not always.
Yeah,
But you see, like when a level gets broken, they put a sell there to protect it on in case someone just buys 50 Bitcoin. Right now, buy 4 Bitcoin, you're gonna get that
well, somebody
$100
just bought
move.
37 Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, it got absorbed by liquidity provider who's
Yeah.
doing stuff and all, but like there's no resting order there that's gonna be a bit of a pause absorbing buys, right?
Yeah.
That's also why we are not seeing big buys here, because I'm not sure you can. Like if someone just markets in 60 Bitcoin on spot right now, well, he's gonna have to iceberg or spread it into small orders, or like I'm not, at least on Binance, I'm not sure he really can. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the leak provider will do something to prevent it from getting spread. But he's gonna get some spread right here if he just buys. But with the algos, maybe they can try to do, microsecond stuff.
We got a blue vector. Market maker, I said green vector. Don't start acting brand new like you didn't hear me. Volume is so low. This vector should be green already.
Oh, yeah. But
he's trying. It's not lack of effort, bro. He's trying. There we go.
If volume goes low
in.
enough, then you can get your green candle because it's going to be much higher than the previous one, right?
Yeah, it's not very hard to get a vector at this point with how low the volume has been, especially since there hasn't been a vector in the last 10 candles.
Yeah. Just need some volatility.
There you go. That's a good market maker. If I would have walked away and got something to drink, then y'all would be accusing me.
It's that chart is it's perpetuals, right? Okay, maybe there's some stuff happening on the average contract.
$13 still has not crossed over the 50. But market maker is at least aware of this attempt here. Now it's in retail's hands and they've decided to sell. The party that I always tell you about, where market maker starts a party and then puts it in retail's hands and then nobody shows up. Everybody wants price to go up. Nobody wants to buy Bitcoin at 106,000.
Yet we pump on negative CVD, and whoever is buying is like is absorbing,
Yeah. Virus, I was saying that a green vector above the 50 through these liquidations would let you know that market maker was sort of sanctioning this play, right? Like he's okay to come up and grab these liquidations, meaning he's more likely to match orders that come in to go through this resistance, but there are no orders coming in for him to match. And what he's not going to do is pump price, especially when all you have to do is just sit. Right? He's already paid himself for half of that vector, meaning he's already gotten back half of the money that he provided as liquidity. Now it's in retail's hands. We've got to step in and buy here. Not we. We don't. We are waiting for confirmation, but they need to step in and buy here. Yeah, ETH must be looking nice because I see dominance candles twitching hard over here.
Well, it's at the 15-minute EMA, while Bitcoin is at more like at the hourly. No, sorry. Where's Bitcoin? It's at the 1 minute. Yeah. The 5 is higher, the 15 is higher, the hourly is higher. The 4 hour is much lower though.
So market makers paid himself on over half of the short positions that he put in this green vector. He's now decided to start leaving long positions in this vector on the way down. You want to see that. He's trying to get through these liquidations. He just doesn't want to pay for the entire trip up.
On that 1 minute candle, in the end, it's 45 Bitcoin sold. Roughly.
It's funny, right? So you can see it. Look at when we go into the 1 minute. So you had, for you guys that are new, these green vectors on the way up when market maker provides liquidity. He's setting short positions at your long entries. Right? That's how they get the capital back. Steps off the gas, lets retail take control. Retail does not buy. Market maker starts feeding the trades down, paying himself, right? Every time you clip one of these, market maker is getting paid on the liquidity provided. But he's also leaving long positions inside of this red vector. Now look at what he does with the following candle. Wicks up, pays himself on that, and then continues to roll over.
Hey, Dave, could you just add simple volume on that 1 minute chart? Because I think the red candle is 3 times the volume of the 2 green even combined. And that's interesting because... oh, it's not on perpetual. Okay. On spot,
It's bigger than the
the
first
green
one.
is very small.
It's bigger than the first green candle, but not the second one.
The red one, yeah, that's odd. Because on spot, it's a bit different. Yeah. All right, no, never mind.
So market maker's almost completely paid up here. Right? Boom. That's it. All that liquidity provided, he's been paid for. He attempted, didn't work, paid himself back.
So now we go down, like you say?
Well, it's still in retail's hands. If retail stops here and decides to buy, then market maker will, give it another run. It's not like he hasn't tried, right? Look at all of our green vectors above, and the same thing keeps happening. It gives you a green vector, nobody else wants to follow up, so price goes down. Eventually, retail brings it back up, he jumps back in, falls back down.
But when the market maker give the opportunity to go more up, they don't take it, the opportunity.
Yeah.
So now maybe they don't want.
Well,
Probability.
this what momentum wise, what this tells me, right, is that market maker does want to come up and clear these liquidations, or he wouldn't keep trying to inject liquidity above the 50. The problem is that retail isn't taking it, right? Retail's not buying. So the intention is still up to clear these vectors, but they get paid in either direction. So they're not gonna keep just pumping money into this shit. If retail's not, they'll come down and grab these guys real quick. Right? Nice amount of money sitting down there.
Hmm?
Is anybody also watching the Bitcoin convention live?
I'm not watching it live.
No. There's just one person on the screen today. I'm not sure who they are, but they seem to have made a lot of appearances.
If they ask you for one Bitcoin, tell them no, okay?
You're good, man. You're good. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to tell you, remember I mentioned to you that they're giving away tickets for next year?
Yeah.
So at the very end, right, when you fill everything out, they ask you for a special code which wasn't provided.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And these are the things that I say, whenever you're putting together, an event like this, you got to pay attention to the details. You got to be meticulous, And I'm not saying it has to be perfect, but you can't just, do things on a whim and then not see them through, It's, it just takes away from the legitimacy of the event. And how many conferences has it been? This has got to be the
Been going on forever.
yeah, right, at least 12 years, right?
They missed a couple years. They missed a couple years in
Right.
between. And some of the years were just 7 guys in a conference room. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like what it is now at all. All right, so the retail pattern that we got painted down here, right, for the most part has already played out. Right, so the motivation issue comes from that too. The reason we call these retail patterns are because market maker paints these patterns to give direction. Right, if you're a good market participant, what one of my mentors used to call a good market participant, then the market rewards you. Right, and what that means is when you see a bullish pattern, when you see a bullish fractal, we get in where we're supposed to, we add to the breaks, and we pay attention to the measured moves. Problem now is that there's not a whole hell of a lot of will to keep going, and that's what market maker has to build here, or they'll just roll over and grab the rest of these liquidations. It's still ugly, meaning like it. When I say an ugly W, it's not that it won't play out, it's that it won't. I don't feel like it'll build out to anything sustainable, right? It's not a good base. Like you had to come down to the 1 minute to even see any sort of like market maker movement to the top side.
But that local price action is probably not beautiful, but the area it is at is kind of beautiful. No? It's just
Golden pocket.
Just and
you
just
can blame
below.
this on people who put their orders in golden pocket. Not blame. There's nothing to blame, but I mean this reaction comes from the fact that so many traders trade golden pocket, which is why we target them. Why our arrows have been here for days now.
What's a golden pocket?
Just 60 to 65% of the retracement. I still want this test of this damn support though. I'll feel a lot more comfortable with the rest of this dip if we get that SR flip.
Yeah. That's when I become bullish again.
What happened?
Why would you feel more comfortable having it come up and retesting that support resistance flip?
Certainty. Right?
Oh, just certainty.
Yeah,
Okay.
just having the chart, show you. We come down here, cool, lose these lows, no big deal, but anybody who's shorting knows why you would rather get that. It's a way more comfortable short to take, right? On the bearish retest of the SR flip.
Yeah, totally agree.
Than it is halfway through. Because you still run the risk of having a retest that's still just putting in a lower high coming up and then getting the, rejection.
Earlier you were saying since that support held price up for a good while, it's a pretty strong support.
Yeah.
So that kind of measures on the downside as resistance as well is going to be harder to break.
Yeah, if you got a support that was really difficult to break, you have to assume that on the first try from the bottom, you're at least going to get some sort of resistance. That's because of your VPVR. When you turn on your volume profile, it's here that you go into that sort of dip. Right? Most of the volume is up in this range.
and the only way for it to break it the first time would be if volume picks up, right?
Yeah, you need
No,
volume
not
to pick up. Not only, but it would definitely help sustain it. Any move without volume is just kind of doomed to roll over as soon as liquidations are done. Because if it's moving without volume, chances are it's moving because it's squeezing through some liquidations.
It's just that sometimes these topping and bottoming formations are not violent. You know, they're like slow and they become bigger, bigger, bigger. Like
Yeah.
I don't know, they start slow and they accelerate.
Yeah, just because it's not a beautiful bottom doesn't mean it's not a bottom. It just means I'm not as likely to throw a bag at it. You know, I'm more likely to jump in on a confirmation of a bottom like that than I am to drop on a nice stopping volume candle. If we would have had a big stopping volume candle here on the 5 minute, I'd have been in this trade heavy already.
There's gotta be one. It's just not on that time frame. No.
Well, that's the time frame I'm taking the trade on, so it doesn't really,
Maybe the 15 has one or the hourly.
Yeah. But that would mean that you take longer, right?
Because there was a lot of volume to
that
the.
candle has to close. So it's the difference between taking a trade in the next 5 minutes or taking a trade in the next hour.
No, because there was some volume to manage to break lower. So there's gonna be a increase, well, a red vector somewhere.
Your golden pocket is going to be the same on every time frame, Nicole. I set them on higher time frames, right? Because it's more of a macro thing. So I'll set it on like the 4 hour or the hourly or whatever. But when you come into the 5 minute, they don't change position. It'll be at the same spot.
I don't expect anyone to have an answer for this question, but I mean, overall, I want to ask, why is it different this year? It just seems like there's way more volatility, maybe not enough volume.
It's different
What makes
because of QT. So if we look at let me show you. It's different because of the monetary policy that we have. We've had 4 different. This is the first time that we've had a bull market during really tight quantitative tightening, right? Where the Fed is just dumping off of their balance sheet. So there's not money in the, the money printer isn't on, and the risk metrics that people look for. A lot of people won't trade risk assets until the government decides that they're adding to their balance sheet, right? The safer ones, right? That lets you know, okay, the government's taking risk. We haven't had an alt season through tight QT before. So if we look at, let me show you. Actually, it's better if I show you on Ethereum. Let's get all of this shit off the chart. Let me turn all of this shit off. So this is the federal balance sheet, right? When it's going up, they're adding to it, or they're printing money to buy assets. When it's going down, they're tightening. They're selling off the assets that they bought during that sort of time, right? So the closest thing we've had to where we are right now is 2016, where for the most part, it was going sideways more than anything, right? So this was our QT. Slow sort of decline, right? Where they were selling off the asset sheet, but it wasn't anything big. And if you notice this downtrend, let me turn on ETH BTC. So this is ETH BTC here. ETH BTC found the bottom when quantitative tightening stopped. Right, but even after that happened, ETH USD found a lower high or a lower low. Sorry. But as quantitative easing comes in and the Fed is adding to their balance sheet, right, everything goes up and to the right. Ethereum performs crazy during that time. Alts perform crazy during that time. All the risk assets, right? That layer of risk underneath Bitcoin. What happened during this run, pay no attention to the angry guy over here. What happened during this run is that we had really sharp QT, right? Look at the difference between the decline here and the one that we had here, right? Aggressively selling off. So because of that, the money printer's been shut off. There's not a lot of excess money. There isn't a lot of will to go into risk assets. So what we're waiting for is for that to stop. What we're waiting for is for QE to come in. Now the question is, does it happen in time to save the alts? You know, to make every alt go crazy in this bull market? No, I don't think it does. That's why we've been saying that we've got to really pay attention to the alts that we get into, right? But what it does show us is that during a time where the Fed is tightening, we can still expect Bitcoin to do its thing, right? Because Bitcoin
Correct.
went crazy during this time.
Correct.
Ethereum did okay, but it didn't do this. Right? See the difference between QE performance and QT performance. So it really comes down to that. And what it does is it gives us a sort of playbook on how to treat it. Right? If we know that our monetary policy is tightening, then we should be more Bitcoin heavy, right?
Wow.
And wait for that to sort of ease off until it's time to go into the alts. If we go into the next bull market and we're in full QE, which we should be, right? 4 years, a year for a downtrend for a bull market. By that time, we should be in QE. During the next bull market, it should be safer to get into certain alts, to take more risk on alts because everything should move together. But the main difference is that when everybody's like, this cycle is different, it's that. It's the fact that the monetary policy has been so restrictive.
Yeah, I'm curious. Have you heard anybody else make that argument or that give that explanation? Because
Yeah, some macro guys. I mean, there's a lot of macro guys that pay attention to it. You know, the thing is that this is the first Bitcoin run or cycle that we've had in that sort of tightening QT, right? So we're all learning this in real time together.
Gotcha.
Like I definitely learned a new way to trade this cycle if the monetary policy is super restrictive. Like I, for 1000% will be 90% in Bitcoin the next time that we're in this sort of scenario, you know?
The next time that what?
The next time that we're in this sort of scenario, which is good because now we've seen all four possibilities. We've seen light QT, tight QT, light QE, and heavy QE. So now we sort of have a blueprint on how to move forward. Now all we have to do, our job is at the bottom of the next bear market, is identify what our monetary policy is and then run that play.
Correct. Wow. So that's also even something else to take into consideration.
Oh, it's a rabbit
before you
hole,
just
bro.
start DCAing into the bear market. You know, you gotta look ahead. That's awesome.
Yes.
This
That's some good
information.
stuff right there.
Yeah, I have to tell you.
Ben Cohen is one of them. Ben Cohen looks at it. Raul Paul looks at it. A couple of it's the macro guys. You're not gonna get this from like your 5-minute TA guys, right? It's people who have a macro overview. Raul Paul does a really good job explaining it. He's got this book called The Everything Cycle that I'm gonna start to read here soon.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in that explanation you just gave. If anybody who's listening and can grasp it, whether beginner or expert, can definitely, of course, do their own research, but also, you know, it can help them make or break their run. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
makes all the sense of the world if there's QT instead of QE, and you know, the
My
market is
biggest
going to.
concern is that I know this cycle turned a lot of people into maxis, right?
Yeah.
But if they go into the next cycle with that sort of idea, being too scared of the alt, and we're in QE, then you're going to leave some money on the table.
Right.
Hey, Dbloc. So you know how you were saying with the last time we had the QT or QE or QT, pardon, sorry, in 2016, how Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the reserve, or what was that purple line? The reserve?
The ETH BTC.
Yeah, ETH BTC and that the US line. I can't remember.
The asset sheet. Yep.
Yeah. When that bottoms, then ETH BTC. So if that's kind of the game plan, you really think we're gonna make a lower low on Ethereum USDT?
Well, so that was my concern in the beginning, right? When we were looking at coming down to 12.9, right? I looked at that because ETH BTC made a lower low even after, ETH USD made a lower low even after ETH BTC found the bottom, right? But we ended up coming down to 13.9 instead of that 12.9 or whatever it was, which also makes sense because we saw the suppression walls come off of the top of Ethereum. Remember the day that we saw those walls disappear on the order block? We knew the next time that it pushed, there wasn't going to be anything to stop it, right? But more importantly, if you put on Bitcoin dominance, look at where Bitcoin dominance topped out at. Right at the time that our quantitative tightening came to a stop. Right at the time that ETH BTC bottomed. And what did we see this time? We saw that big drop, or the beginning of a big drop on dominance as ETH BTC found its bottom. Right? You can see it here. ETH BTC found its bottom. Bitcoin dominance is putting in a lower high. It's all correlated.
What was that other guy's name that you mentioned besides Ralph Paul? Ben something?
Benjamin Cohen.
Benjamin Cohen.
Yeah, he's good too. He gets a lot of shit. I think it's because he's so dry. But that's I like my macro guys. So just give me the facts, bro. Just be boring. I want you nerded out completely.
Yeah, that's that one time where that's the way you want it for sure.
Yeah. I'm not sure where it's gonna end up on guns, but I have been buying.
What's the ticker for that?
Gun USD. So we're still in accumulation. Haven't taken out any bottoms yet. I don't think I'll get lucky enough to be able to buy at support, but I would love to add to the bag.
Say that.
Yeah, I don't know if we get that, but
I've got my grid set. If they hit, they hit. But if from what it looks like, man, that 45 is holding strong.
yeah, we are underneath the 50 on the daily. The 50 is brand new, so it doesn't even have a cloud yet, right? It's this blue line. We can go back to like the 8 hour there. Right. So we still have bearish momentum here. What happened?
No, sorry, I'm driving, so I just wanted to see what ticker that was.
A gun. We're talking about that Gunzilla token.
Yeah. Yeah, people are investing. I was playing a match yesterday with randoms, and I got matched with an 83-year-old man who was 3K invested in his loadout number one. And he was like explaining to us, and that's
crazy.
what he said. That's hype. I don't know. He's like, I got all the perps, just no pistol, and he was talking about his loadout, and
and I was like, wow, 3K. Like people are actually investing in this.
I bet you was a war veteran.
I have to do the math. Nah, people are buying their loadouts, bro. People aren't just. I don't know about y'all. I'm just in there grinding for attachments and shit. And then with the guns that I get, I'm spending that to buy shit because once it goes mainnet, you're not gonna have those guns anymore. But I'm not putting no money in this shit to kit myself out, bro.
That's what I was saying.
Especially not 3K. But now, you know what the thing is? I was looking at this attachment, right? Because I had this gun. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll just get this one attachment. Like reduce spread. It was crazy on the horizontal and the vertical recoil. I went to check the price of it. Like 1,500 gun.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit.
God.
So it's like the pieces that are necessary for whatever the meta is at the time are always going to be overvalued.
That's it, yeah.
And is that
Yeah.
1,500 gun at premium from the game, or is it
1,500
from
gun. If you're
market?
buying, it's not mainnet, so you can't even buy on market and send it to the game. You have to buy it on the game, and they're selling it at a premium for sure. They're selling their gun at a premium.
And crack it for sure with the price on there.
Yep.
But overall, that's good for us in the market, no?
If you're
That's gonna-
holding gun token, that's good because if that continues when it goes mainnet, then yeah, right. That's like steady buying pressure.
Let's go.
And they've got a 30% revenue buy and burn. So any of the money that they are getting from the guns that they're overpricing on the shit, they're using it to buy actual gun and burning 30% of it.
Just don't go spending 3K on a loadout though, okay?
It just guys, we're trying to do this to make money. Don't go in there going crazy. Don't go spend $1,000 for the pink mohawk because it looks cool. Sell the pink mohawk to somebody for $1,000 because it looks cool.
I'm just gonna spend that 1,000 on more spot and guns.
Exactly.
Because if
We'll
this
see.
does
The
pop
big
up,
test
man,
is when they
that's
go. The big test is going to be when they go mainnet.
Have
Right.
they set a date for that?
It's happening slowly. From what I know, some people have been shifted and some people haven't. If you get on and play the game and you have no guns, then you've been shifted to mainnet. So I've been trying to spend everything that I get when I get it, or at least like let it accumulate to buy something I need real quick. But I've probably made about 2,000 gun in the time that I've played.
Oh wow, that's not bad at all.
Mm-mm.
I think I came out with like 25 just yesterday, and then
It
opened all the
stacks up
boxes,
pretty
like you
quick.
said. It does.
You can
That
get a
would suck,
couple
though.
hundred, 200-300 per day just playing sort of casually.
I wish I had the battle pass. It would have made such a difference. I think it's like ×5.
Battle
compared
pass
to what I'm
makes a
getting.
huge difference, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
you can
I'm
also
waiting.
use the gun that you get in game to extend the battle pass so that you don't have to use cash, which is
I didn't
good.
know that. Yeah.
I sound like
driving
I'm
right now,
shilling
Dbloc.
this shit. I'm definitely not shilling this shit, guys. High risk. I'll shill the game. The
There's
game
high
is
risk.
fun, but that's about it.
But
What's
the question
happening?
is tokenomics, right? Do they have control over minting?
It's like
or,
$50 million market cap, and there's no drops until 2026.
Ooh.
So it's running on a very low float at a very small market cap. One of those things that if it does well, it's gonna do really well. But if the devs do something to change the tokenomics, and not even the tokenomics of the coin, if the devs do something in game that makes people lose favor, then you're taking a huge risk, right? You are betting on the success of this game being adopted, or to continue the adoption level that it currently has, at least for the next 4 to 6 months. That's the bet that you're making here. So there is some speculative aspect to it, and it's not safe, and you're gonna lose all your
It makes me
money.
feel better.
Just
Can one dev rogue pull it?
no.
Risk it for the biscuit.
No,
It
the
makes me
wallets
feel
are
better
pretty
than
good.
possible, though.
Can he
That's a
hack
good push.
himself?
I mean, it's not like a small project. Like the guns token is based on the studio, And Gunzilla is just the first game, right? There's actually another one, Technicore or something like that. But they've got more games coming up, and all the economies will run on the Guns token. So it's like you're betting on the studio being successful, but step one, you're betting on this game being successful.
Isn't there a game called Voxels that does the same thing? I know it's on the
Voxels, yeah.
it's on the chain already.
Voxels, Honeyland. There's a lot of mobile games that have been doing it for a while, like really successful, sort of like you're doing a bunch of crypto transactions, just playing the game. You don't even like really streamlined, but it's mostly mobile games.
Voxel is very old. It's from last cycle.
Mm-hmm.
It's that VR stuff. A bit like Mana, no?
I don't think it's VR. It could be VR. It's like the building. It's kind of like
Yeah,
Minecrafty.
like Mana, no? The multiverse stuff.
I'll be right back, guys.
There was there was an airdrop on Bybit, and all you had to do is go say hello in that game, something like that. I remember doing it.
So with the tokenomics, with the low float and low market cap, like that low volume market cap, is that good? Is that's a positive thing or is that negative?
I wouldn't know.
Wow. Well, it depends. It's positive in the sense that there's a potential for growth, right? It's negative in the sense that well, it hasn't grown. I mean, it's a high risk.
You guys just wait it out, man. But the game
Small
is fun.
caps.
The game is fun. You know, community's definitely growing. Definitely a lot of people playing it for sure. But like I said, the fact that it's cross-platform right now, that you can get on Xbox and PlayStation is huge. That's huge.
That's like unifying the XRP and Bitcoin people.
I'm back. PlayStation and Xbox is always going to be a fight to the death, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, y'all know they've polarized everything. It really comes down to what you started, like where most of your friends are, right? If you got a PlayStation first, you probably got a bigger community, all the buddies you play with over there. If you got an Xbox first, you guys are probably all on Xbox. Now everything's cross-play, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, there's not really
And the
much
PC guys are
groundbreaking.
still laughing at all of us, by the way, just in case you guys don't realize that.
Oh yeah, if you're not PC, I don't know what you're doing.
All that
But
master
the
race,
problem is
PC
most
master
games are
race
not.
shit.
There are few investments now in PC games
Oh.
than before.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yep.
Is your special day on October 19th?
My special day.
Yeah, he says the most bullish day.
24th.
24th. I don't think that the Bitcoin cycle is going to top out until 2026.
Super cycle. Wow.
Let's go, yeah, buddy.
No, you don't need a super cycle to top beginning of 26.
Not the beginning, but you can't go further than January. You can't go further than, I mean, honestly, even December would be a stretch. But you can't go further than January, or they will start calling it a super cycle. January would be a right translated, right translated top.
Well, if
I hear you though, bro. I hear you. Trust me, when we were all the way down at like 30 and I did the time-based analysis and I saw that I was meant to take profit around my birthday, my initial instinct was, Really? But I mean, we did, November, we did top in November during the last one. My birthday still had a pump at the end, but we did top in November.
Well, according to this, which is basically how, I'm looking at how Bitcoin is performing against inflation, the inflation rate, and if it's on the same time basis, then it's 1,590 days, which would put from the first bottom of Bitcoin to October 2026. So October 19th, 2026, roughly around there. I need help though. I need someone to help me analyze this chart because I have no idea like how to make sense of it.
What chart are you talking about?
If anybody wants to help me, like Dbloc, if you want to look at it, and then Zeusy.
What chart are you talking about?
Zeusy, I think BTC USD versus USIRYY.
That sounds complex.
What are you trying to get out of it?
It's
Can I
Bitcoin
bypass?
USD versus the US US inflation rate year over year. So
What's
I'm
the
trying to see
ticker you
how
took
well
for
Bitcoin
US inflation rate?
USIRYY.
Don't look directly at Bitcoin dominance right now, but getting really
US
twitchy.
RRYY.
USIRYY. Here, I can put the ticker in
Okay.
chat.
Oh, it's only monthly.
Well, if you compare it to Bitcoin, you can go on any time frame. But
Looks
I'm
like
looking at
we're
it on the
rolling over
weekly.
here. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I'm about to order some food. I need to catch up on these damn beaches today too. If you take a look at price action here on the 5, you see how our 13 never crossed that 50. Much as price fought to stay above, your momentum
Problem is
never
that
turned bullish here.
that chart is a percentage, right? Percentage of monthly inflation.
Yes, the same inflation rate year over year.
I'll be right back, y'all.
But yeah, Susie, what do you like, the bubble chat or general?
Bubble.
Bubble chat? All right. I'll hit the bubble chat. So if you just copy and paste that into your ticker box, you'll get the chart that I'm looking at.
Yeah. No, the problem I have is you're dividing by a percentage, so
Yeah, I'm trying to follow along. Where did you post it?
In the bubble chat.
What happens when you divide by 0%? Overall inflation has been positive since 2015, and so since Bitcoin exists, inflation is positive. So I guess they're just both going up. The only time where inflation went negative is like in May 2020. What happened in May 2020? It's COVID, right?
Yeah.
So
If I'm long on Doge and Bonk and I'm down roughly 7%, should I be worried for the next month?
Doge and Bonk?
Yeah, don't judge.
Are you on spot?
Yeah.
All right, sell the Bonk, buy more Doge.
the problem I have is
not financial advice.
Of course not.
The unit in that US inflation rate, we need something else than a percentage, because the problem is when inflation is at 10%, you're dividing Bitcoin's price by 10, right? While when inflation is at 0, you're like, well, okay, at 0. When inflation is at 1%, you're just taking Bitcoin's price. I'm not sure what.
Well, it's the growth, or it's the growth or the decline. It's the rate of growth or decline year over year. So that's basically showing how well Bitcoin USD is performing against the inflation rate, which means it's outperforming inflation, but hasn't seen the new all-time high yet. Do you see how that chart, it hasn't put in a new all-time high yet?
I'd rather divide by a true dollar chart than the inflation rate itself, or like the how to put it, the aggregated, well, the true dollar chart.
The Dixie.
But no, not the Dixie. The true dollar. I'll try to find the ticker.
I guess you.
Hey, can you? Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could do BTC in parentheses, BTC divided by DXY divided by an inflation, US inflation rate.
I'll ask Gork.
BTC divided by DXY versus inflation. I mean, that still kind of looks the same, but they keep return to the bottom of the range that it was in during 2022. So pretty much from June till November of 2022, it was down at the bottom of that range, and that was the bottom of Bitcoin versus the US dollar. But it hasn't reached a new all-time high yet. But it also hasn't been 4 years since. So if this from low to high, so that'd be 2016 to 2020, that'd be 1,582 days. From the first low in June, so 1,589 days would be, did I say 82 or 89? October 19th, 2026.
I don't know, but in the end, on the ticker you posted in the chat, the highest point is reached at COVID dip because well, it's when inflation went to zero, so you're just looking at Bitcoin's price. Well, it was at 1%, let's say, so it's just Bitcoin's price. Since then, with higher inflation, that chart is like, well, going down, yeah. Now it's going back up though, because we have
so
percent inflation.
I'm wondering,
just dividing by 2 by Bitcoin's price.
when it reaches that chart, or when it reaches that top, is that the top of the cycle, or is it time based, and it doesn't end until October of 2026? You know what I'm trying to say? It could reach that top and then come back down to the bottom of the range, and that's where it would essentially live. It's just that it hasn't ever made a lower low.
COVID.
Even during COVID, March 9th, 2020, that was a higher low. And then October or November of 2022, that was a higher low from COVID.
$2015 also had something up.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go back that far because it wasn't popular enough.
Maybe just dividing by gold is a good measure of Bitcoin's performance against inflation, right? Because gold is just supposed to be gold. Like, it is a measure of value, like, you know, the value of gold earring is still, it's the same manpower. No, overall it's probably the same manpower. No, like you need to work a month to buy a gold present to your wife. That was true 10 years ago too. No.
Yeah, but gold is inflated too. The price of gold is inflated because of the inflation of the U.S. dollar supply. So I feel like this is sort of a more accurate way to figure out if Bitcoin is actually outperforming inflation, or if it's truly a hedge against inflation. Then this chart should always make higher highs every 4 years.
Yeah, well, so if they say gold is a hedge against inflation. I don't know how true that is, but let's assume it's true. And in that case, if you just divide Bitcoin by gold's value, then you get a nice, always upgoing curve that puts a higher high every 4 years. Yeah. This one is barely a high though.
When is the Fed meeting? Is it in June or July?
For XRP?
No. For the FOMC, I think it's called, where they talk about interest rates, cutting them or not.
18th June says AI. If it's true. Middle of June. That's like in 2 weeks.
They'll come quick for sure. I was thinking of the July 14th date for what is it? That's when XRP becomes officially, what is it, backed up, right?
You said July or June?
June.
You're saying that's when XRP does what?
Sorry, I'm just trying to focus on something with EFTs, right? Are they doing something to XRP? It's like a big day, July 14th, where it becomes the first crypto to become what's the word I'm looking for? I was just reading on it too. I don't know. There's something big with XRP on July 14th, if I'm not mistaken. That's the date.
I'm gonna look that up. You guys were posting stuff
look it up
on a bubble chat, and forgive my lack of experience with this Discord, but I can't find it. Can anybody help me find the bubble chat? How to look for it?
Oh, so in this
you gotta
BC,
go to
you'll
like
see
the top right. Are you looking at the chart? Are you looking at the screen that shows all of the people that are in the voice chat?
Okay.
Or are you looking at Dbloc's chart? Like, which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the Cypher Dbloc Ethereum. Is that it? No, that's just the name of
No. Okay. So, but do you see all the names of all the people that are in the voice chat on the right hand side?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Like with all the boxes. Like everyone's picture is inside of a box.
It's inside of a bubble or a circle, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just go up to the top right of your screen, like the very right, not where like the menu is on the left, but on the right hand side.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little voice bubble.
There's a little white way actually to find it. If you just see the names, above the names, there is something called Free the Voice, something like this. The name of the channel. Next to it, you will see Open Chat. Like Free the Voice, then after Open Chat, then Invite to Server.
Oh yeah, so on the
On
left
top of
hand
the
side, if you go to Free the Voice Chat where the voice channel is, there's a little white bubble. A little white bubble next to that.
I'm not sure if it's the same.
No, it's the same. Do you see dbloc.eth name?
Hit that
What
little
do you have
arrow.
above that?
It's just a picture of the chat's profile picture.
You know, above it, on top
Where-
of his name.
Above where you see the little, it'll be like a money, like it looks like a band of money, like above everybody's names on the left hand side, above everybody's names. Where
I see it.
like
The
it says
Cypher family
Alex.
role.
No, Alex. Like look for free the voice chat. Alex 109 Gloom, and then Dbloc is the top one.
Oh, I see
And then
it.
right above that, where it says free the voice chat, go over to the right hand side. There's like a little thing with like people standing there and a plus sign, and then to the left of that, there's that little voice bubble, and if you hover over, it says open chat, and you just click on that.
Read the voice chat.
Can you go to general chat? I'll take a screenshot. I'll just mark what you have to click on.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys trying to help me out. Really.
You're on mobile or on desktop? It might be different.
Mobile. Yeah, right now I'm mobile.
Might be different on a mobile, no?
No, you're on a phone. I thought you said you were on a computer.
No, I'm
okay.
on the phone.
On the phone.
All right. So if you're on a phone, if you look at the chat, you just click on it, and then you should see the microphone down the bottom, like where you mute your mic, where you mute and unmute your mic.
I'm doing screenshots on
You
my
know
mobile.
what I'm talking
as well.
about?
Yeah, I know where you mute your.
All right, to the left of that, there's a bubble. You just hit that bubble and it brings up the chat.
Oh,
to
I
the
see.
right of it. That's to the right of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it
Or
now.
to the,
Okay.
Yeah, to the right of it.
Okay, new messages. All right. So now recent.
Oh yeah, no, QA, sorry, but I don't find much to say with that ticker. I think overall the idea, it's the narrative with Bitcoin, right? Is to combat inflation a bit through something that cannot be printed, like the stable, well, like fiat can. And proof of that happening would be interesting, yeah. Flipping gold is gonna be proof, right? Because right now it's gold, the inflation safe asset. It proved itself through decades that it does combat inflation, right?
Oh, you just wrote the ticker, right?
Yeah.
That's the only thing you put it. There's no chart or anything on there.
No, but yeah, that's at least now you know how to get to the bubble chat.
Yeah, for sure. I was looking into it too much. It was straightforward. It was right in front of me.
And Bitcoin has been doing so good that it's doing way more than just combating it. Well, than just following inflation, right?
Oh, I was going to say that. That's the reason I was so inquisitive about that chart, because I can imagine that Bitcoin was blowing it out of the water. I mean,
yeah. Although, so the interesting thing with gold is that we've had so we made higher high here at 112K. Well, we had even made forget 112, just 110 we got in January. In gold, it's not a higher high. So I know the Fed says there's little inflation right now and all, but that's not what gold is telling us. Gold increased 50% this year, well, year over year. Like in theory, that means there's been a lot of inflation this year. Now the numbers are more like 2%. Inflation is down. Maybe it's lagging. Maybe gold is lagging a bit behind inflation. That's why it's only increasing this year, and it didn't 2 or 3 years ago when inflation numbers were 10% per month and all. Right? I guess gold is lagging a bit, so that's why it's you can explain it like that. Right? But this is not like in inflation value. No, in true value, Bitcoin didn't make a new all-time high in 2025. We're still at 60. We're still at the same value as last cycle. And you see that on the gold pair, where Bitcoin, just barely made, well, it touched the previous highest value it had reached.
Yeah, but look, so see this, see, I'll post the chart in the bubble chat. Is that the chart that you're looking at? Because I don't know if you're looking at the same one or not, but see how it has not made a higher high? See how at the height of the last market it was 104,000, and right now it's only 46,000.
Yeah, because you were dividing it by 0 point something last time, so it was doubling the value of the real Bitcoin. Well, now it's at 2, so you're dividing it, or even 3, so you're dividing the value by 2. I'm not sure if that is a good metric. Like, I'm not sure what that chart is, honestly. It's in point. The unit on that chart is points of percentage of inflation. So if inflation goes high, your chart goes down.
Yes. If
And
inflation goes low, the chart goes up. But it's how it's performing. It's how the asset versus USD is performing against inflation. So it hasn't outperformed inflation
really,
since, yeah.
having trouble understanding what it makes to divide by a percentage of inflation. But I guess okay. Well, in gold,
it's the growth or decline of inflation. It's the growth or decline of the inflation rate. So it's like, yes, in US dollars, we've made a new all-time high. But due to the amount that the dollar has been inflated, it's not actually a real all-time high because the money is not worth as much as it was before. Even though Bitcoin is worth more US dollars are not worth as much as they used to be. So like, although it is climbing and it's been climbing since 2022, it hasn't been higher than 2020. So Bitcoin hasn't been outperforming inflation. The amount of inflation that we've experienced since.
I think we're back at the same formula levels, but like, if you've had 30% of value loss on purchasing power loss on the dollar, then 70K, we pumped like 50% higher than that now. So you did outperform inflation. No, I don't think we've had more than 30% inflation in 4 years, right? Okay, and that's even a bit overestimating inflation. No, it's more like we've had maybe 16% inflation. No, in total.
The inflation
hold
of the money supply since 2020.
Hey guys, go check the indicators. There's 2 BTC/USD inflation priced in. So they've got some charts or some indicators already built for this.
What is the ticker?
It's not a ticker, it's an indicator. So I don't know how it flows. Let me see what it says. I'll screenshot and throw it in chat.
Thing is, how do you even measure inflation? They look at but that's something else. Again, no, they look at the value of
printing and how much debt there is.
Yeah, and I threw in chat also another way to compute from ChatGPT.
Hold on. So you have what, you threw it in bubble chat?
Yeah, bubble chat.
You want to download historical CPI data, just in Bitcoin price. Real price equals normal price times CPI reference year divided by CPI year of price. What? Some community built indicating something.
that makes more sense as a calculation than just dividing by well, it's the same. It's multiplying by a percentage.
All right, well, let's check
instead
these
of dividing by a percentage. Yeah.
I didn't look at the indicators. I just saw them. And sorry, Zeus, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just super excited.
Oh no, go ahead.
You know me, I've got zero patience anymore. I've grown old and grumpy.
Same here.
What is the first one? Let's see how this goes. BTC inflation adjusted. So it's saying that they attempted.
You see, the unit of that calculation is still dollars, right? It's still price. So then it, because if you multiply by CPI and you divide by CPI, you end up with having done nothing, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
at least the unit matches. Yeah.
Yeah, it's showing here that if there had been no inflation, or if hold on, if you take into account inflation, Bitcoin should be at 127K right now. That's what we've lost. And there's a
100.
starting date.
Oh.
There's a starting date that they have.
Is it 127?
Yeah, 127. So if you take 127 and minus the current price, that's your difference. Duh. I didn't need to say that.
Wait, 127 minus, so it'd be 127 minus 106. And then
So we're missing 20K basically. Okay, cool.
But you also have to, it starts the tool says it starts on like 2008 or 2009.
I know it started in 4 years ago. Yeah, I think comparing 69K bull market top with current values is interesting because it's roughly a cycle 4 years ago, and like you would need to start it in November 2021. Yeah.
dude, oh my god, this hits the price. Hold on. 70 days later.
Yeah, their data starts in June of 2018. Oh, never mind. It goes before that. My chart doesn't go that far back. Binance only has back to 2018. Well, I guess that's the beginning. Never mind.
I mean, it tracks relatively well, but it decouples a little bit since March 2024.
Yeah, well, that's when we were getting, massive inflation spikes.
No, inflation was coming down already at that point.
In March of 2024?
Yeah. Oh, I was watching the chart.
I know that a dishwasher is $300 more expensive than it was, 3 months ago.
That's because it's made in China, though, no?
Yep.
Price gouging.
I was really upset when I looked at my cart and Stephanie told me that the dryer had died and I had to go buy a new dryer, and I looked at it and I was like, oh my goodness, I've had this in my cart for 3 months and it was $900. Now it's $1,200.
Well, it's back at $1,000 now, no? With the
Maybe. I
cancellation
should
of
go
tariffs.
look. I should go look. No, it's 1149 instead of 1199.
On this adjust with CPI, it's only at 78,000.
So would that be the number you took before when you minus and then subtract it from the current price?
That makes sense because in gold we are below. We're still like we haven't gone into price discovery. We got rejected at 69K and we're below 69K right now in gold. Not by much. I mean, it's there. It's at 68, 67. But we're back to the same value as last time. Like you could get, I don't know, you could get 1 ounce of gold per Bitcoin. Now you can also get 1 ounce of gold per Bitcoin. Like you don't get 2 ounces for your Bitcoin. You get the same amount of gold as you did last bull market top. The difference though is that it was a higher low on the chart. Like this chart is still upward trending, and it did make a higher high. We made a tiny higher high on the monthly that got swing failure pattern and came back down, and now the current rise, it made a higher high in dollars, but it didn't in gold at all because gold has been ripping lately. Like these last 3 months, gold is just still it's rocketing. Maybe it's gonna climb to 5,000. I don't know, but all of that is kind of bullish for Bitcoin.
Περιμένεις να το σπίτι σου.
I'm here, fam. I'm just catching up on some of these speeches while we're doing this bullshit.
Dude, Bitcoin did go to 12,000. Oh my god. Dude, this chart is the truth. This is the sauce, guys. We've been missing the sauce this whole time.
Well, yeah. Bitcoin went to 12K, yeah. It just happens to be 15K on our charts because more than a year has passed and there's been 10% inflation during that year. So, yeah. I remember having that argument roughly down there. It's the same for the top. With lower inflation, you might expect underperformance on the top. Yeah. Is it really lower though? I'm not sure. Because Powell hasn't brought his rates down, right?
I don't know, but he'd still be up 500% if you bought the bottom and held until now.
Compared to having bought government bonds or something that just at least does as good as inflation. Yeah.
We were supposed to have a secondary scare, though, and we never got it.
Just BTC USD divided by gold is really interesting because you know this 112K. I mean, it's just well, it's just an ABC as always. But if you were short from the previous ABC, you didn't get stopped out on this rise up. Actually, the real short squeeze hasn't happened. Because we stopped pumping exactly here. Resistance to break.
Dude, I don't think BTC is ever gonna go below 50K again.
Below 50K. Well, it depends how high it goes, no?
At some point before the end of 2026, it should be above 250K. If this is going to be an extended cycle.
That's a pretty big if. It's 30K if, 140K if.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, you can't have life without ifs. I did
But
just
I
think
do
of
think
that.
we're going to come down, test the previous high. All right, how do I get this on chart above? This. Move to existing paint above. I need to start analyzing this chart instead.
What's happening?
We're waiting for the CBBI to hit 100, Rick.
Oh, okay.
We
Cool.
found a way to adjust BTC price for inflation.
Oh, nice.
It's really only at 78K.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Nice.
it never went above 74K.
How did you like what tools did you use to get that number?
Well, there's this indicator called adjust with Fred CPI.
Yeah.
That's only the second one I'm looking at. And I want to look at real BTC price, real Bitcoin price.
Yeah, things are looking kind of retracey, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we're gonna go down. Back down to 55K, back down to 74K, which would really be 55K.
I think we're going
It's-
crazy here.
It's all relative. I mean, come on now. I understand what you're doing.
Yeah,
It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's still relative to the moment. It is what it is.
Yep.
Now, if you're looking,
Dol-
I get what you're trying to do. Like, what's my dollar really worth?
Hmm. But you're also assuming like that's where the dollar should be, where in actual fact that's still inflated. Like you're saying like, you know, okay, let's say the dollar like just stayed a dollar. There was no inflation. It was just, you know, no inflation since Bitcoin first began in 2009. Then it'd be interesting to see like what Bitcoin has actually achieved, you know. Definitely still has gone up, no doubt about it. But yeah, if you can take that tool all the way back 16 years. Is there anything on the planet or in, you know, in economics that hasn't changed value, that just stays constant?
Gold. Gold is gold. Same for Bitcoin. 1 Bitcoin is 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The price of a human life.
The value of life, yeah. The I don't know, like does Bitcoin increase in value? Like when you just raw, like not measuring it off the dollar.
Yeah, but Elon says you
Is it
can measure
becoming
it.
more valuable?
Elon said currency is a good thing to measure manpower, right? So think of it like how many hours do you need to work to buy 1 Bitcoin, for example? And you definitely need to work more now to buy Bitcoin than 4 years ago, right? So actually, no, salaries have increased too, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Do you need to
I can
work
use
more
I
to
don't
buy
know
1
here.
Bitcoin?
I don't know who you're talking to, but my salary hasn't increased.
No, they did in these last 4 years. Like even if it's less than inflation, they did increase. Well, at least in Europe.
So I think you're like a billionaire. You're secretly a billionaire. You're not telling us, because I don't think I know a single person whose standard of
I got
living has improved due to
no. The
based on.
standard of living decreased. I agree, but salaries also increased, especially during COVID. No, they increased at least 5-10% in 4 years. No,
Maybe
I mean,
minimum
minimum
wage.
wage increased too. No, in America, it did increase in France. Yeah, they actually base it on inflation metrics. So minimum wage increased in France as much as inflation did. More well, as much as official inflation did, not cost of groceries in the store, but the official 3% inflation reading. Salaries, pensions also are based on that metric. So yeah, probably they underestimate inflation because we bankrupt, but people who are retired are getting more euros monthly now than they were 4 years ago. So the question is, if you needed to work a year to buy 1 Bitcoin 4 years ago, do you still need to work a year to buy 1 Bitcoin when it's at 100,000? Well, overall, I think the answer is yes. It's about the same now.
You have to work more. But anyway, I gotta go take a freaking shower.
Well, right now you need to work more because we're spiking at 112. But if you take more like the 4-hour MA, it's at 90K, right? Maybe that one isn't.
Well, it's definitely harder to mine a single Bitcoin these days than it was 10 years ago. So you could say it is becoming more valuable because of that, from that perspective, Like
Right.
it's
Before
hard.
you could get 1 Bitcoin just working 1 hour, right? Like 10 years ago.
Oh, I mean, like the mining, from a mining perspective. Like if you were to mine a Bitcoin, it used to be a hell of a lot easier, and then the difficulty to the algorithm. Well, not
If
only the
Bitcoin went,
difficulty, but the reward you get for solving a block has halved each time, each 4 years.
I
So
said that
it's
because, yeah, but if Bitcoin was at 300K right now, it would be obvious that you need to work more to get one. But because it's like around 100K and last time it was at 70K, it's like, it's like 20-30% higher. And there's also been roughly that much inflation, right? So that's why
I
this
think
is a new all-time high, but it's not a huge one. It's like it's still a small one. So people are all expecting more, right? Like 180, 150 at least, 130.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that point, you need to
that's the
work really
concern.
more to buy one.
The concern is that we put so much faith into the past, like of what happened in previous, cycles. There's a lot of faith in that, like 4-year cycle thing. I hope it works out like that. Like I would love it to be simple like that with expect it, because then it's like you just know, you just go, okay, yeah, I just have to hold. It'll be fine. But at the same time, there's concerns too. You just have to keep an open mind.
Well, maybe on top of the 4-year cycle, you have a bigger cycle that's going to be like 20 years wide, but that's one we won't know. Well, maybe our children will know, or.
Yeah.
We got a swing
maybe
failure pattern here. I'm thinking of going long. How do you guys feel about that? Like just within the range, not crazy. But I want to see a drop. I want to see a drop and come back up.
Yeah.
Maybe to like 105, 105, 100, 200 area, and then if it comes back up, it's the low right now and goes above that. I think that should be like a safe, within range. Within range, obviously, nothing beyond that. Just a quick little scalpy scalp.
Yeah.
I haven't felt safe to make a trade all day, so I feel like this is probably the best one.
Yeah. Well, that's cool because like your invalidation is so close. It's you would consider stopping out is only a cheap stop out. It wouldn't cost you too much to stop out.
Right. Yeah.
Which is what you want. You don't want expensive stop outs, like where you're taking a trade in the middle of nowhere with your invalidation really far away. That's dangerous.
Like I would literally place it right under that support right there if it fails. And then hopefully if it goes up a bit, I can move my stop loss up and it'll be a free trade. Lock it in, free trade, and whatever
good way
happens.
to see it.
I'm trying, man. I just want to get used to getting better entry points and not just, I don't want to come and throw dice and gamble.
Yeah. So are you talking about Bitcoin, I'm guessing?
Yeah, Bitcoin for sure.
Yeah. Well, since the all-time high, I suppose depending on the time frame you're looking at it on.
I'm on the 5 minutes right now, but here I can
on the
switch.
5 minute. Yeah.
Yeah, let's switch it to probably the 15 would be better, right?
Oh, I mean, they're all like relative to what you're trying to do. Like they're all relevant. I mean, they all have relevancy to
No, I think 5 minutes.
Your time
it's
horizons.
easier to see. What I'm going for is probably best seen on 5 minute. You can see it. 4 minute.
Another good way to frame it up is use an EMA and set it to a length of 200, and that'll tell you, like, no matter what time frame you're looking at. Like, let's go to the 1 minute, for example. Bitcoin is underneath that 200 EMA, which means you should be looking for short opportunities, not long opportunities. But I'm sure, like, the context might change the higher up in time frame you go. Like, okay, so the 4-hour chart, price is above the 200, but every other time frame below that, like the 1 hour, the 15 minute, the 5 minute, all of them are below the 200 EMA, which means there is a downside bias at the moment. So in that sense, like you're safer to look for shorting opportunities than longing opportunities. But I mean, you might be catching the pivot. Yeah, you might be catching the pivot. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of trying to foreshadow that it might drop down to like the 102 area, but I don't know. I feel like it would have happened already. It's still sitting up here, Anything's possible,
for now.
obviously. For now, yeah, obviously for now. But
for now, yeah.
that's why I kind of want to see if that swing failure pattern kicks
Yeah.
in. Then even if it's just like a short scalp, maybe ride it up to like 108.5. You know, so
Yeah.
well, actually, that's not really a short scalp. I should probably just
I'm
take
gonna
profits along the way and leave a moon bag just in case.
I'm gonna put my screen up just real quick, just for people that are wondering about that moving average strategy.
Sure.
So on a 5 minute, like 5 minutes, great, yeah, awesome for scalping, looking for little trade opportunities. But like, I mean, I know this is very obvious, but anytime price gets above the 200, pullbacks should be bought, or not should be, but like, you know, you've got a higher chance of a pullback being a long opportunity for a long. Like, it's safer to do so because the overall trend is above the 200 EMA. See, like, prices living above the 200, which means like further action on that trend is more likely than a pivot. So obviously this is a pivot here, so it did break down. When you get underneath the 200, treat the highs as shorting opportunities, and you're more likely to be rewarded for going short at the highs when you're under the 200.
So does that mean it needs to have a pattern above it, and then once it breaks down and then
Yeah,
comes
like,
back to it?
I think so. Like, so taking along when price is anywhere beneath the 200 EMA is risky. Like, see, look, this pullback, if you long that, like, yeah, you can still capture that. I guess you just have to keep your expectations like lower. Like, don't have these, like, you know, grand expectations if you're trading below average. Like, if price is below average and trending down, then don't expect your longs to be this big Hail Mary trade. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, see, this is kind of this is choppy. Like, this is choppy here. Like, you got action going above and below, but look, it acted as
What's the time
resistance
frame
here
of
and
that
here, and then support up
from
here.
what you highlighted to?
This is a 5-minute chart.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So this, I'm referring to scalping, and these trades. Like, look at these trades. A trade from here to like just the high here, which is reasonable to do when price is underneath the 200 for a long. That time frame there, that trade only lasted what? Probably like 40 minutes, half an hour. Yeah, half an hour, 35 minutes from bottom to top of that run. So that's cool. That's a nice trade, like for a day trader, like a half an hour position or 20 minutes or whatever.
Seems like a lot
But
of
check
scalpers
this
doing
out.
that today.
I reckon the best trades come from when price has done something fresh with the line. So see how this long here, like, that was a good opportunity to buy that. But by that point, the trend was stale. So I'll put ST. Whereas right here, it crossed, and these entries here are fresh. So I'll put FR. You know, they're fresh. So the likelihood of seeing progress to the upside is a bit higher than this one over here, because it's spent a lot more time above the 200, which means, you know, the more time spent in a trend, the riskier it becomes, like, to expect further continuation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a fresh idea is the bet. Like, I really, you know, or anyone should really like it when something has turned on and it's fresh. Like, look at that beautiful recheck of that trend line there. That was a good one. So on the 5-minute chart for Bitcoin, at least, like, what's the last thing that happened was, gotta go all the way across. Yeah, here we go.
So it's
So, like,
still
look at
under.
that. Yeah, it went under here. So that was a very high conviction, like, play right there. The thing that gets tricky is when price goes sideways because it runs into the EMA and like you get on-off signals a lot like this. Look at that section right there. You don't want that or that. There's just no trend. It's just in a box, like it's in a range. Yeah. So it's harder to read, harder to pick up. But I
So
think
right now we're still
yeah,
under
if you
the
skip
200.
yeah, on the 5 minute. On the 1 minute, like you can even get even more sensitive, like of course, like information. But it's very noisy.
So from your perspective, being that far under the or being under right
Yeah,
now, you still feel
we're
like there's a
I
potential
think
to
we're
drop down to
stale.
102?
Yeah, because the short here was fresh when it crossed down through it, through the yellow line. That was a fresh short trend. This one, I mean,
Barely made
it
it.
was still good, like evidently, like now that we've got hindsight, but it wasn't as safe as taking a short here. It's higher risk here. So this is like if we're calling this an A plus short opportunity, this would be like a B plus or a B or something like that. And then
Yeah.
shorting over here, that's like a C grade. Like that's risky.
Now you're really
It's not
pushing
your
your luck.
prime. Yeah. So when let's say like your little plan of the swing fail, the double bottom here plays out, and we do get like some relief off this drop, when it crosses that 200 EMA, that is like you've got an A plus long right there. Like that is really there's a high chance that you see a trade that goes into the direction you want to go.
Higher
And on top of it,
probability.
on top
That's
of it,
kind of like waiting.
you gotta put your stop loss right there below the 50 or 200, and then
That's what I'm saying.
It's
easy out,
yeah,
easy in, easy out, or let it run.
yeah. You know what? Like the most awesome thing is when you see something either, let's say you're tracking the 200, you're on the 1 minute chart, you're tracking the 200 EMA on Bitcoin, and it's teasing the line here, and you're like, ooh, this could really break down, and then you finally get the breakdown, but you want to wait for the conviction and the reaction. And look, it got rejected twice. That is such a good signal right there for a short, because it's like, and then the same is true like for a long. It's like where those little points of evidence where it's finding support. It's probably not as clean. I think it looked better on the 5 minute. In that time there was like that really good bounce point. Where is it? Is it back here? Maybe not. Oh yeah, this one. See that bounce that happened here? It wasn't like to the perfect pixel, but there's evidence there. There was a bullish engulfing that came in. It seemingly bounced off what was support over here. Like that kind of setup is really cool. I like that.
Is that still on the 5 minute?
Yeah, this is the 5 minute chart on Bitcoin, like back then. You can take this to any time frame, by the way. Like doing this as a strategy. Like if I go out to the hourly chart, um, there's probably like points where, yeah, look here, you finally got convincingly through the 200 hourly EMA, and then it actually found support. It found a turning point even before having to get in touch with the EMA there. So that's a very strong sign, but it's going to go up, I think. Like if you find, but I mean, it's just really,
Yeah, it's a
it's
beautiful
really
play.
nice when it rides. Like, look at this one in the triangle and riding like the 200 EMA on the hourly chart. Like that's really cool. It's like it's just fresh. This is where the break happens. That's like the fresh or the most recent like break of that line, and then you're just waiting to get evidence that it's using the line as support here and like here.
And then lift
And then
off.
not only that, you've got confluence with like a bullish triangle, like a triangle breakout. Yeah, that's really nice for longs. Mhm. Oh yeah. Oh, on like as support or you or okay. I'll check it out. What time frame did you say? 30-minute? 30. Okay. I'll have a look. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, if you get because that's where the fresh break happened, right? On the 30-minute. Why is it not letting me select? It's not letting me select my tool. There we go. So yeah, it broke it there. If that proves that it's going to hold the 200 somehow, like you get a bullish engulfing candle, then that's a pretty good high conviction long that you can take, I think. Just from that, and then look, it's got that low because that's a pivot. That's a pivot. This is sort of like an Adam and Eve, but it's happening at the top of a trend. I don't know. It's weird. But you've got a low, and then it's coming in to triple check that level. So that's even more. It's got something to do with what was that other prime altcoin that it is it Sui? Oh yeah, high time frame. It's getting slammed. But why is it doing that? My toolbar ain't working too well down here. I got nothing pressing on my keyboard. Anyway, I'll just do it like this. Yeah, that. It's definitely getting pushed down to like support levels, I guess. So I'll be careful. Yeah. Yeah. That's just the macro. Like, I mean, down on the 15-minute, it's actually looking kind of, like there's some progress happening now finally. But that's the thing though, you can click around and find something that matches your like if you have a bias to go long, you can find a time frame that meets that requirement, with yeah. 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 I mean, look, on the 4 hour, you had all of this time spent above it, like all of May pretty much and a lot of the back end of April. You've been very bullish, but you've lost that low. Like look at this low here. See, it's not letting me switch tools, but this low here got completely crushed, like defeated. And you got a fresh break down. And then now it's looking like it just double tapped in a way, almost that line. So that's kind of scary. That's the hack? Okay. Is it Sui related? It's Sui related, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's got some work to do on the 4 hour, but then you go to the daily and it's like, oh, see, we don't even have a 200 EMA yet. Oh no, there it is. Look, right there. So a 200 EMA needs 200 candles of data to plot a point on the chart. So this is why it's only this long. When we get more data, it'll start to, give you an EMA line. Yeah. But so you have to go to the 4 hour to get any kind of like but yeah. Yeah, the way it's come up and then done that and then drop. Yeah, pretty much. Um well, good question. I think yeah, I mean, it finds a point of support and then you build up the next idea, I guess. Or it's a return to trend. It's a return to like what was happening prior to the bar, like the push up. So like see how it was kind of like moving up here. And let's say the Bart Simpson never happened and it just continued what it was doing. It just returns to that, I feel, like to the average.
Yeah, a BART normally would have a much
Yeah.
higher, what do you call it, initial pump up. So you get the first spike at the very beginning, It's not really a BART.
I don't think there's any rule to like what's expected next. It's more of like it's a failure of a continuation. That's what it is. It's you could call a Bart Simpson a reversal pattern. But yeah, like what was probably at the time, you know, like some people might have said, "Oh yeah, there's a bull flag here," which did actually play out. Like you got to break out. It just didn't take you to the measured move of the flagpole. Like you didn't get an equal height target hit or anything like that.
Oh, she going down. She going down. Is this it? Let's see.
Yeah, another.
Let's see.
Who, Bitcoin? Oh yeah, Bitcoin.
Car. I literally just about to step out of the car. Okay.
Yeah.
150. I was kind of
Yeah, I'm guessing
catch.
if you took that position, you got stopped out, right?
Yeah, no, I was waiting for it to go down around like 105,
Mhm.
100, and then come back up to 105.6, 106,
Ah,
105.7.
okay.
So
You're approaching the parallel as well of it. So Bitcoin's all-time high
that?
down to its next pivot. The parallel is at about 105,250 or 105,200 ish.
Okay, so that's called a parallel.
That's if
Dumping.
Yeah, that's if it hits it like and you know bounces right now, but I don't know. We'll see. We're coming up. We're 11 minutes away. We're 11 minutes away from the daily close right now.
Morning, Rick.
Good morning, Fly.
Yeah, how you going, mate?
Good, man. Finally got a day off work. Friday.
Yeah, that's good, man.
Yeah. Just watching Bitcoin, see if it's gonna like bust down and break even like the flag idea that I've got going here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bearish.
Yeah, we've definitely got lower highs and lower lows. And this is obviously like locally, like speaking locally, like local price action. This is not like a cycle ending move or anything like that, you know, where it's like the end of the bull cycle, you know.
Oh, I would never say that.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a time where it's like, oh, yeah, we're actually in it. We're in the end. But you don't know it until afterwards, you know, until you've got the evidence.
I open my long, open my stop loss. I'll put it at 105.2, right below that wick. Right there.
And remember the liquidity heat map. You still got some bright spots to go deal with at like 104. You deal with them if you went down to 104,800, I think, or 104,750. That would take care of all of that liquidity that's still sitting there. But yeah, that's a lot of liquidity. A lot has been snagged up. A lot has been snatched up already. If you zoom in.
I got a tight stop loss.
Yeah, I think 104,750 would take care of a lot of that. Push down to there. Wouldn't be surprised if this starts getting brighter, like as the hours go on and we still remain kind of bearish. A lot of short liquidity will start building up, you know, as time goes on. As people feel more and more bearish and like start opening crazy shorts. Yeah.
It's tricky because the daily chart's looking bullish and the 4 hours looking bearish.
Yeah, look down on the 3-day. You can see a lot of shorts, you know.
What's going on,
Not near
gentlemen?
the
You got 8 minutes. 8 minutes until the funding fee. 8 minutes till the funding fee.
Kind of feels like it's just kind of
There's some really outrageous funding rates on a few things.
What's the one that you're looking at that's being real
Well,
crazy.
I'm holding 3 different things with over 1% funding rate, negative 1%.
All right.
One's negative 1%, one's negative 2%, the other's negative 3%.
Yeah. So I think if the funding's negative, that means that more people are sitting in shorts. Is that right?
Correct.
No,
And the shorts
And then
and the shorts
and then when
and the
the
shorts
and when the
pay the
funding
funding
rate,
fee. The
yeah,
shorts pay the
w-
funding fee and the longs receive it.
yeah, and then when it's the other way around, when you've got a really positive funding rate, like let's say it's 0.5% or 1%, that means there's a lot of people in longs, and the longs
Exactly.
have to pay a fee to the short people holding shorts. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what makes the magic happen. That's what
Yeah.
keeps the carousel. That's what pays the electricity bill to keep the
Yeah.
carousel going.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wayne got stopped, I believe.
Did he? That's a shame.
Yeah, his liquidation
And
price.
man,
His
he's got to have like 5 hedge accounts in the background, and this is all just drumming up attention.
No, he's still there.
Wait, who
105,
is it?
No, his
105,065.
liquidation price is at 105,065, and our candle on Binance on OKX did hit below that. And
You
on
got check
Binance,
like hyper liquid because his position's on hyper liquid.
yeah, can anyone check that?
Yeah, I can check it.
Let's check the Ishimoku cloud on the hourly. Red cloud, of course.
Yeah, you got 5 minutes.
Yeah, and
5 minutes
on
till
hyper
funding
liquid it
fees get
got down to
paid out.
105,347.
Cloud USDT is paying. SNT, Status Network Token, that's paying, and some other coin like RSE3 or something. So in those cases, you have to hold a long. You can buy it 1 minute before it turns 8 o'clock, and then sell it 2 seconds after it turns 8 o'clock, and you'll collect the funding fee.
Cool.
But don't go huge positions because the price can go squirrely in just microseconds. Low liquidity
So
coins and stuff.
the parallel between the all-time high and this high exists from here to like here. See how like you might even be getting a reaction at it right now, like it's done a wick to it, and then if it comes back up, that's like like that just adds weight to this being a parallel, like a big flag, you know. Let's see. And then if it
So
busts down and
you'd have
gets
to be
candles
going
below it, that invalidates it. Of course.
you'd have to be going short to collect that funding fee, no? Because it's positive right now.
No,
Yeah,
the ones
it's
I'm
only
talking about,
slightly.
the ones I'm talking about are negative. If
Oh,
you're
are they
talking about
like altcoins? Like crazy
yeah.
altcoins?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Bitcoin's never gonna go to 1% or
And
negative
negative.
1%. But they're not
Yeah.
necessarily
Crazy
crazy.
altcoins.
One of them is new. One of them's less than 4 weeks old, and the other one is an
Yeah.
old dinosaur coin. SNT, that's a dinosaur coin. If you don't know about SNT, you weren't around back in the day. Status Network Token.
What's Mudang's funding, I wonder? Because that'd be
It's not
interesting to
that
see.
high.
Really?
It's not
Pretty.
high. It's not high because it's too liquid.
It's not that dramatic. Yeah. Yeah.
There's too much liquidity flowing
Mm.
through it. That funding
Okay.
fee, it couldn't get too far out of whack because people would just pounce
Right.
on it. This
Right.
cloud USDT, that token's like 3 weeks old, so
Yeah.
basically everybody's trying to short it to the ground.
What about launch
Like
coin? That's
launch
getting
coins,
hammered.
same.
Yeah.
That thing had a high fund rate. I don't know what
Yeah.
it's at right now.
On Bybit, it's 0.03% fund rate, almost 0.04.
So, Dr. Smiles, how would you take advantage of that? You said SNT, so you get
So
there's what? What's the funding
S&T
rate on it right now?
S&T's paying longs at the moment. Anybody holding a short in 3 minutes is going to get money taken out of their
Kickback.
account, and it's going to go to pay the longs.
Oh.
So if you want to earn money on a negative funding rate like S&T in the next 2 minutes, you have to open a long position.
Mm. Can you open it literally like 10 seconds before the funding and get paid for the full?
You can open it 1/10 of a
kickback?
second before.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you'll
but
get paid the kickback. Yeah,
isn't
right.
the funding
But
fee? It's time based.
but these
It's time based though, isn't it? Like
no,
you can't just like you don't just get paid instantly. Like you have to hold it. You only get paid every like incremental.
you have to hold it
based
when
off
the
of-
while the you have to hold it while the clock changes to 8.
Exactly.
Because that's
Yeah.
when that's when it gets paid out. Yeah, doesn't
Yeah.
matter how
You
long
can
you've been
hold
holding it
you
for.
can hold it for
S&T
1/10
is
of a
super
second.
bearish. That is dumping hard. It's
You can
like
hold
how
it for
much do you
1/10
get
of a
from the
second.
how much do you
Yeah.
get from the funding fee?
A lot, and I'm holding it 3 times a day. I'm holding it for like potentially
What's it?
weeks if it stays high.
Does it
Or if it
depend
I
on
stays,
like
see.
how big your long is, or
I think
no,
so.
it's let me read what it is.
Isn't it?
It's
Isn't
a
it down to the
percentage.
value of your trade? Yeah, it's a percentage of your
Yeah.
margin. I'm guessing what
I
you've
don't even
put
see it
in.
on the
Yeah, but
future, so it's only
It's
available on
multiplied
spot.
by your X's, by your leverage.
I was always under the understanding
Okay,
that
S&T
it's not.
is at minus 0.85, so it's come down under 1. So that means that people doing a 100x are going to get 85% of their margin.
I don't even see it on
Whoa.
the future.
People doing 50x, you'll get 40% of your margin. If you got a $10 position open, they'll pay you $4 just for holding that position. The people paying you are the short holders.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
got
but like,
literally 30 seconds. It's about to
but
Yeah, it
turn
you
8
don't
sucks.
get.
o'clock. If
But
you
you don't
miss
get
8
it
o'clock,
right at 8 o'clock though.
if you do,
Really?
Yeah.
What exchange are you using?
Yeah.
all of them
I
work
just
like
got
that.
charged.
It just turned 8 o'clock. If you look at your capital flow on your balance, you'll see all your funding rates just got taken or given, depending on which side of the thing
Hmm.
you were on.
Oh, yeah, they got actioned.
It's literally
You
at
see
8
false
o'clock.
moves.
At 8 o'clock, business is exchanged. Money has changed hands.
Yeah.
At 8 o'clock, not before, not after. As the minute changes over, and it does it 3 times a day.
Yeah. So in 8 hours from now, there'll be another one.
Exactly. So if you hold that, if I'm making 40% on a 50x position 3 times a day, I'm getting, I'm doubling or tripling my margin once a day overall. So if I hold it for a week and a half, I'm up like 10, 15x on the position. No matter where the position is, I'm actually realized P&L like 10x. That's the goal, to hold the position until it's up at like 10x realized P&L,
Yeah, but
and then
can't
evaluate.
the roll just switch on you throughout the week though? Like, can't it just go the other way, like negative?
It does. Everything goes the other way eventually.
Yeah.
You're just holding it until the funding rate stops paying, and then decide what you want to do with it.
I see what you're saying. Okay, interesting. That's a pretty cool strategy.
Yeah, personally, I look at it as a free stop loss. So when I see like a hugely negative funding rate or positive, then it's kind of a free stop loss.
And you're just farming the funding fee, 3 times a day. Some coins do it every 4 hours. Every once in a while, I'll find a coin that's paying it every hour, and you'll be collecting it 24 times in one day. Which I
There's
don't really understand.
Which is probably why things get a bit wild around that 8 hour mark. Like,
Yeah, at 8
activity picks up.
at 4
I never
a.m.
noticed that
and
till
then
today.
at noon, New York City noon, That's when you get a lot of volatility
Oh,
right then.
this one was
Do you
also the daily, right? You had the daily close.
do you think this is
Yeah.
gonna roll over or it's gonna hold?
So this better go up. I got a long open on.
There's a volume
It could go.
stopping
It could
candle.
go. It could go either way, but probability says it's going down. It's continuing with the downward move. There's not that much to say that it's probably going up. There's more
Yeah,
probability suggesting
that's
further
the worst
downward.
case scenario. I just made a small tiny play with a really tight stop loss. So just hoping for
Even
the
if
best.
even if it does reverse and go up, there's no. It could just be a day cap bounce, and we're still going to have lower lows later, like in the next days, possibly.
Yeah, I'm keeping it low range, like local range. I'm not going beyond that.
So the fact that we're almost 8 hours away from the next funding round, that means it's like the lowest time where the funding will influence what's going on with the price. You know, like there's not people jumping in to take advantage of the funding right now because they've just missed
Exactly.
the round.
As we approached 8 o'clock, those funding
Yeah.
fees,
The manipulators will come in.
Well, they lowered.
Right.
It got.
Oh, they lower it.
You know,
Yeah.
they wanted people going long. They wanted me going long. That's why they're paying me. But as you get close to 8 o'clock, more people rush in, and so a 3% and a minus 3% rate might change to minus 2.2 by the time it turns over.
The
But
rebalancing happens.
either way, if you can get 20 to 50% of margin on your position 3 times a day, man, you're getting paid just to hold it open. Like within a few days to a week, if it stays high, you could have, that position just paid the bills really. And you're just holding it, bag holding it, whether it's in profit or whether it's, underwater. You're just bag holding it for the funding fees. Because sometimes they'll stay high for like 1 or 2 weeks.
Zusi, weren't you doing that with Melania?
No, well, me, it's not active like he does it.
Exact same amount.
But yeah, I was doing it with Melania.
There's 2 strategies. There's like holding it, for multiple days so that you get it 3 times a day. And then the other strategy is opening it 10 seconds, 1 minute before 8 o'clock and closing it half a second after 8 o'clock.
Honestly, it's pretty treacherous because the price move during those 5 seconds could be enough to offset what you're gonna make. Like me, I don't go like
No, it's about half. It's about like, half and half if the coin goes, really erratic, especially the low liquid coins. So there's different strategies. You either just hold on to it and because it's going to go down and then come right back up, and but if you do try to sell it 0.2 of a second after 8 o'clock, yeah, sometimes it drops like 13% in a 13th of a second. But more often than not, you come out on top if you're really fast. If you're slow, you'll lose on the trade as much as
You'll lose the benefit. Right, so it becomes pointless doing it.
Also, don't forget the market. It's going to be market order, right? So you're going to market in, market out. That's a fee too.
Exactly.
Because you won't be trying to limit on the 1 second time frame.
And every software is going to be slightly different latency, slightly different speed, and every platform is going to be slightly different responsiveness, snappiness. So you might get caught in a little jumble and be stuck at the end of the line.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're holding a future,
whatever.
If you're holding a future from day to day, don't they charge you a fee for that?
Well, you pay every 8 hours the funding fee. If it's against you, you're the one paying. If it's with you, you're the one getting
That's the only
paid.
fee. Okay, so that's the fee. Okay, I understand now.
Well, there's a fee to open a trade, there's a fee to close the trade, and there's a fee to maintain it every 8 hours. It's honestly on low leverage, like if you're doing 5x and below, the fee is really not an issue. Like you can stay long for 1 year on Bitcoin. It's barely gonna. Well, you might start to notice it after 1 year, but it's really not.
The funding fee, by the way, at least for Bybit's calculations, probably similar across platforms, but is your position value. So it's not your margin, it's not your leverage, it's the value of the position times the funding rate multiplied by
Yeah,
the
your
funding
margin
rate.
multiplied by your leverage, giving your position size.
Yeah, it
It's
gives
the
you
cost of
gives you
borrowing
value,
money,
your
right?
value, position value.
So,
Yeah,
so
it's the
at
value of the
At 8
position.
o'clock, 8 minutes ago, on my 3 funding farming positions, I collected 15% of my margin on one, 22% on the other, and 55% on the best paying one. And that's
But
like three times a day, and it'll stack up. So if one of them I'm collecting 50% 3 times a day, I'm pulling 150% daily realized profit off that position. And I don't close it. I just keep it open for the funding fee. Maybe 5 days, maybe 10 if I'm lucky.
So in my case, I experimented recently with that, and Melania turned positive. Now, like it's been one. It stayed negative for a month, for 2 months, for even 3 months. Now, well, I don't know about that, but I know the funding fee is positive. So, I mean, she's cute, right? She's the first lady. She's looking good. You're right, but
You have to you have to adapt to the narrative fast, and the narrative can flip on a dime.
so
You just have to
would
adapt.
you
You
close
have to
your positions if
adapt
you start
very.
to see positive funding fees, or like how do you exit it? Because
Well, let's say you had a $10 position and you're using 50x leverage, and over 10 days you've made 150% on average daily. So your $10 is now $150 of realized profit after 10 days. Let's say
yeah,
your
so
$10.
you're gonna close your trade
position,
even if it's in a loss because the funding collection anyway offset it a bit, right?
exactly. Your $10
Oh.
position is minus 500% because you're using 50x leverage, and it's down 10%. You just do a calculation. You say I made $150 on the funding fees. I'm $50 in the hole on the position. I can close it, and my total profit was $100 off a $50 position, or off of a $10 margin position. You collected a 10x on it.
Normally when funding fees are negative, things are going down, and when they're positive, things are more like going upward.
Exactly. And so you can bag hold a long position down to zero if it's a small enough position for your margin. You can't do the same thing by holding a short for multiple weeks, and because a short can go up more than 99%. If you're holding a short, the price can go up 99% 4 times.
Yeah.
You go up 300% and you're deep in the red. With a long, it's not going to go below 99%. So you can manage a way to hold the long all the way to zero until they quit paying you. Like Melania.
But that's
I'm
what
sure
happened, but I didn't close my trade. I guess I'm gonna gamble it for a reversal upward because she looks cute. But but yeah, it's been like two weeks now where I'm paying. I'm not getting paid.
That's a risky gamble. She's in the business of taking people's money by looking cute. Just saying.
But yeah. I went very low leverage though. Like I didn't do like U50X or stuff like that.
That's what she tells all the guys. Don't worry, just low leverage. It'll be fine. Telling you, beware of that one. Good luck with it. Good luck with it. She's got a lot going for her. She's married to the president for now. Well, it's
He owns 100% of it.
it's the crypto company that owns it all. He doesn't own any. It's his sons, and they own everything.
I wonder if
Yeah.
she slaps Trump like our first lady did to Macron. I mean, they gotta fight from time to time.
If they were smart, they would make a meme coin for every outrageous international event and just make like a Macron slap meme coin, but release it from the Trump, camp. And then you'd have one pump and dump, and a bunch of people would make money going up, and a bunch of people would make money coming down.
Macron slap. Oh man, that's great.
But they're not deep in the game. They're late in the game. The Trump boys, they're late to crypto. They came into crypto in the era of pump dot fund. So they're like, oh, this is great. You just make a token and people buy it. Awesome. And it's unregulated. Let's keep it that way. So only foxes in the hen house these days. We're running the show. Collect your eggs while the getting's good.
What are we thinking for Bitcoin, guys? You think that might have been it? It hit I think that hit the target that T-Block had.
I see a nice setup for a continued downtrend for multiple, days, maybe a week. We might get some uptrend, but I do see nothing but down for the next week or two overall. It could go a surprise reversal and just power up parabolic as well. It could do that. This would be the place where it's like now or never time Bitcoin. I'm not seeing that many signs of Bitcoin saying, yeah, I'm about to go back to the moon. I'm seeing signs of Bitcoin going like, how about let's just go down and find liquidity? Bitcoin's lazy right now and bearish. Lower lows. It's kind of building bearish trend and establishing some bearish momentum. If it doesn't stop doing that, it's going down lower, period. No questions asked, in my opinion. So you open a long here, it's a good position, good entry, but it's real speculative. You're betting against the trend, all of that. If you open a short here, you're late. You should wait for a better entry to open a short, and like for like classic TA, kind of like a no trade zone, really. If you're opening a trade right here, it's real speculative. It might go up, and it's a great trade, but it could just as likely go down, and probabilities leaning on the downside because we're in a downtrend locally, and it might just be the start of a deeper downtrend, like 1/3 through the impulse move down. We went up for a long time. A lot of people got paid over the last 6 weeks if they were smart. And if you haven't gotten paid by now, like it's kind of like, what are you waiting for? So that's the sell in May thesis. It's setting up for a perfect sell in May thesis. That's like what I'm seeing in the chart.
I think we get
Not much left of May.
One more pop.
That's what I mean. Like if you haven't sold by now, you're almost out of May time to sell. A lot of times it dumps hard through June, and it kind of comes without warning, and we have some aggressive downward. Like 3 out of 4 years, it dumps through June. You get the summer lull. 1 out of 4 years, it does the exact opposite, and it goes parabolic through into August.
Well, honestly, we might be in that year because the last 3 summers were pretty classic.
We had a completely red Q1. Q2 was mostly red up until the end of it.
The Fed's never been this tight as well. Remember the tightening and the easing.
The most bullish move will be a summer downtrend. That's the most bullish move. If it goes parabolic, that's bullish too, but it, you know.
Yeah. Has America have ever had interest rates this high in Bitcoin's history? I don't think they have they?
Well, and we've never had
4.5%.
a president doing like whack-a-mole tariff games like he's at Chuck E. Cheese. Like the whole world is like just crazy. All the markets, everyone in the markets is just like crazy right now. And so, you know,
Yeah,
you
but
can't
wouldn't that
count on
avoid this
anything.
summer lull though? If there's such volatility with like tweets and
Basically,
headlines, like
we've
I,
seen
don't-
a
I feel like the summer
we've
lull
seen a
wouldn't even
yo-yo
like really
market.
be there.
This bull market has been a yo-yo market. It's just been a trader's market, not been for a holder. It's been a tough market for holders, but traders doing great. And basically, if you traded from April up through the end of May, I don't care what you were holding, you did great. And a lot of those people have taken profits now, and now you have all the late longs coming in, expecting a parabolic continuation, and it almost never happens. It can happen, and you can wait for the confirmation and then enter. And you're entering late compared to the people that have been in longs since 4 weeks ago, and they're still holding them. You know.
Yeah, but doesn't that spell the perfect recipe? So you go from a yo-yo market versus a holders market, and then the yo-yo market has exited their long positions and they're going for summer lull, and then we go parabolic for the holders.
That's what happens. It does yo-yoing until it breaks up or down, and whoever's like in the wrong position, like they get screwed in that break. If it breaks up, the people that weren't holding or that sold right there, but they don't miss out. They just have to enter at a higher place. But you wait for confirmation, enter on a retest. That's like a safer move than just being in position right now. Right now it's still speculative.
What's
50-50
going on,
stickers may
everybody?
go down.
Yo.
There's a lot of people sitting on fat shorts right now, and they're not closing them. They're like, hoping they go down for the whole weekend.
Did they take Buddy out?
Nah, he's still kicking.
What's his? Don't tell me he didn't move, and they came that close.
No, he's
Actually, on
105,
Binance, the price
067.
is
He's
below his liquidation.
Hold on. He was
But
just
on
saying what his.
OKX is different, Hyperliquid is different. Actually, there is 200 points difference between OKX and Binance.
What were you saying his new liquidation level is?
It's 105.67.
Oh yeah, so then it's the same.
Yeah, this is on Binance. But on OKX, the lowest price I got is 105,255.
What's he on?
that's
like, what exchange is he on?
Hyperliquid.
Hyperliquid, it only got down to 105.490.
Wow, he is. That's nuts, bro. My man is cutting it close.
But 105.347. That's what Hyperliquid got to.
All the steel, man.
Yeah. Well, we were waiting for this all morning, right? We're down the supply. Let's go to a higher time frame real quick. Right, this is the resistance that we put when we were inside of this bull flag. Important that we hold this. If we come down underneath that vector gap, it's going to make light work of that move to 100K that we're looking at. Even if that is going to happen, this is a very good spot for a dead cat bounce and a little relief recovery. But don't sleep on it. Stopping volume candle we were begging for. See how it plays out though.
On the weekly chart, it's kind of an interesting setup. It's like we broke the previous all-time high, and now we're kind of retesting it for support. If we lose support, we should be going down for a couple weeks. If we find support, we could spring off of it, but I'm betting on losing support at the moment.
Yeah, we just had 7 weeks of upside, so some kind of correction seems pretty natural, right?
Yep.
How many times has
I've been
Bitcoin done more than 7 weeks in a row of green? Probably not often.
Twice.
If at all. Yeah.
Well, cycle it did 14 green in
Yeah,
a row.
that was, remember that?
14
That was
green weeks
crazy.
in a row?
Yeah, we were going
Yep.
nuts, bro.
Weeks?
Yep.
Holy. That's wild.
It was
around.
The question is that the parabolic move is this it or not, right? And likely not, like you said, but well, we'll see at the weekly close, which is not too far now.
So at the beginning of the show, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this is the wrong chart to look at this at. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again. Here's where it gets spicy. Oh, I might have cut it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Red candle, and then 3 more. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. But as far as, you know, we moved a lot more in some of those 8 candle runs than we did in that one. And this takes us all the way back to birth of Bitcoin. Now we're at what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would have been our 8th.
My long is still holding up, so it's looking pretty nice.
Cool. Yet another Bitcoin conference producing a downtrend. Like in it or after it, you know.
Yeah.
You can take that to the bank. You can take that to
So
the bank.
predictable, huh?
Anytime Eric Trump says inverse Eric Trump, anytime he says buy, that's the top.
Yeah, has certainly been like that. I remember that time where he's like, "Oh, it's a great time to stock up on Ethereum or whatever." I was like,
Right
"Bro,
at the top.
there's better.
Right at the
There's
top.
better times. There will be
After
better
that
times."
date that he put that tweet, it was down only since then.
I know. Yeah, it was brutal.
We did come back to where he said that, though.
At this point,
Imagine
yeah.
how you'd be if you were only 18 months into crypto and you had $18 million to play with. Like these guys are new to crypto. They're just faking it till they make it. Pump.fun. Here we come.
It's the thing. It's like it's one thing to bring $18 million in. If you had that 18 million from trading profits or like investing profits, then cool. But if it's 18 million from like your hard work, like your job, it doesn't convert to smart money. It's like it's just a lot of dumb money, I guess. Someone that has
Like
no skill.
all them Trump kids got 18 or 20 million slush money cash at their disposal at any
Dumb.
time, or more. They can get a line of credit for as much money as they want. They could dump, $50 million into the crypto market for 6 months, and they just pay somebody to manage it for them. They hold nine coins out of the top 40, and they make buku bucks.
Looking
$50
at our
million.
looking at our macro projection for Bitcoin here real quick on the 4-hour. Remember, we were looking at our flag while we were holding the 50. We're more than halfway through that measured move already. Right now, it's about, do we hold this last support or do we come down into that vector and then finally get our daily retest to the 50? I am throwing an obscene amount of money at the market in these ranges. I want to be completely clear about it. Meaning, I'll be more in than I have been in a very long time. Let's just put it like that, percentage-wise.
What's
Buying
your
the June dips.
what's your stop loss scenario if it doesn't go up but it goes hecka down? What's your like escape? What's your escape plan for big positions like that?
If it loses the 50, it can come down and clear this whole vector for all I care. Down to 96.9, wick down through the 50, no problem. I don't think we go lower than that. The 50 is my natural stop loss. And once you slap M2 on, it shows you where that confidence comes from.
You slap a little bit of that old M2 on that thing.
Bring it up to where we were yesterday. Hold on, let me see if I can line her up again.
Most interesting bull market we've ever had.
Get rid of.
You can't call it. It's been squirrely. It's been an interesting one. This is the bull market where meme coins ran the show. Start to
And
finish.
let me get rid of that. Let's fix the offset. Bring it more into line with price action. Get this on. Go ahead, bro. Get it off your chest.
They weren't like a novelty like the last cycle. They were the whole cycle. It was meme coins ran the entire cycle.
All right, so we're here now. You see the dip we were talking about last night on M2. And this is on the daily. Even the dip on M2 brings you back to the 50. So yeah, nothing to worry about here.
There's another one of your W's.
Hopefully. I want this to be the right side of something. We could pop up, reject again against the same, and then come back, hold support off the daily open, and have like an inverse head and shoulders sort of build out, but got to get above this 50 first. We haven't been able to switch bullish momentum here at all. Somebody's got an open mic.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question. With a TR main, if we want to use that with stocks, I remember you saying we had to change it to the indices or something.
Yeah, you can change it to you can just click it off of where it says finance perps, and then you want to turn on your sessions. Turn on your New York session and your London session and turn all of that shit on. It's gonna be more effective for
And what do you? Okay. And do you recommend? Is there a special one to put it on?
No, you would just click this off where it says override chart signal. Just make sure it's clicked off.
Ah, so we don't need to put
Nah,
anything
you don't
in
need to
that box.
add anything there. No.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you. And then if we don't need to change that for Ethereum and stuff like
No,
that, right?
no. As long as you're on the chart, it'll do the chart signal. If you want to look at Ethereum, but you don't want to look at the Ethereum perps, then maybe you put ETH perps. But you really want to look at the dot P's. That gives you
Yeah.
the best vectors.
Perfect. Yeah. Appreciate that.
I'm doing. Why are you doing this? I want Bitcoin to go down. I just don't want Bitcoin to go down while Dom is popping. Got dinner on the way. What are y'all doing for food?
Baskin and Robbins, getting myself some milkshakes.
For dessert, right? What was dinner?
I haven't figured out dinner yet.
I working backwards. I respect it. It's cool. We're adults now. We could do that. We don't have to wait.
I figure I ordered it. I ordered it early so it'd be in the freezer for when the girl gets home. Make her happy.
Yeah, I saw that. It's moving, Black Knight. Give me a second. Let me make sure this driver can get in the gate.
And they need to liquidate this guy. He's making the market crash.
I'll take him out tonight. I don't think he survives the night unless he moves again. All of a sudden, that 100K doesn't seem so far, does it?
Wow, that would double the size of the dot move. It's 5%.
Remember what I always say, a $10,000 move on Bitcoin at any time shouldn't send panic. I'm not allowed to talk about the Knicks, bro. I'm bad luck. I can't wear any Knicks gear. I don't even watch the games, bro. I can't wear any Knicks gear. I don't even watch the games, bro.
I've been watching the Knicks.
You gotta open mic, go to the gym. Or it's just the TV is loud in the background, so voice is coming through double.
Yeah, my bad. I just fixed it. Yeah, man, the Knicks, man. Oh, man. Since Pat Riley, bro. What can I tell you?
Growing up in a Knicks family, my dad convinced me that I am bad luck. I used to catch all the blame, yo.
Yo, that's bad, bro. That's pretty bad. That's abuse, bro.
So I grew up not watching, you know what I mean? I mean, honestly, not to tell you the truth, I ignored it for a while and the Knicks did shit. But I haven't watched a single game this season. I haven't worn a single jersey. I haven't worn a single. I don't think I've even worn Knicks colors.
I think it's time, bro. I think it's time. I think you need to watch the game tonight. I think it's time.
Yeah, I got my money on Oklahoma. Do it.
See,
I think
you guys
some healing will happen
sabotage.
tonight when you watch
I
the
see. I
game.
feel some sabotage brewing.
I got to start.
Nah, we'll see what's up.
I was just. That's not true. I don't sports bet. I get crypto is big enough betting for me.
I just think for them to be losing to the Pacers again is just like blasphemy.
Yeah, it can't go down like that, bro.
You gotta watch. Isn't the game start like at 8 o'clock or something?
It's on now.
Oh yeah.
I might watch it on a delay. You know, I'll try to game the system a little bit. I'll watch it on a delay somewhere.
Make sure you're not affecting the.
Yeah. It's already happened. I'm not affecting anything.
The only thing worse than that, Dbloc, is being a Commanders fan. All right, finally, I'm smiling. All right, after just years of pain, bro.
Yeah, there's been a couple of teams, man. Boston, New York. There's been a couple of team fans that like you just know you're a diehard fan if you're still rooting for your team after the type of abuse you've taken your whole life.
Man, come on, man. I'm a Mariners fan. You don't even know.
I mean, the good thing is we had the Yankees to make us feel better, but that didn't really take a lot of this thing off. It just gave us something to brag about, but man, Knicks fan is rough.
Man, you should be thanking me then, me being a Mariners fan, seeing as we offloaded all our good players to the Yankees.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the only good trade ever was Balboni for Buhner. I mean, now that was a screaming deal. That goes back, what, like 30 years ago, 35 years ago?
Bro, when I tell you that I took it so seriously that I never even got in sports deep enough to be able to tell you who was on the lineup, who was getting drafted. All of that shit was bad luck.
He did a number on you, bro.
Yeah, man. Hardcore
At
Knicks
least you weren't a
family,
Met.
bro.
Yeah. Well,
Hardcore Knicks
at least
family.
you weren't a Mets fan.
I don't know. I think there's nothing worse than the Knicks. I mean, there's nothing worse than being a Knicks fan and just watching it happen every single opportunity down the drain, man.
Yeah.
It's been a long life, bro.
Okay, so the Mariners, they win 116 games in a season and they get knocked out in the first round of playoffs. Come on.
I hope they never let go of Julio. He's the truth.
Well, I mean, last year's World Series, Aaron Judge missed one catch, and it could have completely changed who won the World Series. It's amazing how a single play, can affect everything.
Yeah, there's no I in team until I screw up. And then all of a sudden there's an I. All of a sudden
Yeah.
everybody's looking at you. Alright, I think that I can eat before we come down through this factor. There's going to be a bit of a fight here to break support. Just like I said before on the other side, if we expected there to be rejection, we got to expect there to be support, right? Support is support until it's not. So whatever happens, I expect to probably drag it through Asia.
They're gonna swing back up until everyone stops shorting.
Yeah, this would be a good spot for a relief rally, which is why I'm kind of watching the stop and volume candle pretty close. I just didn't. The golden pocket touch was cool and all, but we didn't have the reaction, right? It wasn't until we hit that support that we got that stopping volume candle. So I'm definitely watching it.
Did you see how that massive trend line broke, and then it gave it a bearish retest from the underside perfectly?
Yeah.
That would have been the perfect short entry. And like I'm talking about like a daily chart, like it broke a daily trend, and it retested it from the bottom side perfect. That would have been the perfect entry. But since there's still so many people short, I'm willing to bet that they're going to try to swing it back up and try to take those guys out, and they'll just keep doing that until everyone stops shorting, and then it will go down.
Well, they definitely shorted without any sort of fear of repercussions here, all the way down. That's for sure.
Hey, I figured out dinner.
What are you doing?
French toast.
French
Let's
toast
go.
and ice cream. What it's like to be an adult, kids. Eat whatever you want.
Yeah, don't grow up too quick because you end up getting fat. Yeah, it's usually one of the two, right? At least one, if not both. Except Consume's not fat or bald. He's got hair down to his ass.
Yeah, I trimmed it since the last time you seen me. It's down on the shoulders now. Yeah, it's down on the shoulders.
Why are you looking at Consume's ass?
I didn't say I was looking at his ass.
I mean, I'm just could have said it was past his back. Could have said it was super long. That was specific. Could have said it came down past his waist.
That's a. I mean, I feel like that's.
I'm not
I feel
trying
like
to.
that's a
I'm not
common
trying to yuck anybody's
phrase.
yum. By the way, it's cool.
Hair down to their ass. Yeah, I feel like that's a common phrase for people with long hair.
I was just talking
But
shit.
I got stopped out, but free trade made a little bit of money.
So, my food's about to be here in a second, but this white line right here is our stopping volume candle. We close a body underneath this, it invalidates the bullishness from that candle, and then we have to basically reset.
Copy.
This guy's bound to move his position, right? Like, he had to have moved it. Is anybody watching it in real time?
Yeah,
lazy.
he didn't move it.
No.
It
He
hasn't moved.
didn't
It's
move it.
still at 105.067.
Yeah, his last action trade was 6 hours and 48 minutes ago. Either he fell asleep, or he's away, or he's just risking it.
All right. Do any of you have slightly unrelated question here? Do any of you guys have a link or something where to watch the game? Where to stream it from? I heard something there was like game.net or something like that. Stream.net. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not. It's one of those. I'm not sure what people are using now. I haven't tried to pull it up for the reason I just said earlier, but
The most interesting and dangerous game in the world is being played on trading.
Yeah, for sure.
where's the game? Not in the city, right?
It is in the city.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta
Holy
watch.
shit, if they win that game.
Even if
Nah,
you know what the outcome is gonna
New
be.
York City is, listen, New York City is different on a regular day. But if the Knicks win, oh my god.
Yeah, dude. It will be crazy. There will be mayhem.
All right, well, we took
Don't
out
tell
that
me that.
stop invalid candle.
Yeah.
Nah, in the best way, though. I don't think it'll be a burn down the city sort of thing. It'll be like a New Year's vibe. Tears from all the old timers. You know?
We finally did it.
Yeah. Plenty
It
of
only took
alcohol.
30 years. It's been about 30 years, no?
Crazy.
They are kind of in the green, so
Yep.
48 to 34. So
I'll stream the game.
No, not yet, Yoel. He's still in it.
If Win really didn't move that, they're definitely gonna want to go for him.
Yeah.
Then we wonder why retail's not coming back. Man, they're petrified, bro. Think about it. If this is like your first time in crypto and you're watching this stuff fluctuate that much. I mean, for the average guy in crypto, you're used to the 30, 40, 50% swings at times, but
It's a first for all of us.
I'm pretty new and I love this. This is fantastic.
Yeah, retail's not terrified. We here. We here. What's up, y'all? You know, I just made another sprinkle dinkle.
Dinkle. Puffs.
Do you just like buy whenever you get on?
No, I mean, actually, it was perfect timing. I just got back in about 10 minutes ago and I turned on the chart and I saw that Doge just touched 21
Oh,
cents.
Doge, okay.
And yeah, so I just sprinkle a little bit more right now.
Oh, Doge.
And I got to stop sprinkling. I think that's enough. I think I got enough Doge by now.
Drew, Drew, are you a Dodge Maxi?
Totally. Like for the next few weeks, I'm all about Doge,
Dude,
and then I'm probably gonna hate it.
I've been
So I just
analyzing
did it.
basically
yeah.
what Doge against all the other cryptos, like every other crypto. Like basically Doge dominance. Looks good. Like Doge is probably the coin to buy. I don't feel good or trustworthy about anything more than Doge.
Yeah.
Like I don't even like
That's
like
interesting.
I don't know what to say. It doesn't make any sense, but it looks good.
It's holding. I mean, but now it's just breaching its bull flag area, so it did make a lower low technically here. Yeah, there's a lot of sell off going on right now. Big sells,
It
big
will come
sells.
back though. I still think it's going to 18 cents, but I think it will come back like no matter what. Like I was doing some calculations. It might hit $1.40. Like if it's able to gain 5% of the market cap, it's 5% of the total market cap, it will hit $1.40.
Oh, Drew, I think you sprinkled a little too early, my man.
I think you're right, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Bitcoin,
no
I think,
crying
is not done coming down here. So, and this is more importantly, dominance is popping up back in above 64, or trying to. So that's not good for the alts. The alts are going to be getting hit harder than Bitcoin here.
I might just forget about all the other alts and just buy Doge or buy like Doge, Sui, and like a few others.
I mean, to me, it seems like Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Sui, Solana, and Doge. Those are the ones, in my opinion. Those are like the ones that are going to hold the top
I don't
ones.
like
And
XRP, but
Cardano. A lot of people like Cardano ADA, but I don't know why. I just don't feel like it's going to last too long. I don't know why.
I guess since we made the alliance, I kind of have to buy a little bit of XRP now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
XLM. I
XLM
like XLM too. XLM. I'm feeling XLM.
Hold on, is
My bad.
XLM close enough to XRP where if I buy some of that, I'm still like I can participate in the alliance between XRP and Doge Army?
Yeah, but it's an indirect alliance. You're basically like
Yeah, I don't know
indirectly
about any
connected.
alliances. I know that I'm much happier holding XLM personally.
Yeah, XLM has more headroom in my opinion. Probably got more profit margin on XLM.
All right, Doge, XLM, Litecoin, Sui, and Echelon Prime.
Litecoin. Oh, Litecoin's all right. Litecoin's decent.
Yeah, I like Litecoin.
Nah, just the retrace we've been looking for, Dre. Summer sell-off doesn't happen, in my opinion, until we're above 110, 115, 120 maybe.
Oh, I forgot Beam though. Beam's a good one.
I thought I was getting annoying with the whole 100K thing, 105K, 100K thing, but some of the surprise I hear in the chat makes me think maybe I didn't talk about it enough.
I was screaming at the tip of these off like that. It's probably gonna freaking drop. It hasn't made a new high since, but I'm
I
still
think
not
there's just a
like
lot of new people too. That's what it is.
probably.
Is that dude still around 105 or 104? Where's he at?
Yep, he's right underneath us, bro. Look, his line is on the chart.
He's on hype.
If he's gonna move, he already moved. There's no way he waited this long.
He's on hyper liquid though, so the price is gonna be
Nope,
different.
he didn't move. He's still there.
Man, what if he had a bigger short that no one knows about though?
All right, well, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We're underneath his liquidation now, at least on Binance.
Now he moved. It's at
That's
104,770.
But you see what I mean? How he's moving in the smallest increments. Like, first of all, his liquidation should have been underneath that support anyways. Like, why you would put that made absolutely no sense. But I think he's running out of money because he's not able to push his shit down as much as he was before, or he's leading this thing down.
That'd be so dirty if he gets licked and then we pump.
I mean, think about it. There is extra sell pressure right now because of him, right? That will go away once he gets liquidated, if he gets liquidated. The question is how much is just because of him. Right? I don't expect a rubber band, but I do expect there to be less sell pressure. And then once this vector is taken care of, I expect market maker's pressure to be done too. There's not a whole lot for market maker underneath here, right? That vector gap and the mean reversion at 100K.
CME gap at 91 to 92.
Yeah, I think they leave that. Personally, I think they. But that's possible.
This is good for us then. It's like you always say, just rip off the band-aid.
They finally did it.
Get it done.
Did Win get liquidated right there?
Now he moved.
He didn't move it.
Well, we're at 104.7, which is where he moved it to, so he's not moving it very far.
104.6, he just moved it to.
Drew, did
Well,
you
that just got taken out too.
Hold it up there. Drew, did you get out? Are you still holding up top?
No, I'm still in. I just bought a little bit at 21 cents.
Get off the tracks, Win. Get off the tracks.
Ah!
I miss spot trading. I can't wait to start spot trading again.
It is tough when the train comes rolling through, though. Dbloc said, get off the tracks, get out of the way sometimes, but it's just tough when you don't have orders or stop limits placed.
No, I think he was talking to Win to get out of the way.
Yeah, and it's one button press away. Like, you guys got to get used to selling.
Especially if you're gambling with $1 billion, bro. I'd have the tightest stop losses on that baby. I've been watching charts. I've been out pressure washing like a pool out by the pool area all day. So just taking a break. I looked down. I started laughing.
Today I achieved a milestone. I got my first compliment from a different biker on the road. On the bike, I was like, yes.
Nice. Got that biker nod.
Yeah, finally, I got that nod.
You're out there, no rain.
Some aggressive buys coming in here, guys. 232 Bitcoin, 29 Bitcoin, 87 Bitcoin.
How long ago is that vector gap right below us from?
From the move up.
Did they get him? This dude Rockapong said his liquidation hit.
Is it gone? They got him?
No, it's still there.
What is it? 106, 104.6 still? Yeah, it's just a difference between Binance and Hyperliquid.
And I think it shows he's on cross, so I bet you he's got a whole bunch of money in his account. Basically, he's just covering as it goes down.
Yo, is Hyperliquid KYC?
No. Dex.
Oh, so it's a straight. I never knew it was a straight Dex like that.
That's perp Dex.
Man, I'd be tight using. I don't know. It just seems like there's so many mechanisms to move there. Like there's, I mean, if something happens, you can't hit up the company, right? Hyperliquid, do they? I mean, they're not gonna. Do they help out if anything happens?
No, it's a Dex. You're not gonna get
Nothing, right?
No, your contract is by smart contract. But the liquidity is good. That's why all the whales have been going there.
Makes sense.
Gap. How long ago did that vector gap form?
When we pumped,
Is there
it's
anything
from the
else below it, or is
original
it
pump.
like the last
100K is below it.
Yeah, the Dbloc, he just got liquidated. It's
Let's
on Twitter.
go.
Just because it's on
Wow.
Twitter doesn't mean he got
The
liquidated.
end of an era. Nah, the Twitter investigators are on top of it, bro. They're inside his wallet right now.
Oh, it's still open. It's still open.
Oh, it's still open. He didn't get liquidated. False
Yeah,
news. I'm watching his
Let's
wallet
check it out.
right now. He didn't get
Yeah,
liquidated.
don't believe anything you see on Twitter, man, until you like get a real source.
His price is 104,603.
No, this is his wallet. I'm just gonna send it over the chat right now. One moment, please. Yep, this is his wallet.
That's funny when you so many people are searching that. It's damn near trending at this point.
So it's 104,600, his liquidation. So
It seems like a Titanic that's going through a bunch of icebergs right now. He's at full speed, bro. Like he just keeps trying to dodge him, but he's gonna bonk one of them.
I don't know. I heard it wasn't an iceberg that put down the Titanic. That's just me, though.
Oh my god.
yeah, it was actually the fire that was roaming for a couple of days within the hull of the Titanic, and that made the steel be quite brittle. And when they hit, yeah, they went down.
Never heard of a fire for days, but all right.
Yeah, look at some documentaries, and there was a fire raging for a couple of
Yeah,
days,
but
and
those
they were
fires
quite
don't
common
know.
in those days.
Those documentaries don't know who lit that fire, though, because there were some very important people on that ship.
No. The fires were actually quite
Man,
common
you're
in
acting
that
like you
era.
know you've been there. You seem like you're acting like you've been there or something. Come on, man.
No, I'm just telling what I've seen in the documentaries. Apparently, they were quite common. Coal kind of went
Just
bonkers,
because
and
something's common doesn't seem someone can't take advantage of something being common and setting it off themselves too, right?
yeah, that's true. That's true as well.
Yo has to say Arkham. Wait, Arkham claimed he was liquidated? Arkham's a pretty good source. If Arkham says
If
he's
Arkham
liquidated, what's
says
going
he's
on?
liquidated, he's liquidated.
Yeah, I can't see in the wallet which you shared that the position still opened anyway.
Oh, Fuji, hold on. Let me go grab that. Be right back.
Okay, maybe he did get liquidated. They got his ass.
The other good thing is it's really chilled out RSIs and MACD.
Yeah,
It's really
closed long
board,
with $43 million. Closed
but he
long,
still has.
closed long from 7 minutes
still-
ago, 8 minutes ago, and 6 minutes ago.
He still has 1,687 Bitcoin open.
Where?
But he got liquidated on his other position then?
No, he's just closing it as the price drops. He just closes it to bring his
Because
liquidation.
Arkham's intelligence is saying that he got liquidated for 100 mil.
Yeah, no, he definitely lost. Like he closed a bunch of positions right there. Unless maybe he did, because Hyperliquid. I'm looking at Hyperliquid, and the wick did go all the way down to 104. So I don't know how his position's still open.
Yo, Dbloc, NQ took out support.
Dbloc stepped away for a sec.
Oh, thanks, bro. Yo, Drew, how much is that guy worth? More than 100 million? Damn.
I don't know.
He was worth 86 million not that long ago.
I don't know. Maybe he is. I'm not sure.
Maybe he's gonna change his last name to Lost.
Maybe he's worth billions
Yes,
then,
sir.
I guess. I don't know.
Ready? Yep. Oh, he just doubled down with a 250 million Bitcoin long. No, he didn't. Are you serious, Rocket Song? Where do you got that information from? Are you tapped in? You got the loco information?
You have an open mic, Qui-Gon.
I just need a million, man. Like I don't need no 250. I just need one. Damn.
See, to get one, you got to think quarterly. You got to first shoot for that quarter million, and then build from there. You know.
This guy's playing with millions like I'm playing with 20s and 30s. It's crazy.
Some people just got it like that.
What drove
Easy
this
come,
down?
easy go.
Was there any news that came out that's driving this? So what happened today?
I mean, nothing. I mean, even Dbloc had it kind of charted out. Like we still hit 105 and got a nice bounce around 105. So I don't think there's anything really that happened technically. If you zoom out, you know, nothing really happened.
BS to scare people out or something. I don't know. Just asking.
Well, I mean, isn't it standard for everything to go down during the Bitcoin conference?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
usually,
like
I mean,
that's what usually happens, man.
It's just
but
tariff
this is
stuff
a
going
different.
back
This
on,
is,
back off.
but we got a different scenario here. The Bitcoin conference now, it's like it's solidified. And we got the vice president of the United States like shilling his Bitcoin up on stage. Like things are just different now. It's I think we're gonna hold these areas. I don't think this bull runs over. In my opinion, not financial advice. When in doubt, zoom out. This ain't nothing. Go on the daily, zoom out
We
as
don't
far as
have
you can.
to.
We're still hanging out high in the sky right now. We are still flying. I just
We
don't
don't
understand.
have to. We don't even have to hold these levels in order to keep the bull market intact. Like really, pretty
True.
much. Like as long as we don't close a weekly below the 50 weekly EMA, it's still intact for all intents and purposes.
But Drew, at 80K, you're still bullish, right? Like even if it drops that far.
Hold on. Let me see where my little. Let me see one sec.
$69.
I would still be bullish, macro bullish, even if we went to 72. 69 is a little bit too low.
Yeah, if we
because we're
just
breaking
hold.
some serious structure.
But if we break that low, that last low, what was it, 72? What do we get down to? Or was it all the way to 60s?
If we break 72,500 to 72,800 area, if we break that, I think the structure fails.
And it's a different story. Yeah. If it comes down to that low 70s, mid 70s, that would form a beautiful W, larger big W on a daily.
And plus that 72,800, 900 area, that's previous resistance we had in June 2024 up until kind of the end of like for half a year, it was resistance basically. So we almost tested it. We got to bounce just a little bit above. So I still think it's that 72 area. And then doesn't mean I don't think it breaks structure because you still got an angular support from way back that can take us down all the way to 51,000 and we could still be on an uptrend. So 54,000, I think, is like the lowest of the lows. If you break 54, might as well just go away for 4 years, in my opinion. 3 years, come back 2.5, 3 years later.
Yeah, it's dropping 50% for sure. So
Corrections are not a bad thing. You need them to keep the trend going.
But if you zoom out on a monthly, you can even see like if you hit the 55, 60,000 area, that could still be almost a bullish megaphone type swing, So, but anything beyond that would be stretching it. It wouldn't be considered like a bullish megaphone type swing pattern or whatever. Even that would be pushing it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm thinking of 50K potentially being the bottom of the next bear market. So I don't think it goes that low this cycle before the end of the cycle. You know what I mean? If it does, then the bull market is probably over. If it touches 54 at this point, the bull market's over, in my opinion. But I mean, 69 even I think is a little bit too low. If we just wick off of it, it's still close to the weekly candle above the 50-week EMA, then I think it's still good. But we cannot close a weekly candle below the 50.
I'm on the boat that 100K area still holds. Going to hold this 105. If not, 97.5, in my opinion, is where everyone will ape in. And 97 area would, in my opinion, definitely hold, at least for this round.
97 is the point of control for the next range. So that is, yeah.
It was also previous resistance that didn't totally get tested as support. And it got a little scan with down there, but that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Santos like, what the? Why are we even talking below 80K? We're just doing what if scenarios, man. Have you ever heard of Black Swan? You might have a Black Swan event. We might still stay bullish even if we go below 80K. But I'm just saying always be on the lookout for a black swan.
That's because Drew, people are positioned long at a high level. They don't want to feel that pain, right?
Yeah, right. Well, nobody wants that. Even spot traders don't want to feel that pain, you know.
Yep.
But you can
One
see, like,
interesting.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you can go. Go ahead.
One interesting thing I noticed, if you go to CoinGlass and look at hyperliquid liquidations, this guy doesn't actually show up on the liquidation map.
He's not liquidated. His accounts.
Yeah, but he doesn't show on the liquidation map. So, for example, the liquidation map for hyperliquid is 103, 434. You don't see these guys' liquidations on the hit map. This is quite weird. Yeah, I just sent a print screen over the chat, so as you can see. He should show up on the liquidation map.
You imagine if exchanges offered that service that you can hide your position.
Change from 12-hour though. His trade's been open for longer than 12 hours, correct?
Yeah, but it should still appear because he changed his liquidation, so it should still appear.
I know that only goes 12 hours back. I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but look at the higher time frames.
Yeah, higher time frames. Nope. Still doesn't show. 24 hours, 48. Nope. Still doesn't show. So this is something weird there because his liquidation is not showing on 8 time frames. I checked the 12 hours, 24, 48, 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, and 1 month, as well as 3 months. And no, his liquidation is not showing.
I posted a link to DextraBot that has this wallet that's showing his liquidation. And it's showing his most recent trade.
Where did you post it?
In in BC chat.
He's
And then,
cooked.
and then if you look at trade history 17 minutes ago, he closed out looks like 3.5 million in losses to keep it going. I still don't understand how he didn't get liquidated though, because the price says 104.6, and when you look at Hyperliquid's BTC price, it wicked to exactly 104. So I don't know.
I don't know where you posted because the last chat in VC is mine. So
no, if you look a little bit higher.
Oh, a little bit higher. Okay.
Crypto big. 428. I posted it. It's got his.
So hey Drew, so on the crypto exchanges, they can't hide the orders, right?
Well, that's what I was wondering. I'm wondering if if there's any exchanges that provide that service to be like, all right,
Yeah,
we'll
because
give
CME you can sorry Drew, on CME you can hide orders. You could use iceberg orders and hide the rest of the order, you know?
Nice. Yeah, I wonder if they have that for crypto. I haven't seen any exchanges that has that for crypto. That'd be crazy though if they do.
Yeah, it's an iceberg order, it's called.
That's funny. We were just talking about icebergs earlier too. Yeah, not anymore. No, let's not go there. Forget the Titanic.
No, they just call it an iceberg order.
I think some exchanges actually do offer for VIP positions, stuff like this to hide orders, and that's called the level 3. So basically what we're seeing on CoinGlass is level 2 liquidations, but there are a lot of level 3 liquidations that we are not seeing.
So maybe that's why you're not seeing the liquidation?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'll be right back.
If I remember correctly, there are some paid apps like I don't know, Bookmap or something like that, that they actually show you level 3 liquidations, but you need to pay quite a lot of money to get access to that.
Yeah, the same thing on Bookmap. If you want to see icebergs, you have to pay for it. You have to pay an
Yeah, yeah,
extra.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yep. Actually, they bang you out, man. It's like an extra monthly fee to know that, you know? Who's big firms are buying and selling when that triggers. You got to pay for that.
And after that, I do think there is let's say a VIP room with level 4 liquidations.
Yeah. Oh God, level 4, that must be nuts.
Yeah, yeah. Those are I think are the institutions and stuff like that.
Partial
Level 3
visibility.
mostly are whales and smaller institutions, but level
Yeah.
4, I think they're big institutions, states, stuff like that, which you would need to pay a lot of money to see that, or it's not actually available to the public
Yeah.
because most states don't actually report what they have. So
Yeah. Yeah, only the first leg of the iceberg order is initially displayed on the market's order book.
yeah, yeah. And a lot of OTC. Don't forget the OTC.
Right, over the counter, right? Yeah, they have
Yep, yep,
Binance OTC, right?
yep, yep. So to get a better look at the market, you basically need to pay a lot of money, and you still don't get the full picture because there are level 4s and also OTCs that are not displayed.
Yeah, I'll just read one more thing. Iceberg orders are often used by institutional investors and other large traders to execute large blocks of securities without causing significant market disruption or revealing their trading intentions.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think we all got excited that we can see everything on Hyperliquid, but actually that is level 1. So what's happening behind the closed doors is a different thing.
Do you watch NASDAQ and Q?
Yeah, yeah, I do watch Nasdaq as well.
Oh, yeah, it just took out, just so you know, it took out the support from today.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that.
Oh, you're watching?
So it
Okay,
had
yeah,
a
I
it
got
had
you.
a it had a big pump yesterday
Yep,
due to the fact that the Trump tariffs were blocked
yep,
by the courts and stuff like that. And after that, it took back all the
yep.
profits from yesterday. So now it's back
Right.
at Q1337. So
Yep, yep, yep. Because the tariffs were, he was trying to turn the tariffs back on, so everything dumped. And now it took out the support from where it held it at the close.
yep, yep. Although I think Trump has this strategy with tariffs, which is
Yeah,
basically pushing everyone into making new deals and stuff like that.
yeah,
But
yeah,
when the
yeah.
market goes down, he
Hmm.
basically backs off.
Yes, that's what I was saying too. When the market drops too much, he'll start like easing the pedal a little because he knows
Yeah,
it could
or
just
saying 90
crash
days
everything.
pause or stuff like that or
Mm-hmm,
whatever.
mm-hmm. Yep, yep.
Although I have to say that since he took office, none of his deals actually worked out yet. So, not an end to the war in 48 hours, not an
Right.
end to
Well, yeah, that's
tariffs
hard to.
or anything.
It's so hard to stop that war, man.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, he got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. I
yeah.
know.
He's trying. He's trying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he,
yeah.
he got them talking, and then Putin went like, I'm gonna want to see some fireworks. Then he bombed the hell out of Kiev.
Right.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know it's not a laughing matter, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to spin it in a positive way, even though it's not positive. Yeah, sorry if I did, but I'm not trying to spin it as like funny or anything. Although he came, I think about 2 days ago, and he said that Putin has gone mad. Uh, he had like an interview when he said like, I don't know what's happening. I already always had a good relationship with Putin, but I think he's just gone mad. Something like that. About 2 days ago. Hopefully he can get something resolved. Although I didn't hear anything about the war with in the Middle East with the Gaza Strip and Hamas and stuff like that. I didn't hear anything in the news lately about that. Don't know what's happening there.
Yeah, it's almost like the news just stopped covering that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like
this was it. I think this was it for Bitcoin. Next stop, new all-time high, maybe. Maybe not.
hopefully we will see in 5 minutes when China starts.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is the SPY. It kind of sucks, but it did it pre-market. It hit its 886 level, which is at 598, and usually at the 0.886 fib, that's usually a pretty strong indicator for a rejection, and it's pulling back right now.
Yeah, but if you look at the Russell, it also went down a lot. It kind of followed the Nasdaq. From my opinion, I think basically right now what's happening is that the same algorithms work on the stock markets as well as crypto, at least for
So
Bitcoin.
one thing to note for crypto, right? So when we hit our 886 level for Bitcoin, which is at 105,905 from the previous all-time high at 109, we did have a rejection, and we rejected down to like 102, and then we popped back up and made a new all-time high. Well, the SPY's been lagging behind, and it just now hit its 886 level from its all-time high, and now it's
Yeah, but
pulling
if you
back.
check, the Nasdaq, we did exactly what the Nasdaq did.
No, Nasdaq's behind too. Like Bitcoin is so. Anyways, so my point is, the SPY just now has hit its 886, and now it's pulling back to its 786. And if the SPY and the Nasdaq are going to follow what Bitcoin already front ran, it should bounce from here and go for a new all-time high, like Bitcoin did. If Bitcoin was truly front running this move.
If you correlate them on, for example, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and 1 hour, you would see that basically Bitcoin is following the Nasdaq and the Russell. It kind of left behind the SPY. Why that is? My idea is that they're using the same algos. because right now we have a lot of institutional investors.
The volatility is a little nuts right now on the NQ. I'm noticing. Usually it doesn't move this much. It's going a little crazy. It's like breaking down, breaking up. I'm looking at it. It's like 100-point moves up and down.
Yeah. I'm watching that as well. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But in the last 6 to 8 months, if you noticed, the stock market kind of became like a crypto market. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down all day long.
Yep.
Even the Nasdaq, it just hit its 886 level now, and it's coming back down to its 786.
Right, but are you looking at the NQ? Are you looking at NQ futures? Because that's happening a lot. That's moving right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at NQ futures. So it
All
it
right,
hit
all right.
at 4 a.m. today. That's what I was saying. It hit its 886 level pre-market. So it didn't really let like anyone that was trying to sell that area or short that area participate unless you have like a specialty account where you can trade futures pre-market. So it hit its level and it's coming back down to its 786, which is 21,149. And Bitcoin did that like 2 weeks ago, where it hit its 886 and it came down to its 786, which is 102. And that's when we double bottomed. And then from there, it's been up only. And then we eventually made an all time high. So
Yeah, but right now, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, if Bitcoin maintains the front running of the stock market, and the stock market bounces from its 786, we could potentially not see anything lower than right here at 104.
Yeah,
Maybe
but you also need to take into consideration the fact that we're now in Asia market. So basically, Bitcoin is following the Nasdaq, the SPY, and the Russell within the New York time frame. But right now, it's following the Chinese indexes, which are kind of up 2.1% right now.
Yeah, I have a quick question for anyone who's following the Twitter stuff on that whale, the James Wynn's liquidation. Does anybody have an update on it? Did he? Because I see it on Dbloc's chart. It looks like he got liquidated, but I don't know if he at the last moment add more assets or anything like that. Did he get liquidated?
No, he didn't. He's at 104,600 liquidation point.
Okay, so
He's
he
still
pushed
in
it.
the game.
Okay, so he moved it.
Yep.
Yeah, I figured so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he closed out in the last 30 minutes, over $3 million in a loss to bring his liquidation down.
Oh, I mean that's not even a big deal. If that's the case, that's not a big deal at all for him. 3 million loss? That's nothing.
Yeah, it's like 3 million loss here, 3
Yeah,
million
like
loss there,
yeah,
something
like I
like that.
said
But if
a few
Bitcoin
days
goes to
ago.
130, he's still in profit. So
Yeah, a few days ago, he already closed a few trades for like 70 something million profit. You know, if he loses a couple here and there, he should be just fine. But he forced the market to move instead of being sideways, you know.
yeah, but as I was saying earlier, basically his liquidation is not showing on heat maps. So that's kind of weird.
Hello, hello. Zeus. Hello. You guys there?
Yo.
Yep.
So
still here.
on Hyperliquid, he was at 23 million P&L loss, and now he's at 93 million on Hyperliquid leaderboard. He's in last place, so I'm pretty sure they took some off. Yeah.
Wow, that's his open
I
negative
mean,
P&L. That's his open negative P&L, 93 million, or just total open and
good
closed
question.
trades.
I'm not sure if that's realized or unrealized.
All right.
It was at
No, that's
23 million
realized.
all day today, and now it is realized, right?
Yeah, he lost like 93, 95 million in the last week.
Yeah, it was at 23 all day, and then I just checked, and it was at 93 now. So, well, yeah.
Whoa, 93 million. That would set me up for life and my kids, and
Oh
also
God,
my
all of
kids'
us.
kids.
Yeah. That's rough. It still says he has 10 million on the side though. So.
I think he survives this. That was the low. He might survive it. That's got
And
a
someone
feeling
else
that was
is
it,
saying
dude.
he's also shorting on Binance. So who knows?
Right now I'm basically hedging, even though everything is falling apart. My Ethereum long is going quite well. So
Yeah,
on the
each
first account, I'm long on Ethereum from 1,800, and it's going quite good, and it's covering the losses from other longs. So basically, I'm still in profit, about $100, but it's covering the losses from those. Although on the second account, the BTC long is still going from 74,800, and that's doing well.
There you go.
Yeah, he's been holding up really well.
Yeah, hedging
I thought
best
it was
way
gonna
to cover those
nosedive there, but
trades.
it didn't. Like if you look at some of these alts, like Mog, Brett, all like ETH's like meme plays, they got
Let's
knifed on that
tap
drop.
out.
Pretty much everything dropped double digit that
Yeah,
day.
because Bitcoin dominance was going up the whole time Bitcoin was dropping.
Yeah. But ETH actually, even Solana took a pretty big hit there too. Sui held up pretty strong. ETH held up pretty strong. And even Pepe actually held up pretty strong.
Yeah, so it's Yeah, I'm only down a couple bucks on that. James Wynn was saying, "You guys count me out already? 80 million? Shit, that doesn't even buy a mediocre yacht." He said.
Oh, he just said that. He's just He's just bragging
He's
his
on
knowledge,
X.
dude.
So if there's a fire and it was brittle and I had a iceberg, right, Zeus? Hmm.
Yeah, I think 80 million doesn't actually buy you a good bunker. So you wouldn't have all
Right.
the amenities, yeah. So you would need about 200 million to get a good bunker.
With gourmet meals, probably.
Yeah, of course, gourmet meals. Or we can just go and take Zuckerberg's bunker.
Down.
Yeah, I think he bought an island or something like that and he made a bunker and a full house over the bunker. Yeah, I'm not sure where it is, but I've heard that he got an island and he built a big bunker. It was in construction for 1 year and now it's
Hawaii.
finished.
It's Hawaii. I
As long
did
as
some
there's
work on the
not kids
property.
down there like Jeff Epstein. As long as he's not pulling no Jeff Epstein's track.
Man, alts got XRP got down to 213. These some low levels. Say, I don't know how you say it, SEI. It got all the way down to 20 cents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, XRP might not be a bad time to flip into a long.
Yeah, I feel like I missed it. I don't know if it's gonna come back down here to Philly. It should, but
Got crushed.
sometimes I don't look at that. I used to look at XLM, but then I don't know. I just stuck with XRP because I thought they had more bullish news coming, but it's just been flat.
What about Monero?
Nope, no over now.
Yeah, Monero's kind of a dinosaur.
I have Monero like down in the 200s.
Yeah.
But yeah, not a whole hell of a lot of it, but yeah, I hold it.
I think half the cartel does too, don't they?
Yeah,
Only I
whatever.
remember hearing
Isn't that what they were using to transfer?
I mean,
Are
probably.
you worried about your
Oh,
privacy?
me? Am I
Yeah,
worried about my privacy?
it's the privacy coin.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to have, in case there's like some sort of CBDC bullshit that goes on, right? I want to be able to have a privacy coin that I can send if I want to. You know what I mean? So I hold Monero, I hold Zcash, like, there's a couple privacy coins that I hold. Ones that have been around for a long time. When they're really low or at the bottom of a bear market, I buy some and I just hold it. I don't trade it. I just hold it. I don't really ever sell it. Just in case one day if I need it. If I really need it, if there's like some CBDC shit, like everything is tracked and there's no privacy anymore ever for humanity, and like humanity and finance, whatever, then at least I will have some of that.
Well, even those, there's no privacy. I mean, you can't expect privacy on the blockchain. It's a public ledger. They MIT did a 4 or 5 page paper on Monero, how you can still trace it. I mean, anything digital, no matter how much you mix it, is traceable. Especially with with the tools they have today with AI, it's pretty much everything's traceable. And MIT did a paper like 2.5, 3 years ago on Monero and traceability.
Yeah, but I think it was a timing attack, and basically, if you flooded the market with a whole bunch of trade, you still wouldn't be able to tell.
I mean, but in the digital realm, everything has a paper trail technically, right?
Well, not exactly, not exactly true. Look at how like the Tor network works. The one neighbor doesn't know of the 2 hops away neighbor. Only the neighbor in between knows. So
It's still traceable though. At the end node.
only where you
somehow
on the exit, hold on. On the exit node, yes, you can see where you're going, but the exit node doesn't know about the originator of the initial request. All it can do is send back.
The only way to do that is via Starlink, so you're not GPS tracked either. It really is the only way to get around it.
Would forensic detectives figure out through Starlink though, even that way? Like if they had Elon Musk's collaboration or whatever, Starlink's collaboration to help them figure out who did something, they would probably still be able to figure
I
that
don't
out,
think
right?
so. I don't think so. That's why he controls the drones, because there's no GPS coordinate sent.
Interesting. What up, Fly?
Yo, bro, I'm just chilling, man.
Cool.
Trying to keep fit and look after myself.
Man, Fly, good to hear from you, brother.
Same, Kai. How you doing, bro?
Doing all right. Same thing. Cutting back on the Carmelos, cutting back on the Cadburys. Trying to stay fit myself, get fit, stay healthy.
Yep.
It's summertime. I need to work on my beach body.
There's winter here now, but no excuses. Yeah, Bitcoin's just in that weird spot where we've had the high and kind of waiting for consolidation and pullback. Yes, that's all.
Yeah, we're slowly giving back part of the pump, but I think if I know Bitcoin, it will reach for the highs again to take out short liquidity. As long as like most of the market is short, it will keep scooping up to go get them. It's like a shakeout, but to the upside.
Oh, he'll definitely go there. It's just tricky at the moment.
But yeah,
There's
it's
not
gonna fall eventually. It might even take a couple weeks, in my opinion, to actually fall because it's displaying a similar pattern to what it did in summer of 2023. If it's mimicking that directly, then this could take like 2 or 3 weeks potentially for it to actually start to drop and retrace. But when it does retrace, it's gonna happen quick, I think.
Makes sense. The daily's still looking fairly bullish, so this could take a couple of weeks.
This is going to be our first red weekly in a while if it does close red.
Kind of expected after the high, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been expecting it. It hasn't been the most popular opinion, but I've been looking for the pullback. But when literally all the BTC that I own is in massive profit, I can't not sell. That just defeats the purpose.
That's the hard bit. If you're bullish, you want it to come down.
Right, exactly. It's a hidden bullish.
Do you guys
think
think it will hit all-time highs again and maybe test the all-time high range?
I think that Josh Mandel guy,
Possibly.
he said that.
May,
And,
maybe just 110.
yeah,
But potentially it could take out the high real quick, in my opinion.
think we'll roll over here. Seems like
Well, it's already done quite a rollover, but I think this kind of volatility is like with it well within the threshold of what's to be expected.
He's here. He's here. Not yet.
yeah. Who was the guy that said something about XRP hitting 214?
That was me.
Anyway, if you look at it on the daily, if you look at it on the daily, man, a lot more than that. It looks like it's making an M, big M, but there's a big gap down below. I'd be surprised at 109.
109 or 190?
But not if altcoin season hits. 109. Yeah, you heard. Yeah, it's. I think there are other people in this chat that were looking for like 96 cents. Bear market. Wow. On the daily, it doesn't even look like it barely even dropped any.
Yeah, it's been pretty weak this whole push up. Maybe if we do get a little relief rally here, XRP. Get up there.
With the M3 something.
Is it looks like an M on the daily, you said?
The daily, yeah. Like a double top roll, like we call them the balls, inverted balls. Is a M or W, yeah. Which, you know, to finish the M, it'd have to go back up to like 313 or something and then down. At least $3. It'd be like an Adam and Eve, you know, same thing. Invert, or no, actually, invert.
Yeah, if that hold for XRP, that low we just made holds, I think the next move should be around 319.
Mm.
We got PC numbers tomorrow morning too, 8:30 a.m. That could be bullish. And I think one of the Feds was on here today earlier, Fed Goolsby. He's usually like a pretty bullish Fed. And he made the comment that, what do you say? He said if tariff deals are reached or if tariffs are just gone, then we can go back to lowering rates. So I think you know they want to cut. They just need to get some either like definitely data backing it and then clarity on tariffs. And yeah, Trump meeting without a day. I don't know. I think that PC number is going to be pretty big tomorrow. I think. Maybe not. But if it's bullish, then
Like it might be forming a small inverted head and shoulders on Dbloc's chart. Go back up, test the 50, come back down, make a right shoulder.
Yeah. I feel like this 104 area needs to hold. Needs to hold. Like we start filling that vector gap down below, it's just gonna get super bearish. Especially alts are just capitulating. Some alts. Not ETH though, ETH holding strong.
It looks like we need to hold 105, 400 and then
Going up.
104, 500. Otherwise, we can come down to 101, 200 looks like to me on Bitcoin. The daily's fairly
East,
bullish.
yeah.
If we can hold this range
Not that
here,
did break a 4-hour trend line to the downside.
it was
Retest
riding the lower. It's riding the lower end of the Bollingers on the 4-hour. Pretty much just holding that at 105.365, I think.
add pullback entry.
But what'd you say about pullback?
There's the hourly close.
Our Bollinger Band low.
Spot is popping a little bit.
Yeah, the hourly might need to cool off a little bit. The 4-hour's ready to sort of move.
Need momentum to turn around. Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, liquidated. Probably will.
We could just kind of go sideways here till tomorrow morning. See how U.S. market opens, and then those
Now that they got him, they're just gonna watch what retail does. There's pretty good momentum bullish divergences on the higher time frame.
I think, like Qui-Gon said, it could
I
hit
would be drawing a
110.
downtrend line and see if it breaks that.
Just need these lower time
Those
frames
red
to cool off.
liquidations up there, bounce
Yeah.
back down.
I think that guy either has a delay or he has the Discord muted or something.
I think it might be delay.
Are you guys just in free the voice chat then?
No, I wasn't.
Might be why.
Big prize coming in. Big prize coming in. Watch out.
Is this it, Drew? It's going to pump.
I mean, that's what I'm betting on.
Could. It would make a nice move if it did it from here.
There's some big positions being opened.
It's at that 104, dude. I like that 104.
Yeah, maybe.
But I think it needs comp. I think it will need the New York market and those PC numbers tomorrow to really start pumping.
Pullbacks are never as bad as we think lately, though.
Just keep in mind that we did lose a pretty significant trend line on the daily chart. It's been holding
Everything is
since
riding
April,
underneath
and
the
it broke yesterday.
everything. Yeah, it's underneath the 800 right now on Dbloc's 15. So I mean, when this happens, it's kind of one of those things going, hey, it happened with the 5, it happened over the 200, but now the 200 crossed the 800 and everything's riding below. So it's
I noticed that. I had it drawn on my chart. It's been following that trend line since like April on the daily for Bitcoin.
Yeah, it hasn't broken it. Not even
No,
close.
it
That's
it,
like it would have to come down to like
it broke. Well, it broke it yesterday.
82,000.
Right. Is that what are
Oh,
you
from
talking
April
about?
7th.
I think we're looking at a different
I'm
trend line.
talking about the trend line from August 24. August 2024.
Yeah, it's not that one.
I don't know that one.
Daily.
And
Oh,
last
okay.
month I drew a trend line under Bitcoin that's been going for like the last like month and a half, and that one just broke.
Yeah, from April
Trend.
7th or 9th or whatever in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a channel going that was like really being respected.
Yeah, that's the one I was saying, a 4-hour trend line. Keep going.
Not anymore.
It hasn't done the retest on that, has it? Let me go for smaller time. Did the retest at 3 o'clock this morning.
Do I like this candle? Maybe. Maybe. Just trying to turn the 886 into support.
Bottom's at 106. 107. Was that blue line on his chart? That's the bear bull support, whatever, flip. Let me break back above that.
XRP and Doge move together, so that doesn't surprise me. That's interesting to correlate. Doge. They do. If XRP moves, Doge will. Well, in the past, I've seen it. I haven't done the correlations, but it's been pretty obvious. Must have the same like speculators. It's interesting.
You guys heard a week and a half ago the XRP army and the Doge army had a unification here on the Crypto Cypher channel. It was a big event. Well, yeah, XLM is in by default. XLM is in by default because XLM always tags along with XRP. XLM's like XRP's little bro. Like, okay, little bro, come follow me.
It was XRP, and IBM ran it and then dumped it.
Oh yeah.
Miss Joe, it's Fly. XLM was XRP. It's like it's all right, bro. No, it is XRP, but IBM's project copy of XRP, and then IBM abandoned it. XLM.
Yeah, IBM was heavy, and yeah, IBM was involved with XLM.
IBM have a lot of projects though. They dump a lot of things and don't do much with a lot of projects. It's kind of how they work. I work pretty close. Yeah.
I mean,
Just don't.
IBM's first database they did for Hitler for Auschwitz or something.
They yeah, I just don't think XLM's had the development, but I think it's been flagged for like developing nations rather than the banking system because of that. But
So it seems like they haven't given up all the way. What, in early 2024, if I'm not mistaken, the time. Wait, let me see. World. Oh no, that's much earlier. Okay, someone's late to the party. Yeah, that was 2021 because IBM did the World Wire and they did that on Stellar. But yeah, that was 2021. Yeah, it was a payment system IBM was trying to do called the World Wire. They might still be trying to work on that. Actually, I don't know.
IBM stands for I've been moved. I used to QA about 50 of those guys for many years.
No, man, it stands for Ich bin Hitler.
Have you seen the song, the IBM theme song from like the 70s or whatever it is?
Stop it.
Dude, IBM was involved in some shady operations.
Dude, it's international business machines.
What are you talking about? Ich bin Hitler.
I blame Microsoft. Yeah, just look up the IBM theme song to Jingle Bells.
Look up IBM gas chambers.
Don't do that.
All right, dominance slowly dropping a little bit, a little alt action. Maybe we might start picking up. We're gonna have a nice weekend, I think, in front of us. We need a little
as
little
Bitcoin
reset, get those RSIs
going
pulled
up.
off a little bit, rip off the band-aids, and keep it moving. Let's go. Now that Elon Musk has no obligations, he's still the Department of Government Efficiency is still going to be in effect. I think Elon helped recover $150 billion, and now the Department of Government Efficiency, aka Doge, is going to have an in on the United States Treasury payment system. Now, what is the Department of Government Efficiency going to recommend for the Treasury Department payment system? I
Doge.
don't know. I don't know. Well, no, it doesn't make. Let me help it. Let me help it make sense a little bit. So, it's like every other crypto. It has a cap per day. It has a cap per week. It has a cap per month. It has a cap per year. So there's a cap, right, on time. But the thing is, it's going to be issuance. The thing is, what we're dreaming, people are hyped up about Bitcoin and things that they're not even going to experience in their lifetime. They're like, well, Bitcoin, it's going to stop, and it's a finite supply. That's going to happen like a long time. Like most of us are going to be passed away by the time Bitcoin's finished mining and everything. And that's like, even that, the scarcity, you can still divvy it up. It's digital. But the thing is, with Doge, it's programmed to infinitely spit out, even though it has a limit cap per time. There is a limit, but the thing is, it's made to, yeah, it's made to go and operate forever. That's the difference. It's not like it has a cap, and you know, not really. That's not the reason why the U.S. dollar doesn't work.
There's not that much Doge coming out though each year.
Yeah, it's
not
not. It's
enough
it's
to
a
worry
few.
about.
It's not much at all, and it's actually less than a lot of. No,
No,
it's a total
listen, and
different.
instead of with the US dollar, they can just print an infinite amount. They can print as much as they want. With Doge, there's actually a max. They can only print
Yeah,
as
it
much as
has a
5
cap. Doge
billion
has
per year.
Yeah, it has a
So
cap. So that
if
means
if it's
right, but think about that. Does that matter
yeah,
if
but
it's
like,
capped
dude,
if it's capped?
here, let me explain it. It's a cap for how much can be mined each year, which is 5 billion. That's the maximum amount per year. Not even that much gets mined per year. But as more and more supply is brought in, the supply gets bigger, yes. But here's the thing: is that 5 billion is a smaller percent 5 billion is a smaller percent of the entire supply every time 5 billion gets printed. So when you're adding 5 billion to the supply, it becomes a smaller percentage. So yes, it has an inflation rate, but that inflation rate will go down and down and down and down and down over time.
Well, volume. It's not price. No.
It is
Volume.
moving.
Volume would have to support that. Exactly.
I don't think it matters what the price is though. Just the fact that it has a certain supply. Yeah, but it has a certain supply. Like even if it say it goes down to 1 cent, right? If it just goes up to 2 cents, that's 100% pump. Who cares what the price is? If you can make money off of a pump. Yeah, but it doesn't have to. But it doesn't have to go. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't have to sustain a like. It doesn't have to sustain a specific price in order for people to make money off of it. Hedge against inflation. Like so, take for instance, it goes from 50 cents to $1. That's 100% move, right? That's 100% pump. But it's much more difficult to get it from 50 cents to $1 than it is to get it from 1 cent to 2 cent. But if you get it from 1 cent to 2 cent, you only have to add a small amount to the market cap in order to achieve that. But you have to add a huge amount to the market cap if it goes from 50 cents to $1. That's why like it doesn't really make as much sense. But
One of the
yeah, but
supplies increasing on
it
Bitcoin
literally
also.
it's harder for it to go down than it is to go up. Like it won't go like it didn't go below 13 cents last time. So it's like, dude, the thing is like there is demand for it. It didn't even go below 5 cents. The whole bear market, it didn't go below 5 cents when everyone was expecting it to go 3 cents or 2 cents or 1 cent. But even if it did go to 1 cent, I would still buy it because if it goes up to 2 cents, that's 100%. You're making 100% profit, and you only have to add a small amount to the market cap. It's still going to be worth it no
And
matter what.
so let me hold on. One sec. Let me just rephrase. Let me rephrase something. I made a mistake, or I said some of us. No one's gonna be alive when Bitcoin's mining. That's 21,040. That's when Bitcoin is supposed to be finished mining. 2140. But it doesn't matter per year. It's still issuing less per year. It's issuing less per year right now. So that's the thing. It has a cap, yeah, but no, forever it has a cap per year. So if the volume sustains, and you're correct, if there's demand there, as long as there's like a balance, a threshold. If there's enough demand there, the supply shock could always be there for Doge if the demand is there, even if it's infinitely getting printed year by year. But Bitcoin is getting not infinitely printed; it's getting printed year by year until 2140. None of us are going to be alive then. So everyone's going gung ho like, oh, it's limited. That's all just it's all hype. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not limited for our lifetime. For our lifetime, it's going to be being spit out and spit out and spit out. No one cares about their legacy of great grandkids having Bitcoin. It's all farce. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So like Drew said,
they're going to give it to their grandkids and they're going to be happy. But no one's thinking about that. 21 is when things are going to be limited supply. So it's not. It's spitting out. I'm just saying to all the Bitcoin maxes out there, Bitcoin is spitting out more coins than those in buying power sake, basically. So it's getting diluted even more. So supply shock is much more possible on Doge than it is on Bitcoin, and that's a fact. And who wants to test me? Come now, come follow me. See?
And so like Drew was saying, even if it did, even if even if Doge was still printing a bunch more coins, like as long as the demand is there, which there will always be a certain amount of demand, as long as there's not less demand than supply showing up, then the price will still sustain, but like reasonable levels. But here's the thing. Just because 5 billion is the max amount that can be mined per year doesn't mean that there's always 5 billion mined every year. And you want to know something else? Well, if you want to hear something else, is that Litecoin. Litecoin is just like Bitcoin in the sense that it's proof of work. It has a halving. It has a max supply. It's 84 million, 4 times the supply of Bitcoin, right? But it has a halving just like Bitcoin does every 4 years. Dogecoin is merge mined with Litecoin. So every time Litecoin has a halving, it gets more difficult to mine Litecoin. Therefore, it makes it more difficult to mine Dogecoin. So it's less likely that all 5 billion will be mined each year
But
as
yes,
time goes on.
But that's amazing with your whole supply and demand thing, and you're 100%. It's all about demand. But the possibility of supply shock is much more probable on Doge than Bitcoin.
some well here some sort of demand is always going to show up for it because inflation of the US dollar is never going to stop. The debasement of fiat currency is never going to stop. They're going to keep adding to the supply. It's going to keep inflating. So that's why Doge, it's the supply of the US dollar being increased is going to severely outweigh the amount of supply that Doge is being increased, especially over time. Like with every Litecoin out.
It helps buffer it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
the
because there's
higher
a cap on
inflation
the
goes,
print.
the higher the reason why Doge is at 20 cents right now and not 10 is because of inflation. Plain and simple. It's the only reason.
Yep.
Not because there's too much demand, but because I mean that would be like heavy inflation, but even just 2% inflation, that's enough. But even just 2% inflation is enough for it to be overvalued by, whatever percentage. I don't think it's cheap at all. I think 10 cents is cheap. I think 5 cents is really cheap, but I don't think 20 cents is cheap. I think its fair value is probably about 25 cents. But I don't think 20 cents is cheap. I think 10 cents is cheap, or, like less than 1 Doge. It's like 0.01 Doge.
It's super cheap.
Wait, can you say it one more time? You said if inflation didn't exist, Doge would be at what?
No, I'm saying if
10
Doge
cents
is
is-
at 20 cents, Doge is at 20 cents right now because inflation exists. But it's at 20 cents because of inflation instead of being at 10 cents. No, because they doubled in 2020, they doubled the supply of US dollars that are in circulation. Like people don't understand the severity. They literally doubled the supply, and everyone is standing around
That's
thinking,
why the cost of everything's doubled.
why is
Yeah,
everything
everything's
yeah,
doubled in cost.
everyone's like, why is everything twice as expensive as it used to be? That's not the case. The case is that the dollar only buys half as much as it used to because
Correct.
because they doubled the supply. That's what inflation is.
So it's still expensive,
Unfortunately,
but it's expensive compared to the dollar.
the central banking system is
Doge has a time cap on it, so there's still a cap. The dollar does not have a time cap on it. Like it has that cap per year. Like it has the 5.3 billion.
Yeah, there's no code or language that stops them from printing more US dollars. They just do it whenever they want to.
Well, now get this. This is my theory, and this is kind of far. This is kind of left field. But now I'm starting to think because I'm just starting to put two and two together, and I'm wondering. I'm like, all right, the Department of Government Efficiency. I always scratch my head, even back in 2021, 2020. I was scratching my head. What was up with Doge? And their explanation, Elon would never give the proper explanation. No one really give that. And all the community was saying it was from this like puppet show. And it was like this one character saying like, that's my doggy. And it was like dog E. And it was just some inside joke, basically, that everyone just ran. Yeah, but besides that, so I was just like, there's nothing official. No one can really, Billy Marcus. I think he said that. Yeah, he got it from that cartoon. But the Andrew guy, whatever, Palmer, whatever, he wasn't on board with that. So it was always just kind of iffy. Now I'm thinking, was Elon plotting? Because he was down with this crew. He didn't just jump in. Like these Seattle kids and like the Cypher punks and everything, they had a network, whether either if they were in like New York, if they're in Seattle, if they're in San Francisco. So they could have been networking with Elon, and Elon could have been plotting on replacing the dollar with something. And I don't know if like the Department of Government Efficiency somehow is connected to what he was plotting back then when he was going on like TMZ saying like, yo, it's the most entertaining outcome is going to be the most likely. And he was super gung-ho on what he was plotting. And now he's kind of slid into the Department of Government Efficiency. And now if the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury is talking to Musk about what kind of payment systems we're supposed to be using, things can get crazy. And I'm just wondering, was Elon plotting on this for longer than we believe? I mean, it's like one of the richest guys in the world, and he's plotting. Like that smirk and that smile and just that like grin when he always talked about Doge a few years ago. It wasn't something like for him just to pump and get a quick buck on and just like dump. Tesla is still holding their Dogecoin. Tesla's been accepting Dogecoin as payments, and there's fanatics that still buy stuff off Tesla just for the hell of it using Doge. So Tesla's Doge bags have been growing. They still got a fat Bitcoin bag. They sold some of their Bitcoin. But I really think that like Elon has a long-term plan to do something with Dogecoin. I know it's like, oh, here we go again, wishing on a tweet, wishing on Elon Musk to pump Doge. I think it's something deeper than that. It's something that this dude's been like methodically plotting, and for him to get under the wing of Trump to do the Department of Government Efficiency, and now him stepping away and being a citizen, but the DOG is still there, and he's going to be advising and still talking. He's on good terms with Trump. The media's trying to see like, oh yeah, they got in a fight. It's like, nah, man, they're homies. They're chilling. They're hanging. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, exactly. But so I think he's plotting on something. He hasn't just turned his back on Doge, and I think we're going to see something within the next 4 or 5 months that's going to be like groundbreaking with Doge, in my opinion. Because the NDAs that these guys on GitHub had to sign, you can tell like they're muzzled basically. They're not allowed to talk on what they're working on, and there's like a lot of questions, and you can tell they're working. They're active. Just go on the GitHub and see what's going on. Go on the Doge operating system, see what the guys from My Doge have been up to. The Doge designer, and like it's interesting stuff. And I think we'll have to go on. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's still holding above $105,000. We're looking at 106. There we go. Why not back to 106? Let's see if we can keep pushing. Bear start. We gave up. Wait, what do you mean by U.S. dollars 1-to-1? Because I can hear you say that a few times. I'm trying to wrap my head around what you're saying when U.S. dollars 1-to-1. Who? Are you sure about that? No, I think you might. There's not. I mean, with the government, I don't think it's a 1-to-1 ratio where like they can't track when the dollar's spent. Only internally. Once it leaves their grip, there's no way to track it. It's just no. They can print. The government can print. It's no 1-to-1. The government can print whenever someone sneezes and say prints. There's no like the whole thing with the like look up Jekyll Island and how the whole the just it's crazy. The monetary system in the U.S. just it was kind of not a hijack, but it was just something that slid under the table when no one was really paying attention. And yeah. Well, the buying power of the U.S. dollar can increase too. It's just right now, over time, it's been decreasing a little bit.
Most reserve currencies have 100-year life, though. I think that's the case.
We might get a surprise, and if the U.S. dollar leaves the fiat system, and like let's say even if it doesn't go towards central banks, and they say we're just going to do a federal dollar. It's not a central bank dollar. It's a federal digital dollar. No one's talked about that. FDD. Everyone's like, okay, everyone's talking about the central bank digital dollar, CBDCs, but no one's like wondering what would it be like if there was just a federal digital dollar. Why do the central banks have to be involved? I think the Trump camp, they're smart enough to know that there's legal ways that they could lean away from the central bank and operate the U.S. dollar in a different way. So, who knows? Who knows? Maybe they're plotting on something and there is going to be a digital dollar coming out and it might not have anything to do with, I mean, you can see the US is trying to get very crypto centric right now. So if they're plotting, I mean, they've been working on the USDC as a pilot, but if they're coming out with a digital dollar and it's outside the central banking system, it could be like a whole game changer and it could bring the dollar back because right now the dollar is getting actually help. Right now, the buying power of the dollar is getting so much help because of stable coins. Because every time someone buys, like a company buys a state or mints a stable coin, they have to have a dollar on deck. So that's helping the dollar, and the government knows that and they recognize that. And they're like, wow, why have we been getting these recent spikes, and like all this dollar getting used up? And they're like, well, Mr. President, it's all these stable coins, USDT and USDC, and they're all getting a dollar. And he's like, wow, he's scratching his head and thinking like, well, why aren't we doing something of the sort, but with our own twist? And I think that's what's going to happen soon. And they're going to realize since the stable coins have been giving the dollar so much help, they're going to make their own stable coin that's going to be federally issued, legal tender, legal, not have nothing to do with central banks. And I think it'll be okay. And I think it's going to help the US dollar keep its buying power. I mean, what if it gives you interest? But that's supposed to be us though. But the federal government, that's supposed to be us. It's like we let people represent us and we just say it's them. No, that's us. And that's supposed to be us controlling ourselves, not someone else. And we're supposed to take it back in a way. And I think it could slowly be taken back in a good way when it's not so corrupt and people do the right thing. And it's going to take a while, but I think people have to think it's not the boogeyman's not the Fed. It's the people that infiltrated the Fed. Like the operation and the framework is pretty genius. So the way the whole framework of the United States is, it's just when you have corrupt people and people that get a little bit money hungry in these positions, then it spreads like a cancer. But I think the framework is genius. With the federal government, the state government, everything. I think it's a good thing to have both. You need to have checks and balances. Yeah, until sometimes you need them. Everyone says it's like, people sometimes say like, oh, I wish the cops would just stay out of my block or something. It's like, until you need them, or it's like.
Yo, remember those like protests for defund the police? And like people were going and like in like a big mob and standing in front of places saying like holding signs and saying defund the police. Well, there was this like video of this dude that showed up to one of those protests with a chainsaw, and he was like chasing people around with the chainsaw, and people were like, "Call the police! Call the police!" It was the funniest shit ever.
That is funny. From anyone, not just government, anyone.
Well, they don't want to be hit in the head, so that's their liberty.
You already know, man.
Doge.
XLM is by default in the Doge army with XRP on it.
Doge is the answer.
Let's go. Let's go. I just love that everybody's jumping back out of the Doge train. Let's go.
You can call it whatever you want to call it. I mean, what's his name? Puff. Hella Puff calls it Doge. Yeah, Hella Puff. Where you at?
Doge.
Like, yo, I got some Doge.
Drew used to call it Doge.
Yeah, Doge, Cryptoge.
When it was fancy.
Another day, another Cryptoge.
Another day, another Doge.
But yo, man, I still think right now targets, Bitcoin. I had a 137 target. I'm really thinking at the end of the bull market, we could see Bitcoin above 150K.
Dude, I can't. You guys all have a really funny way of pronouncing 237K.
237, you said?
Yeah. Everyone laughs when I say it, but wait till it actually goes there.
You're saying this cycle?
2026.
Yeah, 230 it is going to there, Drew. You didn't know that? January, February, 2026.
This cycle?
Yeah.
Bitcoin at $230,000.
I mean, it should, unless something weird happens. It would. It should naturally do a blow off top.
No, that's a tough one, man. That's I would love to see that happen, but that's.
So a lot of really good analysts are saying that they don't think it will even make it to 200K, which is why I think it's going to go above 200K. and that's gonna be the mania phase where people just FOMO.
Uh-huh.
That's it will
150
bring
to
it up there.
230 is the FOMO.
Everyone gets
But I mean,
yeah,
the
Bitcoin
top
fever.
top of the top of the logarithmic regression band is like 175. So I don't know. We might have to. I don't know. Maybe there's like a 1 year bear market in there. I don't. It's like, but who the hell knows, man? We kind of had like a bear market last year. Like for 7 months, it was going down. Arguably, it didn't retrace 70%, but it was just going down. And like, sideways down consolidation. That was kind of like a mini bear market. So maybe because we had that correction, we're able to push this cycle an extra year longer than, or at least an extra 6 months.
If we get over 200,000 and then you take 70% drawback, that's down at 70,000 ish, 69,000.
Yeah, and it
So that's
usually
fair.
bottoms out at the top of the previous bull market.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I was saying earlier. I was like, I don't know if Doge will ever, or I don't know if Bitcoin will ever go below 50K again. I want it to, but I don't know if it will. Maybe if there's like a big, maybe the housing market crash is what like, so there has to be a huge real estate crash and a huge stock market crash. Like everything has to be crashing, then it might go below 50K again. Well, what if he's out of office by the time the next bear market is bottoming out? Like, what if the next bear market instead of a year, it's like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years?
I don't know.
Yo, Trump is pumping the market for 4 years straight. Let's go, baby.
That'd be wild.
But yeah, like
That'd be
seriously, what if it doesn't? What if the next bear market doesn't start until the end of 2026? And what if it doesn't end until 2028
I'd be
or
concerned.
2029 or 2030?
It'd have to be a huge housing crisis, but bigger than
Well, I mean,
2028.
have you guys seen that chart of like the bubbles that we have experienced and the bubble we're currently in? I don't know. I don't know if it was on Dbloc that showed me it, but or I saw it here. But essentially, like it's like 3 times the size of the 2008 real estate bubble that's getting ready to burst. And a lot of people and like even myself, I think this is something that could happen towards the end of this year. I don't see it
Yeah,
as something that'll happen like in 2000, like towards
this
the end of.
isn't bubble territory yet. We don't even have quantitative easing. This isn't bubble territory. This is like it's maybe
I
like
don't know.
slightly overvalued territory. There's like there's a business cycle. If you look at real estate is still going up, and it's been going up for 20 years. There's a 20-year cycle on real estate. When that comes to an end, there's usually a crash or correction at least every like 10 or 20 years. That the bubble that happened in 2000, that happened also more than 20 years ago. So we're overdue for like a big blow off bubble blow off top type of thing that's going to pop. But everything's going to go down afterwards. But before that, everything's going to friggin' rip and get like super overvalued, especially if they start quantitative easing within the next couple of years. So not a coincidence. It's all by design. Every moment in the market is unique, but there's never a coincidence. It's always by design.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I kind of feel like we're in for something because it's as outrageous as like Trump is as a president and everything. Like business wise, I feel like last time they kind of did use him as a scapegoat with the whole COVID thing and printing and because it like you said, I don't believe in coincidences and it was just like coincidentally that everything aligned. Like that was like the planets aligning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what about this? What about we do go up for the next 2 years, and this bull market doesn't end until 2026. Then we have a big crash from 2026 to 2028, but then Vance takes over as president, and then he freaking sends it right back up. So we'll have a big bubble. The bubble will pop, have a blow off, and then everything will will crash down completely. And so we'll all make a ton of money on the way up. Everything will crash completely, get super undervalued. We'll have all this money that we stacked up during the bull market, and we can buy like freaking property or real estate, stocks, freaking, like crypto, whatever you want, build a whole portfolio after the crash. And then Vance gets in. If Vance is elected president after Trump, then he can freaking send the thing sky high again after the big crash. Like they're good at this stuff. Like they're but Vance is like his protege. Like
I mean, that's kind of a hard
he's gonna
sell,
learn from them.
especially that's kind of a hard sell for Vance, just because he would be part of like the cabinet that literally saw it tank for 2 years and did nothing. You know what I mean? Like that. I think there's a little bit of like of a hard sell for him, but it's
Dude,
possible. You know what I mean? Like there
everybody
there's no
freaking
way.
loved Obama, and the market was freaking crashing. The
Exactly.
housing market
Exactly.
crisis was during Obama. Everyone freaking loved that guy. So, like, if people equally, if
What are you
Vance
talking
proves
about?
himself
What are you
over the
talking
next
about?
4 years,
No, he's absolutely right.
Wait a sec.
But
It happened during Bush's. Heck, oh my goodness. Really?
I mean, it's because he's not wrong. Like Obama wasn't like the best financier president. Like let's just be very honest. But he did like he was the easy sell to people. You know what I mean?
Man,
Yeah, he was a good
look.
speaker. Yeah,
You
idiot as president.
most of the
Exactly.
look at
subprime,
the bubble chat.
mo-
Look at the bubble chat real quick and go up a little bit and look at the different presidencies and where the markets have been.
most of the subprime mortgage might have been while Bush was still in, which I hate Bush. So, I mean, it's not like I'm defending him or anything. But yeah, like the Obama took over during
You
the
know,
housing market crash. So it's
yeah.
like,
You know what's crazy though? The way like
and
the
the
government
market
operates,
has
not just
never gone back to that level. Go ahead, Drew.
it's interesting that it's interesting with like the whole I forget who said it, but it's about Trump. Like, all right, did they put him in by design, like to kind of, they needed someone in there while everything was crashing, and it's weird. Like with Obama, Africa has never got bombed as much as it did until we had an African president. And then the markets didn't crash as much as it did until we had a businessman like Trump in. Is that stuff by design? You never know, So, can we be in
I
for it
mean,
again?
No, well, look at Obama's the very beginning of Obama's when he first came into office, right? There was a huge dip. The market still went down and down and down, but they quickly recovered.
no, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole like that. But I just want you guys to start like looking and paying attention to. There's this one magazine called The Economist, The World In, and they make one copy of like The World in 2025, The World in 2022. Like they literally let people know in 2019 what was gonna happen. Just look at the cover of The Economist, The World in 2020, and tell me that like they weren't telling each other what they had planned. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, the
it's
Rockefeller,
Look
it,
at
that's a
Obama
whole
term.
rabbit hole,
He
man.
had
Like that's I'm telling you, that's a whole
what
freaking
the
rabbit hole.
Rockefellers
the
had a
crash.
handbook
The
about it.
crash
They had a
happened
handbook.
with Bush. The crash happened with Bush. It bottomed out as Obama took over. The market ripped. There was still like two bear markets. Obama had a bear market towards the end of his term. Trump comes in and takes over. The markets rip again, and then COVID happens, so that doesn't really count.
Look up
It was one.
Operation Lock. Look up
No,
Operation
drawback.
I'm not debating that at all. Like I'm not saying
Yeah.
that at all. Like you're completely right about all that. You know what I mean? But I'm
All
talking
I,
as to like as to the way that they communicate. Like they, you don't have to go further than like just looking at the Economist, the world in 2019 to just look and know that there's certain things on that cover that hint to things. You know what I mean? Like, and this was before they even happened. So
yeah,
that,
guys, if you want to see like who really
but
had it
this is
before, they had a
this is like
handle here.
the financiers of the world. You know what I mean? Like I just say it's like worth a look. It's worth a read. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
Like I said,
it's not a rabbit hole though. It's not a rabbit hole. Check it out. Just look up Operation Lockstep from Rockefeller. It's a Rockefeller document called Operation Lockstep. So if anyone's interested, that's where it was at. Lockstep. LOCKSTEP. Operation Lockstep, and it was funded by Rockefeller.
To make this a little bit more lighthearted, just watch The Simpsons. You get the same
oh
futuristic goals.
Dude, so while we're on the topic of presidents and what the market did, you know what happened? So you had the global financial crisis, like with the housing market crisis. That was at the end of Bush's second term. And then during his first term, guess what else happened? So the dot-com bubble like burst, right? And then 9/11 happened. Dur- during Bush's administration. And then look at what happened the second half, the freaking housing market crash. So in both of his terms, he freaking caused the market crash. Not that he caused it, but like you know what I mean.
yeah,
It was
definitely.
him alone, only him, man.
Yeah.
Dude,
There's
like
that's too much like money. That's too much all in one for one person. You know what I mean? It's I usually tend to think that a lot of the time like these are just our scapegoats. Like this is the face of the people in power, like right in front of us. And I hate to say it, but it's kind of like something that we've seen again in this presidency. You know what I mean? Like having the fact that Bitcoin and crypto kind of put Trump back in seat. You know what I mean? It's a lot of his policies, but a lot of it has to do with what we're expecting from crypto. You know what I mean? Like that's policy is a big thing, and there's movement behind the scenes that a lot of people don't get to see. And it's just like we say, like you don't get to see the whales moving in BTC until like you do your digging. You got to run a node and be able to capture all these transaction and hash rates running through and know what you're looking at because it's not something that the regular eye can just like spot. You know what I mean? Um, that's pretty much.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens whenever Jerome Powell is no longer
Steps
the
down.
Fed chair.
I agree. And
That's
my
what's going to be
question is,
not even who the president is. When Jerome Powell is not the Fed chair anymore, it's going to be real interesting to see what happens to the market then.
yeah, and I'm actually, you know what, that was something that I was looking into, and I haven't been able to find an answer. But how much longer does he have? I think it's supposed to be 16 years. Is it 16 years?
I don't know. I'm actually going to look it up now.
Oh, look, check that out. So I guess the president is the person that gets to nominate him,
Oh,
right?
what a coincidence! His term ends
And in
in May
20
2026.
May 15th. Dang, dude, this is gonna be crazy. I don't think we're gonna go into a bull market. I think that's when we'll be lifting out of the bear market and getting ready for another bull market. I don't know, short term, either that or we're ripping all the way through. You know what I mean? But I don't. I don't, I don't know, man. There's got to be some coming back from that. There's no way we can just keep going.
Well, look at 6 months out because the market prices things in like 6 months in advance, usually, right?
Yeah,
6 months away from May of 2026 is November of 2026. And I was saying, I think that the
2025.
bull market is going to top out in October of 2026. I think it's going to be, and it might be extended this year. I don't have quite enough evidence to like
I mean, shoot,
really
dude. Like
convince me fully, but it could.
just just even looking at this man and knowing that his, you know, we all know that the likelihood of him right now being renominated for another 4-year term, like, it's slim to none. That's crazy, man.
Yo, Elon got a black eye.
Or the president can also just step down. So don't forget about that theory.
I think
President
all of
doesn't have the
26
president
is going to
doesn't
be a huge bubble, and then we're going to
the president
crash.
doesn't have to die to have the vice president take over.
I mean,
Yeah, look at what happened when Nixon resigned.
Yeah, but what if Trump does die? And like, what if
And
Trump dies in
Trump
like
is
2
it.
years? Then
fear for
Vance
your
takes
life,
over.
bro. I don't think JD Vance is ready.
Well, I
I
think it's the
think
other
he
way
could be.
around. What you do is they try to get JD to be president with Trump being the VP, and then JD steps down. All with the promise is that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I can see it though.
Dude, Trump's
That's
getting
crazy.
too old. He can't be in office for that much longer. Only yeah, but it's look how good of a job he did. Like, I mean, was he really even there?
Yeah, it's crazy. And I just double checked. I went on Wayback Machine. So the Doge.gov website, the first day, the splash page on day one, it says so Doge.gov, an official website of the United States government. And this is .gov, Department of Government Efficiency. The people voted for major reform. And then it has a giant fat logo of Doge, like the
Yo,
dog.
actually, Drew, I forgot to tell you. Tomorrow, Trump posted earlier today that he's having a conference with Elon tomorrow at 1:30 p.m.
Interesting. But yeah, I just saw because I saw this floating on Twitter, and I was like, "This got to be fake. This can't be real." So I did, and I went and checked, and on day one on Doge.gov. So this is a .gov website, and they had a big fat logo of the Doge dog, the Caboose.
Wait. Day one of when the Doge was formed?
Yeah, when the website went live, Doge.gov, GOV, the United States version of the Department of Government Efficiency, the first day, the splash page, it's a black page. It has a little text as an official website of the United States government, and then it has a dollar sign, says Department of Government Efficiency. The people voted for major reform, and then it's a big fat caboose looking at you.
I mean, that makes sense though, right? Because I think Elon came up with the name just based off of Doge. They must have just thrown
Yeah,
that.
but I mean, well, why would they put the dog, in the .gov website? Man, I'm sorry, man. The hair, dude, it's crazy because a few years ago, there was like a whole dog conspiracy thing, and it was like something about dog. Oh, I'm not even gonna go there, man. But it was like something with dogs and governments and something weird. It's a rabbit hole though that I don't want to open right now.
Hold on a sec, Drew. I think it goes all the way back to Duck Hunt when that dog was laughing at you.
Just like the government would do.
What's with the
It's
read?
to read the
Rockefeller
Rockefeller
playlist,
flame list,
Drew.
Drew.
Someone got an
Someone
echo.
got an echo? Hello, hello.
Yo, yo,
Yo,
yo,
yo,
yo.
hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Lockstep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Operation
on their
Lockstep, man.
speakers
That
though.
was
It's a
they knew what the
little
dilly was.
crazy.
Here, I'm gonna post. This is Doge Designer. He posted it. I'll post his tweet on the YouTube so you guys don't think I'm just talking smack over here.
I mean, you always are anyways. So
Yeah, you're right.
it's expected. What's going on with these charts here? I'm
Okay.
only gonna look at them
I
for
started
5 minutes.
I started digging a little deeper to go ahead after I saw the whole like what's going on with um Jerome Powell. So I wanted to see where we're standing in the credit cycle, like global credit cycle. We're actually on the edge heading towards a downturn, but we're on expansion to late cycle. And this is according to Loomis. And can I share my screen? I don't know how to do that. I'm retarded. Oh, sorry. But Rick, if you can look up, I'll give you the website if you want.
Just put a link in bubble chat or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I need to go to bed.
Check this out. I'm gonna put it right here on the Discord chat.
Hey yo.
Hey, yo, what's up, Rick?
What's
Hi,
poppin'?
mate.
Oh mate. Bit of a pullback
Oh my!
on the
Oh
some of the
no!
alts, mate. Doge almost tested 20 cents. That's a big discount right there. Discount for your troubles.
I think it's still going to 18.
Yeah, if you liked Dogecoin last week, you'd definitely like it now. It's cheap as hell.
Unless you bought last.
Yeah, then you'd be squirming. Just average in, baby. Just average in.
Dude, there's actually a
Yeah,
case. There's a case to be made that I think it could go to 11 cents, but I don't think it's actually going to go that low. I think maybe 15 is the lowest that it actually goes, because it's gone too high now. Like
What do
that's
you
the
think
thing
of
is that
XR? What do you think of Bitcoin right now? Do you think
Bitcoin
I think
is
100K seems reasonable
yeah.
to go
I mean,
check that.
it'll get there, but here's the problem: there's still a bunch of people shorting. You had that bearish retest of that mega trend line, and it fell a lot.
And a
But you're
bunch
in
of
kind
people
of a
keep buying
descending
it on
trend
the way
line.
down. Because people are buying it on the way down, it takes longer to get down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's buy
Because there's
orders
too
that are
many people
waiting.
like supporting it up, propping it up.
When they capitulate, it'll probably fall further. But this is support technically 104.5,
Hmm.
and you have this descending channel going, so it would my guess would be that
Mhm.
it should return to the top of that descending channel.
Yeah.
And take out the shorts and then continue down, but it's not just gonna break support like the first go. I don't think. I think that spike down, a deviation below the channel was to liquidate that guy, that big whale.
So is that $1 billion order guy or whatever? He had that $1 billion position that was open, but he had to close it for an $18 million loss or something like that.
Yeah, that's some crazy losses.
He closed it. So that same dude opened another one, did he? Like recently?
Probably. Oh, I see not 109 maybe being the top of the channel. It could return up to there by the second.
He's on
June 2nd.
Twitter, right? Isn't there some like Twitter account that has where they're
something win.
supposedly posting the screenshots of the positions and stuff? Pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, something win.
Oh, WYN.
Yeah.
WYNN. Yeah. I'll look him up. Is it James Wynn with a whale icon after his name? I see. He calls himself self-proclaimed the king of the perps.
Yep, that's the guy.
The king of perps. Yeah. I want to be the king of perps. Get out of here. A $700 spread on Bitcoin is what he posted 9 hours ago between Binance and CME Group.
Well, that was Marty Party, and he retweeted it.
Oh.
Stochastic is about to.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that was Marty Party. Sorry. I'm a noob when it comes to X or what was Twitter.
I've actually done a lot of X spaces with Marty. He's quite a character.
Oh, that's cool.
You got a bull div on the 1 hour.
So his
the most
entry was
divergence.
108. His entry was 108,335 for a 40x Bitcoin long. The value of the position was only $500 million. $501 million value. That's crazy, man. A $12.5 million margin at 40x on cross. So he had a lot of money, like maybe other money exposed if he's on cross. Unless the other side he's doing that hedge stuff, cross hedging, where you like hedge it the other direction. His lick was 106,327, which is still alive, isn't it? Oh no, it's not.
The one that
He
got
would've
me in
been
that
snapped up.
squirrely Solana
Mm.
position where I was shorting and longing like 1,000 SOL.
Oh yeah.
Or I had like 1,500 on either side, and it was like, like it was
I
like
do know
the position was like over, like it was.
Yeah.
I forget how many $1 million it was
If
worth, but it was.
I
great.
think if you don't like follow the rules with like cutting the parachute, you and I both know the logic behind it. A lot of people are like, man, this is a bad idea, but yeah,
the short has
there
to
is
be
logic.
above the long. The short,
Yeah.
you need a positive dead zone. That is the
Yeah.
number one rule. You have to have a positive dead
Yeah.
zone, no matter
Yeah.
what direction it's going.
You know what?
You can't.
Did you watch that video that I linked you where the dude's like, this is how you use perpetuals properly, and he opens up a position
I
with
got it, but I didn't
all
get
of
a
his
chance to watch
money.
it.
Okay, he opens
I'll
up a
watch it though
position
before I
with
go to sleep.
yeah. So he opens up a position with all his money, or like a lot, at 1x leverage, so no risk, right? Then when it goes into profit, you wind the leverage up, which frees up your margin, and you get all your money back basically. let's say it goes into really healthy profit, and you're like, you've got no risk of like, you know, your entry. You put
You
a stop loss
you
above entry.
scoop your margin out. Yeah, you keep scooping
Yeah,
it out.
that's it. So you just lever it all the way up so that you can pull all
Uh-huh.
of your margin out, and then you can go find other trades with the same way to get in 1x to begin with, and then
Yeah.
because 1x is good because like if it
I've
goes
done that
backwards,
before.
it's like, oh, you just cut it, and then you know it's only
You
1x.
can
It's no big deal, right?
once you're weighing the profit, you
That's
can just put the
great.
trailing stop loss in the
Yeah.
profit, like just below the previous
Yep.
support levels. And then you freaking just max
Yeah.
out the leverage to like 100x. You get all your money back, and then you can go make whatever other
Exactly.
trade you want.
Yeah, it's
Or
beautiful, man. So
or
you
you
can
could
have
open up
no,
a
it's
short.
isolated.
Yep.
It's
Say
isolated.
it's
Yeah.
say you buy at support and you go all in on 1x, right?
Mm.
And then it goes up like, 10% or whatever. You put your
Yeah.
stop losses in the profit, max out the leverage to 100x, you get all your money back. Then you can open a short, and then you have a
Mm.
10% positive dead zone. So you hedge against the
Right.
long that you have open with the short, and you just start building
Yeah.
a short position. So that way, as you're coming down, like the
Mm.
short is getting more profitable, but you're also taking profit on your long because you have all the trailing stop losses below it. So no
Yeah.
matter how far down it goes, you're still making money. And then when it hits support again, you can try to
Mm.
like even if you get completely stopped out of your long, you made money on the long, and now your short is printing. So
Yeah.
you can start to
Hey,
average into a long again at that point because you have the short
I'm
open and
I'm
you'll
not
still have no liquidation.
I'm not breaking Dbloc's rules if I share like a strategy video, right? In like say general chat. That doesn't break the rules, does it? I don't want to break the rules, that's all.
I mean, I don't think so. He says you're not supposed to shill other people's YouTube channels, but I think it's more like live streams and stuff that.
Yeah, like I'm not saying go watch. This isn't a live. This is just a video on a strategy. It's got nothing to do with like, you know, stealing audience or anything like that. But I'll put it in general chat if anyone's curious on what this like leverage strategy is that this guy's talking about. It's like it'd work like once we get a really healthy alt season that we all hope we get, right? Once that comes along, doing something like this would be pretty cool, I think,
Yeah,
as a way to
I agree.
trade, you know? Yeah.
I've done that before, but I mean, like
Yeah.
I've done it even on cross, and
Pretty
just
sure
it's
Darrell
just
was doing it with Bitcoin. Remember how Darrell was doing that?
yeah.
He would like
When
ramp it
you
up.
have
Yeah.
when you have cross margin, right, and you increase your
Mm.
leverage, that extra money gets put into your cross margin, but also you have more money available because your position's in the profit. So you
Yeah.
can pull from that. So if you enter a short, you can, as long as your long entry is below your short and it's a little bit bigger, you'll have no
As long as
Yeah.
liquidation. You can keep averaging into the short
as long
until it
as you
eventually falls.
Yeah.
can spend your unrealized profit bit by bit, you can. Mexer, you can't. You got to close positions to re-spend that money.
Like to tap into it. Yeah.
You can only get your initial,
Mm.
and you end up 200x leverage, fully leveraged out. But you can start pulling out margin at that point and closing
Yeah.
positions and re-leveraging. Yeah, it's good when it's going good.
All right. Well, I mean, say
Yeah.
you're in just one position and it's going up. You found a pivot. You went in, and you have money in your cross margin account that's protecting you from liquidation. Well, the further up it goes, so say it goes up and then it makes a higher low. If your position is in the profit, you'll have more cross margin available than you did, like
Yeah,
at
to
when you
support your
first entered.
position, but not for new positions unless you close a position, or you can spend unrealized profit, which you can on Bybit. Gets
No, I'm
really
saying
crazy.
you can add to your
Yeah, I
position
love
because
Bybit.
so the further down, if you're in a long, the further down it goes, the less cross margin you have available. The further
hmm
up, because that's your collateral. If it's going up, you can you can buy the higher lows in the uptrend, and you'll have more. The higher up it goes into the profit, the
Oh,
more cross margin you'll have
if I start
available.
at 200 and I've already spent 100x of my margin, then I can get another 100x of it unless I close positions and free up the margin for the 200x position. or I can add more margin. But on Bybit, like I said, you can spend that unrealized profit as further margin to extend your position. It's, I don't think all exchanges
The
do that.
really cool thing, like, is being able to average into a long entry if you already have a fat short position. So you open a short position at like mega resistance, right? And if say it drops 20% and you start averaging into a long position at like 2x, that's your real position. You don't ever really take profit on the short position. You get stopped out of the short position. But but you hold the short position long enough to build up a massive long position on like 2x, and you'll never get liquidated. And then once it does turn around and start pumping, you get stopped out of the short, and when the long pumps like hell, that's where you take profits.
Unless it dumps at your stop loss. You hope it bursts through, it doesn't dump right at that point. But yeah.
Well, even if you get stopped out of the short, ideally, like you could, even if you get stopped out of the short, you could take profit on your long at the same
Yeah,
play.
but if you get
Still
stopped
make
out of the short and it turns around and dumps immediately, as like it just wicks into your short stop loss and then pulls back, you're in trouble.
Yeah, but that's why you put trailing stop losses in profit on your long too.
Yeah.
And you don't really need high leverage to do this. Like
Or
you
you
can,
just wait for that long position in the first place entry and go really hard on it. But yeah,
yeah,
there's
you can
always
get
a couple of ways.
you can average into a long way easier because the lower the price goes, the cheaper it gets to lower your average. Whereas when you're in a short, the higher the price goes, the more expensive it gets to raise your average because the price is getting higher. So you can't average your way out of a short position as easy because you have to put like more and more money. So like if you short something that goes up 10%, and then you're trying to average your entry up, you have to pay 10% more to get the same amount of coins. Whereas if you're so to change your average even a little bit, you have to double your coin count, and after it goes up 10%, but you have to pay 10% more to get the same amount of coins that you initially entered with.
That's
With a
interesting.
long position, if you have a long position and you enter a long and it goes down 10% and you buy the same amount of coins, you have to put 10% less money
But
in
you're
to get the
averaging
same amount
up.
of coins, or you can get or you can get
on your
10%
short.
more coins.
On your short, you're averaging up though. The cost to average up is still equivalent though.
No, it's because it gets more expensive to get the same amount of coins at a higher price.
Yeah,
Look how crazy
Like,
that wick
your
is.
average is going up when you add to your position, but it gets more expensive to add to your position the higher the price goes.
Yeah, that's weird. I never thought of that.
That's why it's so much more dangerous to short, because it can, like, the price can go up 1,000,000%, but it can only go down 99%. So like
Check out the length.
averaging into a long is way safer, especially if you have a fat short position open. But you want to stop out of the short if you're going to do that, because if you don't, the short can just keep going up and up and up and up and up and up. So
I
like
never
you'll
run a
probably
short
be able
without
to
a heavy. I don't run shorts without pretty tight stop losses on them. No. Or yeah, like you said, if you have a hedge, then that can be different. But
Man, that wick on the 4-hour chart for XRP is pretty long. I'm guessing that's probably similar for a lot of the big coins, yeah? Is that right? Let me have a look.
even if it
Yeah,
keeps
a
going
lot.
down, even if it keeps going down, you can add to your short as well. So like whenever it bounces, if it doesn't get quite back to your long entry, you can add to your short. It brings your short entry on your average on your short entry down a bit, but you'll still be in the profit on the short. And if it continues to go down, when it dips again, you just add to your long until you bring your long position above, until the price goes back above your long position's average. And then you can cut the short there if you want. You won't have protection anymore. Or you could just put a stop loss like right below your entry on the short and let the long ride. But if you let the long ride, you should put a stop loss and entry on your long too. So that way if it continues to go down, you can get a better position, or you can add more. Maybe you stop at a half of your long position and then it drops another 10%, you add more. but you still have the short position open, so it's protecting you from liquidation at the same time. By the way, I don't suggest anybody do this because it's really hard and it's really like
Yeah, you have to babysit it.
dangerous. Yeah, like you have to like this is more for like professional trader type stuff. Like,
And the
it's
problem
like
is
hedge
the
fund manager
market.
shit.
We all know how crypto moves. It'll trigger you to take action, but then you'll have to like reassess because it's gone back the other way in a matter of minutes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can be tricked out of things very easily,
Yeah, like
especially if you're playing
it's
like high
so
leverage. Yeah,
it's so sketchy and like
so noisy.
eventually like you get to a point where like you've added to both positions so much that you're completely out of money and you don't have any money to add to it, but one of your position
Yeah,
is still at a huge loss. Like it's really hard. It's best to do it in like a sideways range that's well defined, or like even like an ascending or descending channel that's adhering to pretty well. But you can't do it
yeah,
if it's in a really strong trend. Like if it's in like a parabolic uptrend or if it's in the middle of a crash, you can't pull it off. It's like almost impossible.
yeah. You may as well just go one way. Yeah,
Yeah, you're better
there's
off
no
just
point.
trading one direction at that point.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if there's been enough drama to go back up yet. Who knows?
Did you
We
post
had a
that?
bullish engulfing on the 1 hour.
You post that strategy?
Yeah, it's in general. Oh, I don't know about his strategy, but the one we were talking about earlier is just in general chat.
Rick, should I make a video on that or is it too dangerous?
You could. You
You think
just
like
put a disclaimer at the start, like this is just an idea. Don't do it, like but just as an idea. Like don't follow it. It's just an idea. Just be clear that it's that it's not
I mean,
advice. It's not. Yeah.
there has to be a point at which you cut one of the trades either way anyway. It's just a way to like make money no matter what the current short-term
Yeah.
trend is. Even if it's like
You could
so
say if you're doing like any video on strategy, you could just say somewhere in the video, make sure you don't lose money as part of the strategy, and that covers it's like,
yeah.
well, and if someone loses money, it's like, well, you didn't follow the strategy. I said not to lose money.
Yeah,
Just
part of the
as like a little
strategy is
safeguard.
don't
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, it's kind of like, well, it's too bad if you're following people's videos on YouTube, it's because you don't know what you're doing, essentially. So if you lose money
I
because you don't know what you're doing, then it's your fault, kind of
that's
thing.
your fault, yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
it's
know
you've
that
got to.
people are doing this all the time, but it's so
Yeah,
gatekept, like nobody talks about it. Anybody that
yeah,
really knows about it is not talking about it. I've never seen anybody talk about it the way that like the way that I've executed
yeah,
that cross-edge strategy. I've never seen
yeah.
anybody talk about it.
That's right. It's like it's almost like a secret. No one really talks. Like what's the point of cross versus isolate? You know what I mean? Like there's not a lot of strategy out there for playing
Yeah,
perps. It's
they're
more so,
completely
oh, this is
different
what.
animals.
Yeah, people are more like trying to give predictions and direction and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
why people
strategy
like
is way
when
cooler.
when people come on and they talk about using cross and they're only trading one direction, I'm like, cross is for hedging. Like you like if you're only trading in one direction, just use isolated. I mean,
Yeah, I mean it does
you
have
can trade one
it does
direction
have
in a cross account, but like so here's the thing. You only want to do it if you're not allowed to switch to cross. Like if you can start off on isolated, then switch to cross, that's better. If you're going to try to hedge it, if you're going to try to do a hedge.
yeah.
But if you can't change it,
Mm,
then and you're only planning on trading in one direction, just use isolated. Because they're two
yeah.
completely different animals.
This
Like
dude, this is
they're
why
used for two completely different things. Like I think
yeah.
people like really misunderestimate or like don't
Well,
understand fully like
wow.
that they're used for two completely different purposes.
Cross is more variable margin though, because you open up the max limit to your leverage. You don't open up at max. You open up the maximum. Like I prefer the way the numbers work on cross. Anyway, it's easier to calculate.
Yeah,
This is
but I
why I
mean,
love Bybit
you
because
can
you got the
honestly do.
flexibility to switch it out if you need to. You know, it gives you the power to do whatever you want. Almost.
Yeah, that's cool. With Femex, you can switch it back and forth. But
Oh, that's
with
good.
isolated, right? There's two things you can do. If you have, say you enter a position with only 10% of what's in your account. If you're
Yeah, you can
at
feed the
risk of
margin.
liquidation and you don't have a stop loss, you can either add margin, and that brings you're adding collateral, that brings your liquidation down or further away, or you can deleverage, which is like if you
Which is the
start
same
a
thing.
position, yeah, like if you start
Yeah,
a position on
feeding margin is
100x,
deleveraging. Yeah.
yeah, they're basically the same thing, but like it's
Yeah.
sort of a different process. But if you
Yeah.
if you start a position with 10% of your capital on 100x, you could deleverage it to 10x because you can use that other 90% of your margin that you have available
Available
to
balance.
deleverage
Yeah.
all the way down to 10x. So now your
Yeah.
liquidation, instead of being 1% away, it's 10% away.
Yeah, which is still dangerous.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that is still dangerous, but it's like, so if you have to
As an
know,
example, yeah.
you should have a stop loss always. Like you should know when the trade you're in is invalidated and just take a loss if you absolutely need to. But because taking a small
Yeah.
loss is better than losing your whole account. But I'm just
That's
saying, like
right.
there are ways that like you can treat isolated almost the same as cross. It's just on cross, it automatically takes from your margin. Whereas like with isolated, you can either choose to add to the trade or not. You can add to your position, which brings your average down, but then that brings your liquidation closer.
Because it's
Or
fixed,
you can just add your margin,
because it's fixed
and it
leverage.
basically
Like
deleverages you.
if I open up 200x on cross and my price goes up, I'm not 200x leveraged anymore because I have available margin. It's variable.
Unless
Yeah,
unless it goes down, like unless your position goes in the negative.
You know what I really like about
if your
trading?
position goes in
Holiday
the
mode.
negative, you won't, like if it goes too far in the negative, you won't have any available margin.
Vacation mode of trading is spot. You can park money in it and like walk away for 3 months without looking at a chart and then go, oh, I'll buy some more.
Yeah,
And
buddy.
then, it's just holidays, man. Vacation. In Australia, we
spot is
call
the way.
vacation holiday. We say, let's go on a holiday. Let's go on a holiday. You book a holiday. Yeah? What, the holiday means vacation in Australia? Yeah. 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 It might have been me, man. It might have been me that was telling
Vacation's
you
what we
that
have when
a
we
long
have a
time
fire alarm.
Because I remember, I was saying, "Oh, I'm going to take a holiday," and a bunch of Americans were like, "Which holiday are you talking about? Like, as in, like, which calendar event are you referring to? Because that's what holiday means in the US, right? It's
Doesn't
like a
Australia? Yeah,
Well,
doesn't
it
Australia take
comes
like
from
9 to 10 months out of the year as a holiday?
9 to
like
10
you're
months
talking
of the
about
year.
you're talking about holiday like it's in a
That's
vacation.
Switzerland.
Here, like a
Yeah, you
holiday,
call it a Yeah, a
like
holiday is just a calendar date in America. Like Thanksgiving is a holiday.
it
Or
comes
like Easter.
it comes from holy day, which like Christmas
Right.
was a holy day. Easter was a holy day.
Yeah, etymology, yeah. The meaning behind why the word is the word, yeah.
Yeah, like
Meaning
it
behind
comes
the
from
actual
holy
word.
days, so only like the
Yeah.
religious days were holidays, but then they started making other stuff. Like even like Halloween, it was based off of like a pagan holiday, like it was holy in their religion. Like it wasn't like
Yeah.
Christianity.
Isn't Christmas also a pagan holiday?
Yeah, I think the pagans have like a version of
Yes.
Christmas too.
And Krampus. Come on.
But yeah, that's where the
yeah,
word
now
holiday actually came from, was holy day.
yeah. So now I just say, look, vacation.
Vacation, dude. I'm taking a
Vacation
holiday.
goes
Hey,
on.
can you do water real quick again, Rick? Can you, American water for me?
Water.
Thanks,
We're gonna
bro.
go. We're gonna go surfing.
Cheeseburger, sidewalk, and trash can
Burger,
instead of rubbish bin.
Hold
It's a
on,
trash
hold on,
can.
hold on.
You guys don't have rubbish
That's
bins in America, do you?
no,
We
we
do.
got trash.
All
We
trash
got trash
cans.
You
cans.
got trash cans, yes. Or
Yeah,
a dumpster.
but we don't have big rippers
Skip.
either, or little rippers.
You guys have a dumpster. I don't know what we call a dumpster. Probably like what do we call them? A skip bin.
garbage truck.
Big
Oh,
skip.
yeah, skip.
Yes, a skip bin. They call them a dumpster. Yeah, I'm gonna go live in a dumpster, dude. Mm-hmm.
I was like, I was like, that's bullocks, and in it. I want to get in it in my normal vocabulary. In it, in it.
Instead of
In
out
it?
of it.
XRP looks like it's bouncing, isn't it? Bouncing.
In it.
In it.
I can't find the right time to use it. But I want to use it.
It's a tie down. Whenever you say, "Isn't it?" That's right, isn't
Yeah.
it? You've got to tie people down.
And then in Australia we say, "Hey," we go, "Oh, XRP just had a massive correction, eh?"
Aye.
Hey, that's the Canadians too. You're joining the Canadians.
XRP just had a massive correction in it. The UK, the Brits. The Brits. Mm. Oh yeah?
Like I'm in the
Yeah.
northwest, and so pretty far away from the south. But it's morn y'all, the y'all. That's a
Mhm.
southern thing, but it's slowly trying to move its way through the whole country.
I love it.
No, no, it's morning all. No, it's supposed to be morning all, just ALL, not. But
It's Gmail now.
Have y'all
hope you
Use.
all are doing well.
The Aussie bogan terminology is use. YOUSE, like plural of you, or referring to a group of people.
Use guys. Have a good day,
Use.
guys.
They say yins.
Oh, what do yous want? What do yous want?
They'll say yins and
Not use again.
Yins. What do yins want?
Yins.
Yeah.
Yeah, morning all. No, all. I hope you are all doing well. Is like proper, but yeah. No, I agree with you, man. I use y'all all the time. I'm with you.
I even use y'all. I use y'all
I'm in
now.
the Northeast. I'm in the Northeast.
I think
say
a lot
y'all.
of people do.
But
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think it's no, that's what I'm saying. I think it's like migrated to the rest of the country. Is all I'm saying.
I think like in the inner cities, like urban areas, they'll be like, "I hope y'all is, I hope you guys is doing good." Like I hope y'all's doing good.
Yeah, we say use.
Wait, what was that?
How he is
How does that
doing?
go there? Quack?
I was watching a guy on YouTube Shorts, and he's like, he went to prison for a while, and he's like, yeah, when I first walked into prison, I was on the phone, and the guy came up to me and was like, "You talking to your peeps?" And he was like, "What'd you say? Huh?" And then 2 years into a sentence, some guy came up to him and said something just crazy. I can't remember the phrase. He's like, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah." He had to learn the whole lingo of like, I wouldn't say like, I don't know how to put it, but like the lingo of prison or the lingo of the streets compared to the lingo of everyday people. I thought it was pretty cool. Like he was completely lost. He'd never heard the word peeps before. Like I thought everybody heard the words peeps before.
Them things you get in your
What's
Easter basket. Yeah.
does anyone
Completely off
anywhere?
topic.
Hmm.
But well, what kind of laptops does everybody use? I'm shopping for a new one, and I kind of wanted to figure out what.
MacBook.
So
I got a
Okay,
Dell.
okay, that's what I was thinking.
it's a
Man, you
little off
can't go.
topic.
You can't go wrong with a MacBook.
Nope.
You should have said what kind of laptop you all use.
I don't know. It's just I want to get a new trading laptop, and I was like, let me see, because I'm on the desktop, like, so I wanted to be a little bit more portable. I got an iPhone. I prefer my iPhone. Oh no, like it's all integrated. I got the Surface. You know what I mean? So
Usability.
it's the old school, man. It's not that old. I got it off freaking Facebook Marketplace. Mm.
Well, if most of your work's in Chrome browser, yeah,
Yeah.
the Macs will be snappier. The Windows machines will have more throughput if you're doing heavy video editing. But on a laptop, MacBook generally wins out in that space.
Word. Just like the integration of everything and being able to like
Power
also use
consumption,
your iPhone and cross
power
connect it
con-
with it.
power
You
consumption,
just
and responsiveness.
yeah, and
Does
Yeah, but for the desktop apps,
and,
for the
I mean,
Chrome-based apps,
and and like a MacBook
yeah,
Lite, and a MacBook Lite is also a very good machine for what it is.
yeah, and
I'm still a
yeah,
MacBook Pro person, but the
you
lights are
know,
good machines.
and you know
just
how
get the
some
cheapest
laptops
one.
have like that additional screen you can put on the side.
But you can do that with
oh yeah?
almost any laptop. If you're talking about like a video, like adding a external monitor, you can do that with almost any
Yeah,
laptop.
yeah, like a max free laptop screen, or like one that's kind of like clip on to the back of. Yeah, the clip on one. That's more like what I want.
Sounds like
Yeah.
Klingon.
Wrap up.
Hold,
I go to Walmart. You know
hold
what I
on,
mean?
hold on. If you're afraid of that, the first thing you do when you buy like a MacBook is you wipe it and you reload it from the cloud directly from the Apple servers, and you can find instructions how to do it on YouTube.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, for like never any USB stick or any USB that you've ever found or have, you don't know where it came from originally, like new packaging. Do not plug it into something that you have your any seed phrase on. Put it that way. Like, don't ever plug your phone into, like, if you have a rental car and you're like, oh, I want to charge my phone, let me plug it into the USB. Bad idea. Horrible idea. Yeah, unless you have like a USB condom, which basically blocks all data traffic and only allows. I know it sounds funny, but that's what they're actually called,
It's
USB
great.
condoms.
Yeah.
Where they only allow the positive, negative. They don't allow the middle channels to be turned on. They actually cut traces. But yeah, always be safe with anything USB. USB is extremely dangerous.
That's good.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. How is it supposed to use a condom if it's not even turned on?
I'll show you how.
No, like you can look it up. Search on Amazon for USB condom. You'll find them. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Let me see what good information. Yeah,
But
because
you
I was
said it
looking at like
prevents
the
it. You
level
said
of
it
surface
prevents it from
protection.
being turned on. If it prevents it from being turned on, doesn't that defeat the purpose of the condom?
Yeah, it stops it getting the job done.
I was
That's
thinking
crazy.
more, I was thinking more of a Viagra moment here, but hold on. My girl's getting it tonight. Thanks a lot, guys.
That's crazy.
Man, don't blame it on us. You take them things every day anyway.
Are you crazy? I want to keep my heart
So back to
moving.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, Microsoft had a big problem with USB back in the day because they allowed direct memory access. It means they could write to anywhere in memory as soon as you plug the USB in. Horrible, horrible, horrible design.
To be fair, Apple's had DMA since about 1987, 1988.
Yeah, no, yeah, but I'm talking DMA off of USB.
Yeah, well, that's a different story.
Well, that looks good.
I just don't really see the point of a Windows laptop. I see the desktop, but laptop, I don't really see the point of them.
Yeah, I might just do that. Then I might just go get myself a little refurbished white bit like he said and do that. Yeah, I think it's like a Surface Pro or something like that. That I only know because I know like our regional manager has one, and she got the whole setup. That's why I'm like, what you be doing, day trading too? and essentially, it's like she has like the two clip-on screens and like a whole setup. Like it's crazy, man. Like you look at her, she got a portable office with her. Yeah, exactly. Like it's kind of worth it, but I don't know. Like I just don't know. Like I just wanted to know if like the running the processors because you're trading and you're running like and the computer has to keep up with all these different time frames. You know what I mean? So
So
like my
I would say,
phone, if I'm running like three different exchanges at the same time and like listening
it's
to a
not.
YouTube
Hold
video,
hold
it
on.
starts to like get a little hot. You know?
Yeah, hold up here. So it's not always CPU though. It's mostly memory. That's where
Uh,
you're. So what happens is ever say you have like a phone with actual memory, like random access memory, right? Your phone has like 16 gigs of RAM in it. So what happens is, say like 3 of your apps use 14 gigs of RAM, and you open another app, it actually has to swap all that data back onto basically. It has the memory optimize and basically flush that out to bring up the other app, and then to reload that app when you switch back to it. That's what causes
A
that.
bit different. It's actually a bit different on iOS and Mac OS because it's using Unix. It uses a unified memory space. Everything's running virtual memory. There is no swap files, unlike Windows.
Unlike
So a
Windows,
lot
okay.
of, yeah, no, they don't. Unix doesn't use that. So most apps will allocate
Even
way
though,
more memory than you already have all the time. It's always virtual memory.
even though then, but you still have to have whatever's running in memory. correct? I mean, it has to swap every once in a while. You wouldn't have swap disk on Linux if you didn't have it. You still have swap.
It's constant. It's always virtualized on Unix.
I just learned something new. Thanks, man.
You can look on Mac OS in the terminal and do bring up the process table. I forget what the command is. It will show you the memory usage and the V memory.
Yeah,
and the memory allocation. Yeah.
So I'm looking at mine right now, and like I'm using 1.3
Yes.
gig swap.
PS minus AUX would do that. Show you the processes. It should show you your memory and the V memory allocation on all your applications.
Yeah, I can bring it up. I'll throw it in chat.
Well, we got 7 minutes left of the 4-hourly candle.
Yeah, if you look in the bubble chat, you can see there. I still am in swap. I've got 1.3 in swap.
Yeah, I believe that the M4 chips and the M1s and all through the M4s will run more efficiently in your browser because you're not using graphics. You are using CPU in the browser, but you're right. You are using you need the memory for the number of tabs open. It will start to thrash more if you don't. But ARMS doesn't have the same throughput as Intel, so the benchmarks won't come up. But in terms of responsiveness and like when you click in the latency, it's faster.
Yeah, you can't do PSAUX on a Mac. It doesn't have the user. It won't allow for the -u.
You could type sudo in there and then put your password in sudo space ps minus AUX.
I get you.
Unix runs a master memory thread, so if anything crashes, it always falls back to its master thread. That's probably sitting in proper memory. The rest of it gets virtualized. Windows operating system is a dinosaur.
Yeah, you still can't do AUX even in sudo, and it expects a username.
Oh, okay.
Tell you what, I bought a laptop in 2023 and I barely use it. I kind of regret it. I spent like 1,200 on it, and it just, yeah. I thought I would need it or use it more with crypto and all that, but nah, I don't. I still come
Need
back
your
to the
desktop?
computer. Yeah.
Laptops are not really that needed, like unless you are traveling.
Yeah, unless you're like away from.
But I don't really buy anything other than laptops because I don't need a desktop. I'm not doing anything heavyweight, and they've got a backup UPS, so any power outage and stuff, and you can move them. But a gaming laptop's the weird one when people get those Alienware ones and the big screens, and it's like you have to have a trolley to carry them around. That's stupid.
And you need really good like ventilation. Like you can't just have it up on your bed or something because it's gonna choke.
Well, I'll just say like
Overheat.
I've got a 2019 Mac, and it's nothing special. It's i9, like 32 gigs, but it's still running the Intel chips. And man, it gets hot, and it gets crazy hot. Like, cause I'll lay in bed and I have it up on my knees, and like it'll block the vents. And
Has that got NVIDIA though? Has that got NVIDIA or Intel graphics? Is it discrete graphics?
I think it's just the Intel 630 probably.
Yeah. Though, because those laptops were terrible. All the laptops that were Intel with NVIDIA, they always choked because they overheated. They were faster without the discrete graphics.
Yeah, it's the Intel 630, and it just gets blazing hot.
And it sounds like a jet's taking off. They're like, ramp up.
The fans are quiet. It's just
Oh, really?
Yeah, the fans
Maybe
are
that's the
quiet,
problem.
but it just
They're not
rages.
doing the job. They're not speeding up. It's getting real hot. No, I know what you mean. You know, I mean, the technology that's in just an air conditioner, if they had that going in a computer where it has like a little outdoor, you know, like this, you know, like a split system air conditioner, like where they have like the unit on the outside of the building and it has the exhaust that comes off and all that.
They have the fans that you put under.
Yeah, but if they had like actual refrigerant cooling for a
I
computer, I'm
think they
sure it
do.
exists. It would exist, yeah.
Well, they do for
'Cause that would
desktop
be
gamers. You
very
have to. For triple graphics card, you have to go nitrogen.
yeah.
Liquid
Oh,
nitrogen.
nitrogen, yeah. Just anything that's like that, you know, the technology in air conditioning, right? Like they put refrigerant, the gas in it, and it, yeah, has like a pretty. It produces water like as an exhaust,
it.
like as a byproduct. Like the hot air and water, like is the what comes
Most
out of
of the
like an
time,
air
most of
conditioner,
the
right?
time you're running in Chrome browser. It's not using your graphics GPU. It's using your CPU. Most of the time.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
GPUs are what's generating the heat. So you don't need discrete graphics for charting in Chrome.
Mm.
Yeah, you should
Not
look
the
at
way.
the cooling pads that they have. Some of these have like one big old fan in the middle, and then like four more or six throughout. There's actually a lot of these, and they're pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Android still swaps to disk. I just looked it up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, right.
People have built really interesting, like air conditioned computers, like that literally have, you know, like a condenser and all the stuff that
That's
a
wild.
conventional air conditioning system has, but it's all hooked up to the CPU and stuff.
Computers are
pretty
going
cool.
less. They're using less power now. You can get like
Hey
the
man,
6
that
watt
sounds like
mini
you're talking about
PC.
a Tesla.
Mm.
It depends on like the chip you're running too, like TDP. I mean,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the
like a liquid cooling
Mm.
liquid cooled computers are pretty common nowadays. At least like in the enthusiast community.
Oh, I'm not busy.
Yeah, liquid's pretty good.
The cool stuff is when they have the like the mineral oil where the entire board and everything is inside of mineral oil, and then that goes
Wow.
to yeah, that's crazy stuff.
Yeah,
I
like
think they
just
were saying
anything that transfer the heat away. Yeah.
I just saw one a YouTube video and the guy had like 20 quarts. It was 20 quarts to fill up the entire thing, and the mineral oil to fill was like $50 per quart because of whatever they're using. I was like, oh my goodness,
Wow.
that's ridiculous. Come on, man. Do you really need this? Are you really getting that much benefit?
Yeah. I guess
I mean,
those people that are doing extreme overclocks where the
yeah,
temperatures go crazy.
well, then you're looking at like liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, your liquid nitrogen cooler.
There you go. Now we talking.
Yeah,
I mean, just it's
that's
not feasible
extreme.
for a daily use computer. That's like trying to go for records.
It's just hardcore rendering, yeah, graphics rendering.
I mean, if you have it like on a table in its own little setup where like it's indented in and it's just sitting on like that running through it and the surface of like a metal surface with fans blowing that air. I don't know, man. It sounds like a lot of work though. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, the problem you run into with like liquid cooling is condensation. And so now that like the top end boards, they actually like cover the boards in a film so they can't get wet, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Or maybe it's just the video cards that do it. Maybe there's not a motherboard manufacturer yet, but I'm sure it's coming.
I mean, you could always just do this, right? Isn't like dry ice pretty like the gas that it gives off is pretty cooling, right?
Yeah, that's the liquid nitrogen. Dry
Yeah,
ice is
so technically you can put that if your little fan stand could like or your laptop stand can like tilt up and you can put some dry ice under it, then I guess you can essentially achieve what you want.
Makes you wonder, like, what kind of wear and tear liquid nitrogen would do to components over time. You know, like,
No,
is
it's
that
sealed.
reliable over
It's
time?
I
sealed.
think on anything copper is
Yeah.
definitely going to start corroding it over time.
Yeah,
But only
it's
if it
definitely
accumulates, you
sealed
know
in
what
a
I mean?
system. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's within a system, but yeah, I mean that's a pretty extreme substance, I suppose. But I guess you just have to use the right material to house it.
You do need it for triple graphics cards overclocking. It's a necessity.
Yeah, damn.
There's a guy named
Graphic
Debauer.
cards. Yeah.
There's a guy named Debauer that makes some just crazy cooling blocks
Exotic
for like
rigs.
yeah, and
Where
I
is
mean
D block?
I wouldn't even want to guess how much it is to buy some of the hardware that he sells. But it's for those
Wild.
extreme people. Again, it's for those extreme people. It's people who have money to blow on stuff.
Yeah, it's just like a hobby or like an enthusiast thing.
You know what? Some
Maybe for
people would say
VR.
we're extremists.
VR, you might
I'm a
need it.
PC extremist, man.
Crypto extremist.
I'm a crypto 100x at least
If you're
leverage every
going
day.
freaking 100x, you're definitely a crypto extremist.
Or degen. I think the
And
popular
you
Degen.
need rehab.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
the
hey,
friendly
hey,
way
hey.
of saying you're a degen. You're a crypto extremist.
I gotta ask, since you said you've done one, the probability of you doing 300x has gone through the roof. Have you done 300x?
Dude, that's like no tolerance for backward. Like you just need to go forward
I mean,
only.
you're gonna you
Otherwise,
would
you're
do
in trouble.
you're gonna do 10 cents.
Jeez.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, I'd use $1. I'd use like $1.
Nah.
I'd do like $1.
weren't there some dexes that were doing like 2,000x or 4,000x, some crazy number?
Oh my god,
That's
that's
just
so
money
wild.
grabs. They're gonna
Rollbit was
send
like
it the other way.
2000x. Rollbit 2000x.
Yeah,
They
you
send it
definitely
the
need
other way.
up only price action.
200x on isolated or on cross is different because I don't open at 200x. I end up at 200x.
Yeah, opening at extreme leverage just seems crazy. I don't understand how people open at that level, but ramping up to it when you know you're safe, then yeah, that makes sense. Like if you
Yeah,
start on 20 and then
even
ramp it up.
Opening at
no,
50x
hold on, but
is
you know you're degen when you open at like 5x. You open at 5x and the price moves up, and then you're like, oh well, here I'll raise my margin up
Slide
and
it.
I'll take that capital and I'll put it back in. Just keep going.
You chase it up.
Yeah, you chase it
Oh man.
upwards. That's the worst.
A 30-minute has a bullish dip.
No, that's some serious degen shit though.
See, 1 minute.
I
BTC
don't know any
dominance
other
is like kind of climbing right now.
I don't know any other way.
Dominance.
The 1 minute.
Bitcoin dominance, yo.
1 minute.
Well, even worse, the Bitcoin price is going down while the dominance is going up. That's even worse.
What are outs looking like? They're all in the red. Crazy. It's meme season. Look at this.
What's that layout? Oh yeah, alt season layout. The ETH BTC pair, the Bitcoin dominance chart, and then total excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum.
CBBI is still underneath 80. I think we got a little bit to go.
Yeah.
Just trying to see what reaction these outs have had with this little last couple minutes movement.
Kind of makes you wonder how the hell alt season happened in the past, because Bitcoin needs to kind of like pull back, but every time Bitcoin pulls back, the alts freak out lately. You know what I mean? Like nothing holds ground, or like very little holds ground against Bitcoin crashing or correcting.
Too many alts.
Nothing
Yeah,
rotates.
dilution
I
is
did
real.
see an opinion lately in a video saying that the real recipe for alt season is quantitative easing, and we don't have that yet. So the Fed, we need to wait for that. Those conditions, like that, is like the magic
Yeah.
pass.
Ultra speculating, yeah.
Yeah, like total risk on style environment. So it is in our future. They can't QT forever. There's gonna have to be them, like, releasing the tightness, loosening up the markets a bit.
Well, when unemployment gets to 10%, I'm sure they'll definitely be thinking about it.
When all
And when
fiat
his-
currencies fail, they'll do it.
right when the
Everything
when-
fails.
Laptop water cooling radiator RGB remote control color. I think I just found what you like. We're talking about.
I'll tell you what, I don't wish anything on the world like COVID, but market condition wise, I would love to redo those conditions, like market conditions, with the knowledge that I now have. You know what I mean? Because I didn't know what the hell I was doing back then. But
Rick,
now, with
changed-
what I know, you know what I mean?
Rick, during COVID, I got out of debt thanks to COVID. I mean, I'm
Oh,
not
there
arguing
you
with you
go.
one bit.
Yeah, purely from a market condition standpoint, like I would not wish a pandemic on the world ever again, but or
Hey,
any kind
man.
of like turmoil, like screw that.
Hey, man.
But
Speak with.
yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
was a
like you got to
horrible
take
time. Yeah, let's leave it at
advantage.
that.
It feels sinister to take advantage of like tragedy like that because the world's going through something like a GFC or like a like a huge crash in the financial world, whatever. But yeah, that's the time that you
Save the
become a dog
market.
eat dog.
You're
Yeah.
saving the market. You're buying it back.
Look,
Yeah.
hold
I'm getting
on,
in
back
cheap,
to the.
man.
Look, I'm gonna get off topic again. I'm gonna go back. Look, I found the cooling water cooled seat laptop cushion. Heat
Nice.
dissipation device pad. It's on eBay for $32.
I've
It
seen
looks like
some
exactly what you were talking about.
yeah, there's those laptop stands that keep the laptop up off the surface so that the back of it and the fan grills and everything just have free access to air, like fresh air,
I'm
rather
not
than,
shilling it. I promise you, I'm not shilling it. But I'm literally gonna post it right here on the chat so you can see it.
all right.
Check that link out right there. If you look at the whole setup, it's crazy. It don't have any fans, but it definitely is kind of like what you were talking about.
Looks like a colostomy bag or something.
Yeah, I like the
I
you
don't
can
know,
sit
man.
on it also.
I just started digging deep, and this is the type of stuff I
That is
started
so
finding.
funny, man.
You
That
know,
is
it's
It looks like a
$31 on
CPAP
eBay.
machine.
Hold on, that's $31 on eBay, but it's more like $14 on Temu.
Look, it's for the seat and for and for your laptop.
No, those are separate. This is the same thing. They're just showing a picture of it. You can sit on it or use it for your laptop.
You cooking, man? It's wild.
Look at it sits in a water bucket because of all the condensation. That's great.
Look, but you see in one of the pictures, like they literally have one on the table and one on the seat.
Oh yeah, they do. My bad. You're absolutely right. Correct. I did not see that. That's hilarious.
That's like you can sit on one.
Well,
Oh, man.
is your ass collecting the heat? I mean, what's the deal there? Is it?
Like, how long do you have to sit on that leather seat?
I'm buying it right now. Screw it. I'm buying one. I'm
I
buying it.
just had
That's
a
it.
big funny moment. I got it.
I'm taking
so
pictures
good.
once I get it. You guys can see it.
That's fucking.
What are we buying?
I'm kidding. I'm not buying it.
What is it?
It's a colostomy bag cooler for your laptop.
We were talking baseball bats at work earlier today, and I went and looked up my old baseball bat from like 2011. I spent $199 on it on eBay right now. They're selling a used one for $450. Like, what's going on with the baseball bat market?
What hell?
Put your
That's expensive.
computer on top of that, and then you sit on the other side.
Yeah, what the hell? Is the
Yeah.
other side just for your benefit? Like, the heat from your computer now heats your, like it's like a
Maybe it's
like a car
reversed.
seat
Like the
heater.
heat from your ass cools the computer.
No, I don't know, man.
It's a swamp
I
cooler, is
think
what it is.
Yeah, it looks like a swamp cooler
think
for you
It's
and
cooling.
your laptop.
It's cooling the water, pushing it into the pad that's underneath the computer, pushing the cold
Mm.
water out of
And then all
that
the
pad,
hot water.
which has now been warmed by the computer, is pushing it into the pad that's under your butt, so it's warming your ass,
Yeah, it's like a
and then
seat
it goes
warmer.
back into the machine where it then gets
Cold.
cooled again.
That's cool. I like it. That's yeah. You
So it
can
cools your
Methane
computer and
powered.
warms
you
your
can
ass
warm
at the same
yourself.
time.
Yeah, that's
I'm still
great.
trying to wrap my head around it. I just thought it was something nice to share. I'm still trying to figure it out.
And now you know why they put all those mining centers in Greenland, where like the temperatures are really low and
Oh, you
cold.
should
Yeah.
check out what's
What
going
is
on
it?
in
You get the
you know what? I'm gonna
ambient
check this
cooling.
now. Have you guys heard about Operation
They do
Stargate?
it to heat their house. Operation Stargate.
Yeah, go
I have
ahead
not.
and look that one up.
Isn't that
Well,
remote
actually, I
sensing
have
or
heard of it,
something?
but I haven't looked into it.
500 billion or 5 billion? I'm not too sure.
Do
Might
you
be a
think
500
Five
million
$500
actually.
hundred
million.
billion. 500 billion.
with AI going in the path it's going, is gonna make trading more difficult for retail
Oh yeah.
or easier? I think it's gonna
Oh
become more
no.
difficult. Yeah, it's gonna
We
be wild, dude.
it'll get to the point where AI will just like pretty much take us out of the game, and we will have to leave it to AI because you try to trade against a computer that has no emotions and just taking factual data into account and making split-second decisions. There's no way we
Hold
can
on.
fucking.
I agree with you, but I also disagree with you because right now you're already fighting algorithms. You're already fighting the same thing.
You are, yeah.
Yeah, but like if you take into account and start, let's just throw this out, right? Like AI is growing. It's the way it learns is by like being on Twitter and recognizing like patterns that we as a whole are moving, right? So it'll take all this information and analyze it a lot faster than we can. And like yeah, it still needs us, and will still have to be a factor in the market. But as to like the trading wise, where when we put in like our margin, like your
We
entries
don't
and your
stand a
exits,
chance.
I don't think that'll be what we'll be doing. We'll just be more like, all right, long sentiment, you know what I mean? Short sentiment. You just essentially like dictating a broader like move way of how you want it to move and how risky or how unrisky, because that's pretty much what we're seeing right now, but just not as, I guess, advanced as it will be, you know what I mean?
Well, then if more people want, it's just going to sell off.
I mean, if you switch and you go back and forth, that you're pretty much, it still has to, I feel like for it to be trading, like you still have to have the human element, you know what I mean? Without the human element is where it's just numbers. Like my understanding of like the fibs and all these numbers and all these derivatives and exponential numbers, it's all meant to map human emotion and how humans move the market, because the market is the car, the money is the gas, and the money, the gas doesn't get into the car without like somebody pushing it or putting it there, you know what I mean? And essentially that's us, that's humans. Like we are what drives money into the market to make money move at its basics.
There's just going to be free money printers for everybody, and nobody's going to need money, and nobody's going to have any ideas, and there will be no money. Probably not. Probably not.
Man, I think we're past the point of no return. I think they have to keep printing because whether they like it or not, like it may not be right now, but like it's a supply and demand thing. Like generations and generations keep coming into the workforce, so more people and more people looking for a salary. And yeah, we have people exiting the job market, but is it as fast as people are joining? Like we don't know that ratio ourselves, and that's something that changes every couple of months or every year, because pretty much the second that high schools let out and all these kids graduate, you have people joining the workforce, as some do go to college and whatnot, but you have to understand that there's constantly people being added to an economy, and it's not the same way where we're constantly adding dollar bills to or dollars to match the amount of people that are jumping in, right? It's kind of like what we've always done is like print, stop, quantitative easing, quantitative tightening, like just essentially like letting the numbers constrict and expand on their own with some control.
Yeah, that's the business cycle.
Yeah.
Birth rates are declining. We've peaked growth.
Yeah, like everything's
So
manipulated, but not everything.
we follow the growth curve, and we are declining in our growth rate now.
I mean, I think
We're
Aging
not going to need new babies, Fly, because we're going to have robots.
robots, yeah.
Well, we need people to pay taxes. Come on now.
The
I
machine
mean
will
that you
actually
don't
be
really
a
need people to
machine.
pay taxes. Corporations can pay taxes, and if the government decides to force like them to pay taxes and they can't take any cuts or credits, then what option are they left to do? You know what I mean? They can still make their money. There still has to be a governing body.
We're going to go extinct. The alien from the future said so.
An asteroid's gonna hit the Earth.
Well, Elon said that GDP is calculated by per capita, like how much money each person's producing. But if we all have robots, we could produce a lot more, so it could increase GDP globally. We could have more growth.
I mean, no, I mean you have to. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way. Like,
We have to.
like
We
I
can't
said,
go backwards. Yeah.
I think the only way to expand is with debt, and if there's no debt, there's no expansion. You know what I mean? Like, where does the money come from?
Where is the money going to come from?
Yeah, like where's the money gonna come from? Like, there they can go print it, but like there is no need to print it if you don't have a legit reason, right? And the legit reason is debt. Like, to keep running, we need money. So debt is the excuse, you know what I mean? There's no way to not keep expanding without debt. Cuz I don't think anybody has like the absolute cash that they need on hand to take one restaurant to 10 restaurants, you know what I mean? Like they always got to pull it from somewhere, aka the Shark Tank idea. Rick, what is Bitcoin doing?
It's going down, mate.
It's going down, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Isn't it? Bit of a discount, isn't it?
Might do a little bit of a candy cane here. Not for a 382.
Reverse
Or it could wait till
J-hook,
tomorrow.
collapse
Be
of
late now.
society pattern. Yeah.
Yeah. The inverted J hook.
That's one of them World War III patterns right there on the chart.
Inverted fish hook.
I only just realized I can charge my vape from my phone. Everything's solved.
Hey.
You have a portable charger?
No, I just plug my nicotine vape into the wall, but I can just plug it into my phone now.
That's crazy.
Learn something new
You're
every day.
living in 2030 while we're still here in 2025.
I mean, ultimately, if you charge your vape with your phone, you charge your phone with your computer still is probably going to have to be plugged into the wall.
Well, yeah,
Unless
I
you're
do
charging
charge
it
my
with a
phone off my laptop. I carry the laptop into my room from the other charger port. I charge my laptop, my phones, and then I charge my vape off my phone now. It's pretty good. The laptop battery's going to get hammered.
It's like free energy, bro.
Hello, governor.
Oh. Somebody have Ugandan shillings?
Three guns in my trunk. What kind of guns, dude? Like handguns or rifles or shotguns or semi-autos? 3 arms. Oh, I see.
So
I have
what's
zero
pulling the third
guns. I'm in
trigger?
Australia. AI is getting real
We're chilling out.
fast.
Oh,
Development
yeah.
of. It's clever though. So like as fast as it is now, it's like where's it going to be in 10 years, you know? Because 10 years is a long time.
We can't predict anymore. We used to predict 20. We
It's
can't predict 5. But
yeah,
what
we don't
happens when
even
your
know what it's
robot,
going to be like.
the day my robot comes and asks me that I'm like to pass the I'm not a robot bit, walks up to me and says, "Can you click the I'm not a robot on the computer?" That's going to be a bad, weird day.
Yeah.
Or even worse, you have to ask your robot to solve the I'm not a robot problem.
Rick, what am I watching?
AI stuff. This is all AI. It's all fake.
No freaking way.
If you look at the people in the background when they're in the streets, their faces are all messed up.
Yeah, that one right there looks faked up close.
Yeah. Some of the it's not quite there. Like you can still tell. It's good though. Looks really good.
I don't know.
Really
Michael
good.
Saylor had a video the other day that looked pretty real.
Well, you gotta understand, like 50% of the people won't really pay attention to what they're looking at. They're just gonna absorb it. You know what I mean? And it'll be by then it's gone. They won't be able to tell that this is AI.
What?
No problem.
We're not wrong.
See, and when stuff like that, you can manipulate people like humans. That's crazy.
This is brainwashed to the max, man.
Yeah. The whole binary code thing, that's crazy because the binary code can be found in nature too.
Hey guys, I'm spent. Good night.
Later.
No,
Night.
okay.
This is crazy.
Bro, I'm cracking
That's
up.
crazy. Yo.
I'm gonna have a six pack by the end of this.
That's crazy. How you gonna have a six pack by the end of this?
This is so funny, man.
Uh,
Ads.
I'm totally serious.
it's crazy.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to be that guy.
A reptilian.
Oh no! What happened?
Just imagine if they started walking around, man. That'd be so wild.
Hey man, there's some theory that they already are.
Shapeshifter.
I don't know.
So
Like
rad.
when I do, when I first started traveling around the world, and you start like going back and forth in time. I remember the first time I fathomed the idea of like okay, you go like from the west coast of the U.S. to the east coast, you go back 3 hours in time, right? So I don't know why. Maybe I smoked a little bit much that day, and I remember the thought. But essentially, if you keep going back, or you keep going around the world in the east direction, shouldn't you technically? And you keep going back in time. That make you a time traveler, man. I wonder if that's a possibility. Like if you could rotate the world fast enough backwards, would you be able to essentially take it back in time? But that's a whole other thing.
Hold on. Have you not seen the original Superman?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch that movie.
Einstein,
Now.
Einstein said that time travel was possible.
You can go forward in time. You can't go back.
I'll say whoever created Bitcoin is was a time traveler.
If you go faster, your time slows down. So all the people relatively sitting on Earth will age quicker. But if you start approaching the speed of light, your time just slows down.
Hmm. The mind fuckery. Yeah, I'm happy I'm not the only one that went down that rabbit hole as soon as I brought it up. Because where is D-Block?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with this.
Oh, I went to a zoo the other day. All they had was one dog. It was a Shih Tzu.
Bro, he just got a cigarette hanging out of his head.
Bloody hell. That's so random. Hey, I came up with this script too. That's man.
That is hectic, man. That is hilarious.
It's pretty
Dude,
funny.
Rick, send that video to me. That shit is priceless.
All right. I'll put it in general as well.
Or next.
It's kind of funny.
Bit into it.
Hello, dear ladies and
Nectar.
gentlemen. Today for the Bitcoin price. And guys, as always,
As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel.
What cars have the stars in the ceiling like that? Is it a Veyron, like a Bugatti or something?
I don't know.
Or
He
a
had this
Vols?
weird van one time.
Hmm. I want to see his sign off.
I've got that ceiling in my the room I'm sitting in right now.
Ah.
We are going to see each other very soon on the next episode of MM Crypto.
Confusing lines.
These confusing lines here.
To think that he's worth millions and millions, and he's like some confusing lines. That's great.
Every single time.
Kind of scary, yeah.
Exactly scenarios.
It goes down or up. Oh yeah. Hey, does this work if I just pull it across? Can you hear it?
Yeah.
I downloaded it for my nephew's Minecraft movie.
That's interesting.
Oh, that's cool. Gotta love Jack Black. Jack Black.
Jack Black.
Yeah, I just watched it a couple days ago, Rick. Good stuff. It was much better than it could be.
Oh, yo,
Oh,
Yellow
yeah.
Jackets.
Lava chicken. Steve's lava
Yo,
chicken.
so the new season now?
It
Yeah.
is, but it sucks apparently. Season 3.
Dude, yeah, are we gonna watch that shit or what?
Yeah, we can watch it. I'll have to
Maybe
download it
not
first,
right.
though.
Yeah, I don't have to. Like, I gotta
Is
go
it
to
out
sleep
yet?
anyway, but we gotta watch that. I was gonna ask you the other night. I'm like, when are we gonna do another movie night?
I don't
Yeah,
think
man.
I don't think the new season started yet, Rick.
Let me see. I've got my. Hang on a second. I've got my hard drive somewhere. One sec.
Hey, try to download it tonight. Maybe we can watch it tomorrow. Wait, what's tomorrow? Friday night?
Season 3 came out
I played.
back in April 13th. Oh, the entire thing is available. I see it. If you're talking season 3, yeah, the entire thing's been released.
You should see. You should see this. I don't know if this will work. Can you see when I bring this across? Can you see that little Windows window?
Yeah,
My
we can see it.
Toshiba 2 terabyte.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we can see
cool.
it.
Movies, TV show, movies. Look at this. This is all arranged by year. The first movie is Citizen Kane, 1941.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Cool, man. I love how
I
your
wonder if
dates
this
are way all weird.
opens. Yeah, this is just how I did it. It's just this is the oldest movie I have. I don't think I've even watched it before, but yeah,
we
I
were
got
just talking
crap loads of
about it today
movies,
at work.
man.
We were just talking about it today at work. I was trying to watch Casablanca yesterday.
Mm.
Hey Rick, if you need any movies, let me know. I've got them all.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, I
Got
mean,
Rogue One here.
kidding. I'm kidding. I do not.
I've got all of them, man. Every single movie.
The Bravo station is
Where's the part
complete.
where Darth comes on board? Is it
At
the
the
last
very
scene?
end. Yes.
Yeah, this bit. My favorite. Prepare a boarding party. I need to see what is it? Is it Endor or something like that? The TV series?
Andor. It's pretty good.
Andor. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really
Andor.
enjoying it. Really enjoying
It's
it.
got nothing. It's got nothing to do with Endor, the planet.
No, it does not. No, it doesn't
Oh,
have any. It
okay.
has no. Not
Hmm.
Wookiees. What are they called? The
yeah, Ewoks.
Ewoks. Yeah, Ewoks. No Ewoks.
See,
There's no
they need to
Ewoks in that
do.
movie. I don't want to hear about it anymore.
They need to do a whole series. You know how they've done Boba Fett, they've done Obi-Wan. They need to do Darth in a TV series like this.
Yeah, I was
like with
saying
this
that the
type
other
of
day.
badass shit. Yeah.
They need to do a series called Vader.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I would nerd out for that. He's just such a ruthless mother.
Yeah, this scene here is just a remake,
Rick,
right,
he
of the
got his
original scene.
legs
Oh,
and arms cut off, and he got burned by lava. Obviously, he's gonna be pissed.
He's gangster. He's like 50 after getting shot 9 times.
yeah. He's the villain to root for.
Well, I mean, the entire thing between the the dark side or the empire and the rebellion is, you know, the same as anything else. It's all perspective.
That's right.
Is the empire really bad? I mean, come on, I can relate them to a political party or two.
See, this is where the sequel trilogy failed, is to capture this vibe that Rogue One sort of got, because they understood the original trilogy, like as in the look and the vibe to it all, and just way
This is
better.
where a new hope starts.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, Leia. This is
They're
digital
chasing
Leia,
them
isn't it?
down.
Yeah, she's deep fake. They're gonna do such a better job at this, like digital, you know, people that have died when they want to put them in movies.
Yeah, they already are. I think we talked about it a couple days ago that if you look at the general, right, who died, the
Tarkin guy.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about. He looks so much better than he did than what they'd shown there.
Yeah, that's in this movie. Tarkin is also digital. Is it this one? Is it Rogue
I
One
don't
that
think
he's
so.
in?
No, I don't think
Maybe
it's
not.
No, he's in one of the new movies, I think.
Yeah, didn't they deep faked him in one of them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he's been passed for a long time.
Yeah.
I forget which one
What
it
else
was.
have I got in here?
I mean, you know what's really crazy, Rick, is we say that, right? How we kind of judge on the characters and what they look like, but so many of the environments that you see in all of these are all computer generated too. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like a bunch of
Yeah.
that looks like a real room right there, right? But a lot of the places they're not in real room. Like that's not a real room. That's all just computer generated.
Oh, green screen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
I mean, it's just we just because it's a human, right? We're much more like it's much more difficult to fake, I guess.
Yes. Definitely. I think there's been a resurgence of practical effects again. Like movies are starting to go back to practical because it looks better.
Well, we're never gonna have the 70s.
Digital's
We're never gonna have the 70s again, Rick. Come on, we'll never have the 70s again.
But like, look at Lord of the Rings. A lot of that was practical, as far as makeup and like the monsters go. That was like the Urukai looked really cool, and the orcs and everything.
Hey, that her right there, she's in this movie called Scorched Earth. It is such a cheesy western in the future. It's so great. I love it.
With
Such a great.
Gina Carano?
Yeah, didn't she get so much trouble over this Disney movie? How she or was it The Mandalorian she was in and she like got political and they tried to get rid of her and blah blah blah. I don't know. I don't know the storyline. Yeah, she's in this movie called Scorched Earth. Oh man, I love it. It's like a western in the future. It's so cheesy, but it's so great.
That was badass.
Yeah, when he crushes him, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Grogu. This is another deep fake. Like, let's type Luke Skywalker. It's a bit. They're gonna do a much better job now that they've got AI with this kind of, you know. It'll happen. I think this was 2020 when this came out.
Oh, still looks pretty good to me.
It looks alright. Yeah, it's not bad. It's when he moves and talks, it looks weird.
Yeah, it looks like Mark Hamill. Like I would be able to tell. Like you show me the
And,
old movies and then you show me this. It's
Mm.
like
and
Oh
I
yeah,
wouldn't really be able to tell the difference. Like I wouldn't notice the difference, you know?
I
it's
think
it's photo it's photorealistic, but not motion realistic. If that
I
makes
think he
sense.
I think he's a perfect character for this because he's so mild or mild mannered all the time. That's just like his character, so it works well.
Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. Is there a season 3 Mandalorian? Because I haven't seen it. If there is,
I haven't either.
because this is the season 2 finale.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I also
There's 3 seasons.
Oh, okay. Well, I have to watch it still.
dude, that's on the list too.
Yeah. Oh, this is when he does the face reveal. Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, season 3 was what I call it 2 years ago.
What was that other one that was like after Obi-Wan? Because there's the Obi-Wan series, right? Wasn't there another one called like the Bad Guys or something like that? Or it was about the rebels. I don't know.
The
Bad
Bad Batch.
Bad Batch. Yeah, that's right.
Huh.
Bad Batch.
I didn't see that either, and I also didn't see the Book of
Yeah,
Boba Fett. The Book of
I saw
Boba
the Book
Fett
of
looked
Boba Fett. Yeah, it was good. It's not bad. I really liked the Obi-Wan one though.
The Bad Batch that I've seen was a cartoon. It wasn't live action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
Mm,
it was part of they were part of the Clone
I see.
Wars, but they made another series. It's called the Bad Batch. That was live action. But the Bad
Yeah.
Batch was they were like they were like a team or like a squadron of clones that were like defective or whatever.
Yeah, they figured out to
Yeah.
take out their chips. They took out their control chips.
Oh yeah, they took out their chips.
Well, this is very poor
Dragon
quality.
Ball Z.
Yeah,
That's just how it was back then, man.
it
VHS.
was the Boo Saga. I don't think I ever saw the Majin Buu saga. I kind of stopped when it was Cell.
Dude, Majin Buu was kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Dude, the Fat Buu was super annoying though.
Master Roshi. uh, she shot them. That's crazy.
I had a huge crush on Bulma when I was like 6 years old.
Dragon Ball Z.
What's that
All
dude's name again? That I can't remember.
Yeah,
Ball Z, all in 720p, takes up 193 gigs of space.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, sorry. Some of it's 1080p. It's not all
Oh
720.
yeah.
Some of it's 1080, but still, it's 193 gigs.
Piccolo.
There's no way this has
But
to be in 1080p. I mean, it's all 480, right?
Oh yeah, this is
I mean,
very
it's just
low res.
yeah.
well, then I
Yeah.
guess I'm gonna have to get a phone that has 200 gig.
You let me know where
This
to
is a
send it.
lot of.
I'll send you a copy. And non-financial or criminal advice.
Let's go.
Oh, Mr. Popo, or whatever his name is. Popo.
Dude, that guy's always like startled.
It's his character. Shocked at everything. Oh yeah, when Trunks goes Super Saiyan, that's cool. Love that
Yeah,
shit.
dude, he's a badass. He was like one of my favorite characters.
Yeah. He killed Frieza, did he? I don't know, he must have.
Yeah,
It's been a long
they
time since I've seen it.
they like freaking. He was the only one that could kill him because they had to send it. First, he had to come back in time, and then he went and trained with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, so that he could come
Yeah,
back and kill him.
that's wild.
How many
Trunks
episodes you got there?
Ascends. It's like 291
Oh my goodness.
episodes. So it's probably like, I don't know how many seasons that is, but
Yeah, not 9 seasons.
it's like the end of Boo.
Dude, well, we all know that nothing happens in the last 5 minutes of every episode. You're you're waiting for something, some sort of conclusion of the episode, and it's not. It just leaves a cliffhanger for 5 minutes until the next episode. So next time on Dragon Ball Z, and then you have to wait a
This is
whole
the
week for the next one to freaking come out.
this is the first of the first episode. I think it's Raditz. Yeah, Raditz comes.
Raditz.
Raditz, mate.
Dude's a punk.
I've never seen a full episode of this. Maybe I should watch it.
Of Dragon Ball Z?
Nope, never
You
seen a
kidding
single
me?
It's
episode.
old.
Yeah,
What's wrong with
96.
you?
A lot of
I
things, but this is
dude,
just one of them.
yeah, I thought there was something off about you, bro. Now I know you never even watched a single episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Game of
No, I
Thrones.
think
I'm just
I
gonna pick a
not a full
random
episode.
episode.
I've not a full episode. I'd seen like maybe 2 minutes ago. I have no idea what's going on. All right, I'm watching something different.
You're never gonna know what's going on. That's the beauty of watching Dragon Ball Z.
Rick, I don't want to tell you
Was
what I.
she getting railed? Was she just getting boned in it?
She might have been. I mean, Game of Thrones is full of that kind of shit.
So Rick,
The wall.
imagine this: if you take Game of Thrones at 4K, it's 690 gigs.
Hmm. Oh shit! I don't remember that scene. Horse heads everywhere.
That's a great scene.
That's wild. And it's in a spiral, like a spiral galaxy pattern. Was that from the Wildlings? Must have been.
Yeah, they're just about to get stuck up on the rock with the wildlings all coming at them.
Hmm. Do you remember the very first episode, season 1, episode 1? The dude's like running from a White Walker. I'm pretty sure. This guy.
Well, they don't really show. Yeah, they don't really show the White Walker. Like
Yeah.
they show like a glimpse of it, but they really don't tell you anything about it.
Yeah, and then it's like winter's coming or something.
Right? Yeah, because there's
And
two
it's
of
like,
them here, and the one dies.
yeah, it's like the one guy, and he's like, "Oh my
This is a pretty gruesome show. Huh?
god." Yeah, pretty brutal.
I mean, it's crazy that HBO spent so much money on this when they had
Hmm.
canceled after they had canceled Rome because the production costs were too high, and that was only a few years prior.
Did anybody
I
ever
see.
watch a show called Revolution? And it was like
No.
It was like about like a post-apocalyptic world, like where they didn't have a technology or internet or anything, and like they all had to like survive, and there was like not like gangs, but there was like a military, there was like a militia, and then there was like people that were like sort of rebelling against them, and
What?
I downloaded this for my niece.
they were
She's like,
the
I want to
point of
watch
the
Snow
show
White.
was they were trying to like find a way to like regain technology and like bring computers back online and stuff.
This is that scene people make fun of
Yeah, no,
about Snow White.
I'm pretty sure I saw that. It's actually a remake of like a 1970s television show.
They made fun of it. Why?
Have you seen the memes of Snow White? You haven't seen it?
They live in like a
I
cul-de-sac,
have,
right?
but I don't get it. I don't get the context.
I don't know. It's when she like. It's just because of the way she holds her like jaw. They make like her jaw.
Gillette.
Digital dwarves. Damn.
I was
Bro,
thinking
somebody was pissed off because they were like, they robbed. There were so many little people that could have played the roles of
Well, they
them,
were. They
and
were
they
cast
totally
for
robbed
it,
it.
and then they canceled them. Yeah.
That's messed up.
I was thinking of a different show, Earth Abides.
That was their time to shine.
Evil witch.
I had to talk crap about the Mariners earlier today. They went into
Oh
the
yeah.
10th inning. They went into the 10th inning tied 2-2, and they lost 9-3.
Alright.
I mean, it's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
You'll be dead. What's that scene where he's like, I'll be careful. He's like, you'll be dead.
When they go into the pub
He's
or
like,
whatever the
hey,
bar.
my friend doesn't like you. He's like, I'm sorry. He's like, I don't like you.
I don't
All right,
like
well, I'll
you.
be careful. No, you'll be dead.
God, go up. They have no idea that they're Jedis.
I wanted to see that part.
It's coming up. This is the scene
Oh,
before they go into the pub.
See Rick right there. If you go back just a little bit, this is I think this is
the digital.
Yeah, this is they where they edited
Yeah,
it.
George
Digitally
Lucas thought he should
remastered.
go back and put in digital creatures and shit. Yeah. He
Dumb.
didn't need to do that.
He didn't need to do it. You
shouldn't
can
have
still
done it.
find they
OG
call it
stuff?
yeah, it's the despecialized or D something like that. It's out there if you want to go get it.
Oh hell yeah! I would definitely get that. Just
They
the OG movies.
what they do is the despecialize is they still take this copy, right? But any scene that they updated, they actually take like a VHS copy and try to clean it up as much as possible and splice it in.
Nice.
Just so you have
I like that.
it's mostly original. The movie's basically, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get bad scenes, but it doesn't matter because it's the real scene.
Yeah. Yeah, because this has been remastered, like visually, as well.
No,
But dude, I'd be totally happy watching the original on a VHS tape. Like that's the vibe. So how you watch it.
I get you, but man, sound is such a huge thing. It's nice to have surround sound.
Sure. Yeah. Who shot first? Man, I feel like creators were so much more creative back in the day. This is way more creative than what comes out these days, I feel. For the time, you know?
Oh, this is
So
amazing.
different. Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
He doesn't like you. I'm sorry.
I'll be careful. You'll be dead.
You'll be dead. And they just get on with it. That's so funny.
It's like it's a normal occurrence in tattooing.
I would definitely be a Wookiee if I was anything in Star Wars. They're just look how tall he is. Like 7.5 feet tall.
Again, there's fake.
Oh, what a line! How ironic. 3PO says, "I don't like the look of this," and they're looking at the digital, the digital creatures.
Right.
Just look at it. Listen to it. This line coming up. They're looking at the digital thing. That's so true.
And even it makes you feel like maybe Lucas didn't want to do it. You know, I don't know.
So good.
In the scene, you have one guy that's already passed, another guy that's probably should have already passed, and another guy who's still an asshole. You guess which one is which? I don't know.
Wonder how old Mark Hamill was in this movie. Like, what do you reckon? Like
He's
21?
got me in his 20s. Yeah.
Yeah, early
Yeah, he's
20s.
pretty young looking.
Dude, Harrison Ford is he can't be like any older than 30 right there. He's probably younger than
I'm gonna look it up. How old was Mark Hamill during A New Hope? 24. 24 years old. Who's the other guy?
What about Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford, yeah.
Probably like in his 30s. He was 33.
33? That's a whole lot.
Yep. 33.
Does that make him 83 right now then?
Harrison Ford
He's
right
pretty
now
old now.
is. He's still alive, hey. Yeah, he's 82.
82, yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
This movie came out the year after I was born, so easy math.
Oh. What's that, 77? A New Hope? Yeah.
Yeah, 77.
You're a Gen Xer. Gen X is pretty cool. I like Gen X.
I'm a bicentennial man. That's what I am. Or a bicentennial baby. For the US here, you know, we had independence 77.
Oh.
So
I'm
1976.
I'm Australian bicentennial because I'm 88.
Oh yeah? Is that how it works?
1888.
Oh, cool. We share something, right? That's awesome.
Oh wait, 1788? I don't know.
Yeah, but if it was 1788 and you were born 1988, it still follows the same.
Bicentennial. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, bicentennial babies. We both got it. Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Even though it's 12 years apart. That's crazy.
It is.
I'm just I'm searching the computer right now for Star Wars, and I love Windows indexing so much because it's been searching for like 5 minutes and still hasn't found anything. I mean, what is Windows indexing if it doesn't find it like immediately?
Empire. This is the one everyone loves. Empire Strikes Back. It's like the fan favorite.
I waited in line with my sister to see this movie in downtown Seattle.
That's cool.
Hey, that's my dinner. Yoda's stealing his shit.
When he acts like just like a creepy little local on the planet. He's like eating his food and shit.
Yeah, he goes to say he takes it out of his hand and then he sniffs it, throws it away anyway. You might as well just let him eat it.
But hasn't food always been really weird in Star Wars? Like what they eat?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely.
It's still searching. It's still saying working on it. I don't think Windows is actually doing anything.
They know each other already.
Yeah, I know. It's funny.
Like, because R2's memory never got erased because Anakin never erased his memory. So R2 still remembers Yoda from the Clone Wars,
Yeah.
from like the original trilogy.
My favorite. I actually think Revenge of the Sith is probably one of the best out of all of them, to be honest. Now that time has passed,
It's my favorite movie. It's my favorite.
it's like
Star
some of
Wars
the
movie.
acting between Anakin and the Emperor. It's like really good. Like when he's when he's coaching him. Yeah,
I
this
mean,
kind of thing.
it's kind of sad because in the beginning you have that interaction between Anakin and Obi-Wan that's like really wholesome, but then it shifts from Obi-Wan being his mentor from
This is
the
how I imagine.
Palpatine.
This is how I imagine Clive talking
Uh,
to us, about the
totally,
markets.
he totally is.
So funny.
I feel like he did a way better job with this movie than episode 2, like Hayden Christensen.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Not from a Jedi.
What are they watching?
I have no idea. A fishbowl.
I thought those were whale sperms. I thought they were trying to save it. Oh, wait a sec. That's Star Trek. Never mind.
It's like Jedi entertainment, watching sperms swimming in a tank.
Actually, you know what they remind me of is the things from oh my goodness. The circle that you walk through that transports you to different worlds.
Oh, Stargate?
Stargate. It's the ghoul. That's what the ghoul were. swimming around. I have seen all of Stargate. I know I haven't seen Battle or whatever that Z show is, but yeah, I've seen Stargate.
Where's the unlimited power scene? Unlimited.
Just think right here, if Samuel could just have stepped up and killed him.
No, he was trying to kill him.
Yeah, but he didn't step up and do his job. He got beat by some other, little punk kid. I mean, Darth Vader, but still a punk kid.
Yeah.
And who doesn't put safety glass on windows way high up in the sky? I mean, really?
There
Like,
was
I'm pretty.
glass there, but they broke it.
Oh, okay. There we go. I did not
During
remember
their,
that.
during their fight, they broke it.
Oh, I see it. Look how crappy the CGI looks on this. It's horrible.
His prosthetic face.
It looks like they're almost on like the bridge of the Star Trek Enterprise. Like that carpet and just the way it looks. Not to judge, but this is really, really bad.
Good for 2006? 2005? Whenever it came out. 05.
Well, that haircut looks like it's from the 80s, so I don't know what you're talking about.
He looks so CGI.
Wait,
Yoda.
yeah. Well, when he's fighting is the best part. That's the worst CGI. It's almost as bad as the Matrix. It's almost as bad as the Matrix 2. I mean, come on.
Oh, bouncing around like a ping pong ball, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know the scene I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's in this movie actually.
He needs to go see a dentist.
Yeah.
Maybe he can get some of those like implants, or at least the veneers put on something. It'd be great if somebody remade that scene or remade the entire movie with veneers on him. I could dig that.
Dude, the lightsaber fight between these two is like the best lightsaber fight ever.
Oh yeah.
Not these two, but Anakin and Obi-Wan.
Oh yeah.
This just looks really bad, I think. Bro, are you telling me you can't lift his entire body weight?
Can't keep track of how many. Oh, okay. So I bought it. It's all right. I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Right? Wouldn't you think that Darth Vader, or not Darth Vader,
Obi-Wan,
no, the other two fighting,
Yoda, and
yeah,
and the Emperor.
yeah, the Emperor. Don't you think the Emperor, when he's fighting him and he's holding the Yoda's holding down this wife, don't you think he'd be able to lift him up in the air? I mean, how much do you think Yoda weighs?
He's using the Force, bro.
It's the
He
Force,
must-
brah.
yeah, that's it.
Yoda's really dense. He's heavy.
Yeah, he's made of gold. We just don't know it. You notice when he lands, though, it doesn't seem like he's
Yeah, he's like a feather.
Exactly. So because like right there, you could tell when he landed on the thing falling down, he didn't make it move at all, so he doesn't have that much mass. Sorry for picking apart the movie. I just can't stand this scene.
Why does he have to spin it?
It's a flying UFO.
It's more accurate.
Is that the Senate where they have like all their government meetings or whatever?
Yeah.
All the ambassadors of all the systems and planets.
And even after all this happens, right? They can't prove that the Emperor's evil. And I'm like, what? They got no cameras in this entire place?
That kind of shows that Yoda has more force than the Emperor there, because he like knocked him back with his energy.
But he's not all Jedi. That's why he couldn't win. This is a good. I agree. This is a good saber fight, but I like the Ren fight more with the water rising.
Oh yeah. Yoda crawling through the crawl space is funny.
Hey, it's the guy from LA Law.
It's a very long fight. Goes on for like many scenes.
Yeah, there's a version where like somebody just sort of spliced all the scenes together. It doesn't line up like seamlessly, but
Mm.
you can watch just the fight between them.
You know what aged really well? Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Yeah,
I think that's it aged very well as far as for its time, like the effects of that movie. Very good.
Yeah, the liquid metal.
Yeah. That was when it was called ILM, Industrial Light and Magic.
Yeah, they're
Polyliquid metal alloy.
Industrial Light and Magic, yeah.
ILM, yeah. They worked on Jurassic Park as well, ILM. And then they became Pixar, that department.
Yeah, if you're into Star Wars, Rick, I know you're into Star Wars, but there's a YouTube video that I saw about them making the initial droid sounds. We should try to find it. Like just search for like the history of the Star Wars droid sounds, and it talks about
Oh,
the
yeah.
studio that made. It's an awesome video. I go search for it and send you a link, but I
Isn't
think
it?
you'd
It's
enjoy it.
from the IBM computers, the original IBM super, the big when the computers were super huge, and they would make that
No,
sound.
no. They actually the sounds are all uniquely just made for Star Wars, and like basically gave a guy, they said, "Hey, I need this to sound like something that you would think it should sound like." Like that was the direction they gave him. It's really interesting. I'll see if I can find the video. It's a good like half hour long.
Yeah, dude, put it on off topic. I would love to watch it. I'm part of the 501st. I used to march as a stormtrooper.
Badass.
Yeah, but they don't fit anymore. I need a better stomach area for the stormtrooper uniform. Question: who owns ILM now? Was it James Cameron who owned Light and Magic before?
Yeah. James Cameron.
Who does he still own it? Because
I'm not sure.
he has a new studio when he started work on Avatar, right?
Yeah, I threw it in off topic. It's Adam Savage, which is pretty dope.
They say that oh, here's your line coming up, Rick.
What is it? I hate you.
You are my brother, Anakin.
You are my brother, Anakin. Yeah.
And again, right here, what a bitch. You should have just went and ended him right here.
Did he take his arm off as well and legs?
Yeah.
With one swipe.
Yeah, one arm, two legs.
That's wild.
I mean, if I look like that in the morning, please put me out of my misery. You see that?
It's me before a coffee.
That's what
usually.
I was thinking.
Me before a coffee. But I don't think so. I mean, like nowadays, we're almost close. We're close to robotics. We're almost there, boys. Almost there.
The Emperor comes along and picks him up, doesn't he? Off the
Yeah. and they kind of like built him up. That's why he
Yeah.
runs faster after that. In the books, he's hella fast.
Yeah, this bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of his robotic legs and his arm, he's stronger than your normal Jedi. He's faster than everybody else.
The
That's why
6 million
he's the
man.
yeah, he's the most powerful gray force wielder there is.
Ah. Sorry, I gotta change it to this.
Well, it is kind of it's like father like son. Like that's why Vader was so strong because his limbs are all robotic. Remember? That's what happened to Anakin.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they're Terminators underneath.
Yeah, they took off his legs and his arms, man.
Yeah,
It
so
was weird.
that scene with where Anakin goes to try to jump over Obi-Wan, they say that he knew that he was gonna do that because he replayed how, like, you remember how he killed Darth Maul? Because he jumped up
Yeah.
from the thing and like he like flipped above him and then cut him in half.
Yeah, in the books, he
They
actually saw it in his dreams, the way Anakin attacked him.
Oh really? He jumped up over.
Yeah, that's why he knew exactly how to hit Anakin. Like he did it in two swings. First the arms and then the legs. That was it. End of fight.
So in the Phantom Menace when he fights. There's you, Obi-Wan. I mean, Qui-Gon.
Oh my god.
I don't understand the security system here of doors that open and close on timers. I don't get it. I really I don't get it. I don't know why they have them. I was lost at this scene. I was like, the fight's cool, but why are the doors opening and closing?
Was
Doesn't
it?
he know
Oh,
he?
Darth Maul tried to jump over Obi-Wan and he cut him down. Is that
No,
what happens?
Obi-Wan jumps over Darth Maul. He fell down into the thing.
So why is it that we have a scene here where we can't save a life, but we have a scene later where the Force can save a life of somebody? I didn't get it.
Yeah.
That was a real bad point of the final movie.
How doesn't he cut Darth Maul in half? He cuts him
Yeah.
in half.
But first he falls down into that tube thing right there on the floor.
Hmm.
And he's holding
Oh,
on.
true.
And then he has to flip back up. He unwittingly blows it up on the inside. You didn't see you missed the whole part where he cuts him in half. You skipped over where he cuts Darth Maul in half. Great.
Okay, I'll find it. Hang on a sec. The Phantom Menace, 1999. It's a lifetime ago now. God, that shot's fast. That door?
Right, you gotta get in quick.
Oh, the Trade Federation. A starship full of traders. They're probably day traders. Get
Oh,
liquidated.
they got wrecked.
Too much leverage.
Yeah, that's the whole account got blown up.
Or they just couldn't take Jabba Banks, what do you call it, talking anymore. That was probably more like it. They're like, we're sick of this guy. Let's just all shut off.
Yeah, let's just, yeah.
I mean, this is much, death is better than listening to this guy talk anymore.
This is where he does it.
Do you mean the bit that got him down in that position? Or
No,
how he
no, no,
flips
no,
back
no.
up?
Just
Oh,
watch. Just watch.
okay.
See how he flips over him?
Yeah.
Like Anakin tries to flip over him in the
Oh.
and what's it called? The Revenge of
Hmm.
the Sith. So when he goes to try to jump over him, he did it in Anakin did it in almost the same way that he just did it to Darth Maul, you know what I mean? So he kind of already
Look
had
how
the
look
idea
how
of that
crap
move
his
going
reaction is. He just watches him come over him. It's like, all right, no
right?
worries. I won't even take a swipe at you. I'll just watch you. That's a lot of time.
Yeah, that's a good like second that he freaking
Yeah. Oh
spelled
well,
out
he was
there.
in shock. He's just in shock. What else have I got in here? Oh yeah, my favorite Batman.
Batman Returns, dude. That's
Yeah, because of Michelle Pfeiffer.
yeah, she's hot, yeah.
She's pretty hot.
He socks her in the face.
Kitty litter.
I think Kim Basinger is hotter, the first one.
He's pretty hot, yeah. Ah, Christopher Walken.
I gotta
Danny
watch. I gotta watch. I gotta watch this. Show you. I got a story behind this. I gotta tell you the story.
Danny DeVito.
Did you guys hear that George Wendt died?
Who?
He was the fat guy on Cheers who always had a beer in his hand.
That's sad. I forgot I'm not married. Honey, I'm home. I gotta start saying that when I get home from work. Honey, I'm home. Oh yeah, I'm not married. I just have a house full of cats.
That cat just came in the window.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
I heard you guys discussing Star Wars, so I thought I'd jump in.
Yeah, man. And now Batman. Like the Tim Burton Batmans.
But the biggest mystery in Star Wars must be that like Yoda is sensing like half a galaxy away that someone is in trouble. But if the master
did?
Yoda, the
Oh, Yoda did.
but when there is a Sith Lord standing next to him, then he doesn't
doesn't
know
detect
about
it.
it.
Yeah. Because they're masters at like disguising, veiling their, appearance or whatever.
Yeah, and another thing that I don't understand, especially in the old movies. I mean, they use technology far beyond what we have now. They have hyperspeed drives and levitating gigantic ships. And the only thing we see are like is a desert planet with nomads, an ice planet with a yeti, and a forest planet with some Ewoks in it. So where is the society that invented all that technological stuff? No, I mean,
No, it's on Coruscant. That's where all the stuff is at. That's where
All
the
the
advanced,
technology.
yeah, the new technology. That's
yeah, but you don't see that in the first 3 movies. You don't see
Mm.
Coruscant, no?
right. I would say the most impressive thing is that all these planets are so small that you can land and you're always going to be in the city you're trying to go to.
Yeah, yeah. You always immediately
Oh,
find the
God.
guy you're looking for. Eh? I mean,
I think that is a real thing. I think the planets are actually really small. We look at them and we think that, oh, they're kind of like Earth would be, but no, the planets are really tiny. They can only have one city on the entire planet.
This is a pretty
but
cool like scene where she's like developing her identity as Catwoman. She's like gone all crazy and shit.
Yeah, she's got a set going, freaking smashing all her shit.
Yeah. Destroying her apartment, stitching up her costume.
that Batman movie with the penguin, I think it was the second one, right?
Yes,
Yeah, this is the second one. Yeah,
That wasn't it
the
like
first one was Joker with
yeah, indeed, Jack Nicholson, no?
Jack Nicholson. Yeah,
But wasn't the second one wasn't that like a very dark movie, especially in the beginning? I remember watching it
yeah, it's
in
pretty
the
dark.
theaters.
It's like Tim Burton style though. It's pretty.
It was when the third one came out, which was the worst of these Michael Keaton ones. The Riddler with Jim Carrey. Oh God.
Oh yeah. It's when they started like,
But that's what was so great when the Christopher Nolan ones came out. It was just so much better. It was so, such better quality Batman.
yeah.
Yeah, but they started with adding Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze.
Yes, I think that's still the second or the third one, right? He's in the Jim
Oh, you?
Carrey one, isn't he?
This is the
That's
'97 one,
Batman and Robin. You're
Yeah,
not
I
sending
don't
me
know
to
who
the cooler.
Mr.
Oh, there he is.
Freeze.
But if you guys want to watch actually something good, watch that Star Wars series, Andor. I don't know if you
Yeah,
saw
I've got
that
to
already.
see that.
That's
I
really
intend to
very
watch
good.
it.
Yeah,
It's
Poison
done.
Ivy. I had a crush on her too.
Yeah.
Poison Ivy.
Uma Thurman was Poison Ivy.
Yeah, dude, she's so hot.
And this was what's his name?
George
That's
Clooney.
George Clooney.
George Clooney. Yeah. This was the nipple Batman, right? The nipple suit
Yeah,
where he had nipples.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? Was that this one or was that Batman Forever?
There was a Val Kilmer one too.
Yeah, that's
Batman Forever.
These
Yeah,
are
this
all
is Batman and Robin.
that's my favorite one actually. This one's kind of silly, but
Yeah,
Batman
they're all.
Forever was my favorite.
A lot of them are kind of cheesy and silly.
All the way up until Batman Begins, they're all dumb. Oh my God, she was fantastic though. Go back to that scene.
What's her name again?
I don't know. She was her. My goodness.
Shoot me out, Michael Alfred.
Is she from Clueless?
Yeah. Yeah,
What's
but
her
she's
name
also the
again?
girl from the Guns N' Roses song, isn't she?
As
She's
is.
Maybe.
video. Alicia Silverstone.
Alicia Silverstone. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, she ain't no Topanga though. I don't give a. All right. Hey, anybody got a mute or something on him, please?
On who?
Okay.
But Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman is also not too bad. No.
Oh yeah. This was the
Katie Holmes, yummy.
Do I have Batman Forever was before Batman and Robin. 95.
Yeah. It was after Batman Returns, but before Batman and Robin.
Two-Face. Yeah. Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey. Yeah.
Jim Carrey, dude. Yeah.
I mean, it feels to me is just as cheesy as the original television show or the original color
Dude,
television show.
This was definitely my favorite though, because
Nicole Kidman.
oh man, the Smoke Show.
How about Nicole Kidman now?
Dude,
Sad that he
then
passed
she was
away
so
recently.
hot though.
Have you seen that?
Yeah.
The show is Zoe. What is the show? Is Zoe like Zoe Deschanel? It's brand new or Chanel. I don't know how to say her name. It's like a. Let me go find it. Hold on.
But the fact that you guys discussing it is as Australia now also been introduced. Star Wars now also been introduced in Australia. They're a bit behind, or I mean, there are movies from the 70s, 80s. No, I mean,
You sound just like a pilot. Coming on the loudspeaker. That was beautiful.
a pilot.
Yeah. When you're in the air, pilot comes on, clear voice, just that smooth voice.
I don't know if I should be scared or flattered, but thank you.
It's a compliment.
Lioness.
But Steven, you can be both.
If you like Nicole Kidman, check her out in Lioness.
And
Oh, is
what?
that new show with also with Zoe Saldana and
Yeah, Zoe.
oh,
Yes,
that's that's also a great show. I find.
Yeah, there's only a few scenes with Nicole Kidman in the first season, but the second season you see a lot more of her.
What's it called now?
Is this
Lioness.
Terminator?
OG.
Yo, he steals the homeless dude's clothes.
It's Kyle Reese, isn't it?
Son of a bitch, took my friend.
That son of a bitch.
Yo, the cop cars in this movie. So old school. This one's super cheesy, but yeah, this is classic.
Oh yeah.
Rick, you
And
can
he's
throw on some
cutting his eye open. Wrong. Oh yeah, he's soaring off his shotgun. Far out. He almost looks like Luke Skywalker in this movie. Kyle Reese.
The quality of this just screams out a Nightmare on Elm Street. I mean, the budget for this, I think, was probably like 10 times Nightmare on Elm Street, but yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street was...
What the?
He just tosses him out there.
Sarah Connor.
So this movie cost $6.4 million to make.
Wow, that's a lot of money back
You have to
then.
net
84.
in the box office.
78.3 million.
Right. Yeah. Start. Now you go.
But if you look at, I think
If you
Nightmare on
keep
Elm
looking
Street,
at the newer one, they get like even. Just like
100%. Shit.
He's a lot bigger in this movie than he was in Terminator 2.
Dude, yeah,
He's
this
like
is like right
bulkier.
after when he was like peak bodybuilding
Yeah.
status.
Fucking laser pointer to the head.
Somebody bust down my door. I'm running the other way. I'm sorry. Don't just stand there and be like, "Oh, what's this guy want?"
Just some random guy.
Yeah, he bust down my door. Oh, that hair is fantastic. Oh, they're smoking in the restaurant. Even better.
Oh yeah.
Tube TV
It looks like Barbara Walters.
It's like one color, blue.
with the clip, with the hair clip. I love it.
Oh yeah.
But you know that
Oh
P&H
yeah.
machine is still running today.
Look at those fucking
Oh yeah.
arms, bro.
Ooh, she unbuttoned her top
Look
button.
at that shit.
Hello.
In the pink. She got the best hair in high school.
She didn't have scrunchies yet. That's the problem. No scrunchies. But where are the leotards? I swear.
She was
You can go-
she was ahead of her time in fashion. Look at that short one
Oh
piece.
yeah.
Come on, man.
I think she's a Puritan girl. Do you see her dress?
What is? Oh shit.
He's got. Is that a? What do you call
Iguana.
them lizards? Iguana.
My buddy had one. It was such a great. It was such a great pet. It's
How do
shit
you
all over.
say dogs are great pets?
I'm making a joke. It's shit all over the place, and then what do you call it? You'd fuck with it. It would like, if it hit you with the tail, it hurt. So he would spin him on the He would spin him on the linoleum, and he'd get all drunk and disoriented. I swear he was like torturing animals. I wasn't very happy when he did it, but yeah,
Damn.
the iguana was pretty fucking funny when. Oh, excuse my language.
Can
Was
you,
pretty
Yeah,
funny.
hey,
When,
stop. We need to, we're on YouTube, so, we can't throw that
Oh yeah.
word around.
I know. I
Thank-
just said excuse me. You don't have to tell me twice.
Sorry.
Sorry if I get snappy. I did say excuse me. I didn't mean to.
No, it's her job to tell you. So if she tells you, just
Okay.
take it like
Okay.
like a grown up, because you did say it
Okay.
twice.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry. I didn't
Nah,
mean to.
it's cool. Just know if somebody tells you,
My
just
apologies.
take it. There's no reason to get lippy.
Nope, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm my bad. I made a mistake. Sorry. I feel guilty. I really am sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm being sincere. I am sorry.
Thank you.
I am Steven.
Yo, Dbloc.
Hold on a second, guys. I'm not on yet.
Oh, sorry, dude. I thought
You
you were
guys are
back.
doing like an up late.
Yo, homie, you think we were gonna eat that vector first before we heading up? Did Win put in another long while I was asleep? Because like, why do I have another new Win liquidation there? They were after him again, huh?
Yeah, I also don't fully understand it because when I went to bed, this liquidation was around 1.5 or 105 and a bit, but he must have lowered it then again, I guess.
I'm confused how the Twitter messaging was that he was liquidated, but then you just go out and look at the charts and it shows it's still open. Yeah, like CoinGlass shows it's still open.
So basically, he added to his position, huh? What's his new liquidation liquidation number?
104,609.
Wow. Okay. All right. We hit that.
Dude,
Oh, he added a new long now. Looks like the whale's after him again.
hey, quiet.
Yeah.
Did you see Max's trade go sour real quick?
No. What was he trading? Trump?
Yeah. Eh,
Yeah, I
all,
could have told him that was
all
probably
of
gonna
it.
fail. Those
All
things are. That thing is just gonna take your money.
bro, I think it took like a lot. Like 30 up some.
I wouldn't doubt it, but that's what he gets for playing with fire. I mean, I don't
I've
know.
been telling his ass.
Everyone's tried to tell him a bunch of times.
I know, dude. You fired. You know, get out. You're fired.
Yeah, I don't think this is a new position though, because it still shows his entry price as being at 107,993.
This is Pride's mad funny.
The sad part is, like, all those lunch boxes are probably worth like thousands of dollars now.
Stop it.
Stop it. He just drops the kid.
What are all those files? Are those all?
Yeah, for all the kids giving their explanations, apparently that was all like ad libbed, or they were actually like telling what their parents do.
What?
Like when he goes like one on one with the kids.
This. Okay. Forgot I was not.
Like this is all real.
Oh yeah.
That's nice.
I mean, that's
Is that
acting back in
is
the.
that is that Jared Leto?
That's
Let me,
brutal.
let me,
Hell yeah.
that's what's her face? Shoot.
Slash and a beard.
Famous right there. Like, box. Hey, careful with those tonkers. It is enough.
All the dads in this movie are deadbeats. Like they're all terrible. Come on.
I
Man, what
used
a
to
happy
love
time.
fire drills back in
80s, man.
elementary.
Yeah. Well, this is even 90s. Like, this is like early 90s.
Yeah, I mean, you remember watching this and being like near those kids' age.
Yeah.
Are you guys watching the same thing? In fact, that
Yeah, Kindergarten Cop.
you're steady. You're sharing your.
Hey.
Right?
Do you
I
guys
remember
remember your
this.
lockers? You guys had lockers in high
Oh
school?
yeah. Oh
My
yeah.
locker. Oh yeah.
Need any money?
Do you
Best
have
way
a
to go get some.
Did you have a padlock on it or like a code for it?
It was more like a
Usually good.
rubbish bin.
Yeah. So it's built into usually.
Oh yeah.
Was that a Volvo?
Yeah, there's a lot of Volvos in this movie.
It's gonna be a GM, Chrysler, Volvo.
Look at that Ford
Volvo.
Taurus on the right there. That thing's bad, eh?
A Ford
Look
Taurus?
at that one.
Orange?
Is that a Maverick?
The
The Chevette right there on the left. Or no, that's a Ford Escort. Ford Escort.
These are when cars were like
Look at that Ford
muscly,
Windstar
Caravan.
van.
tough.
Dodge
Still
Caravan. The
riding.
Caravan. Hey, the V6 of those overheated really bad. Horrible head gasket problems.
I just, what, like my '07 150 I never should have bought. Change the spark plug. I gave it to one of my dudes on here. You remember Big Bear? I got a new one.
There's the bad guy.
He looks like a very bad guy.
He looks like the singer from Creed.
Yeah.
But not really.
Yeah.
It's Tony.
For a second
Oh,
there,
what
it
a
looked like
bad.
John Cena.
He did a bit. Mm.
All right, I gotta go to bed. It's 2 a.m.
Like really any rich Greek dude I've ever met, actually.
Catch you guys later.
See you, dude.
Good
He
night.
looks a
Spend
bit
10
like
minutes, all right.
he
Go
looks
to
a
bed?
bit like
Go
the
to bed? Go to bed?
budget
Go to bed?
version of that Pulp Fiction guy, no?
Yeah, he does a
Yeah.
bit.
Man, I hate parrots.
You can get them destinctified.
They're stinky.
Yeah, they're stinky.
Oh, I didn't know that. My dude must have had a de-stinkified one. We used to put that thing under a glass plate, cake platter.
Oh, I love this. I've seen this movie a million times. This is one of the old get stoned and watch movies. Movie. I got Cherry Garcia in my ears.
Oh no.
Abba Zaba, I love you forever. Or Abba Zaba, I love you a long time.
Remember when all these kids used, these talented young actors and actresses, they used to go on like that's the people that we now it's just
Yeah, Chappelle and Jim Brewer, man, blew up their careers right here.
man. I just live a stone throw away from that man right there.
Abba Zaba, my only friend.
He says sorry into the mic.
Goodbye, Jordan.
Who's coming with me?
Those T-shirts, are they still producing them, or it's something?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They're like for a good one. They're crazy money nowadays.
What's that?
The tie-dye T-shirts.
Oh, for what do you mean? Like for a legit one? What do you mean?
For like they make some like crazy tie-dye shirts, but they're like custom. You got a couple $100 for like a artist made,
Oh,
tweaking.
okay, like quality fabric.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not just fabric, but like design wise. They don't just do like 10 ties in the T-shirt. They'll do like 60 or 70 ties. Don't you remember me? I'm black ass.
I mean, I remember back crazy tie dye shit. Yeah.
Hey, black ass.
Bodegas.
Bodegas. I love this movie. I haven't seen it in years. Man,
They don't make them like this anymore.
no. Every once in a while, though, there'll be a movie that'll come out that's got the charm.
Oh
But
yeah,
they're so rare.
definitely.
Chief smoke a lot.
Another country.
And this is when, like in New York, it was still against the law to buy drugs.
Assume I thought you were out west.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton. Hell yeah.
It is a nice piece, though.
What movie is this, in fact? I don't know it.
Ryan, put yours back on.
This is before the dude on the couch was here, right?
Yeah, dude on the couch. He's been here,
Dude on the couch.
and he's the actor. He's not credited. It's oh man, the guy from oh
Oh,
man,
the dude. What's his
yeah,
name? Dude. Oh shoot. Oh,
You know what I'm talking about.
The good old days, man. Like where your mates, Walt, just chilling.
yeah, Stephen Wright. But
All my
I
friends are dads now. They all got kids and stuff. Can't hang out.
Yeah, you can.
You can, but it's like you got to organize it, and it's just not. Yeah, it's just
just go chill with them and their kids. It's
different,
fun.
yo.
Roast a joint and watch the kids.
Yeah.
oh yeah, bring me some of that. What I eat back in the day. Oh yeah. You got it.
You got all the stuff. Be right back.
What? Bitcoin's climbed up about $1,000. Where was the low? Hang on. Damn inverted chart.
Buttercup.
not looking too good for the ults right now, huh?
I like the way Bitcoin's looking right now. That's still support.
Yeah, Bitcoin's holding up really strong. And it might have one more push down to like 104.7. But I think this 104 area holds. I mean, it might just hold right here, honestly. But I do think usually it feels like 50% of that wick, which would be right around like 104.9, 104.7.
Yeah, I was a little worried for the alts. 'Cause if that doesn't hold, it ain't gonna be too good. I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the alts that I've been watching is Pepe. And Pepe just filled 50% of the wick like to the T. And it just started bouncing. And ETH's been looking pretty strong.
I don't know what it is about Pepe, but it just gives me that vibes. I traded it once and I swore I would never again.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
looking at AVAX though.
bro, I have been trading AVAX like nonstop, thinking it's gonna break out, and it's just been stuck, bro. Like I got in at like 17, 18, and then rode it to like 24, then round tripped it back to 17, 18, and now it's back to like just got to 26, and it looks like I might be round tripping it again. I'm just waiting for that like $30, $32, $4 breakout, but
I mean, if it doesn't break out, I don't know. It could drop lower, truthfully, and then bounce back up.
you know what's crazy? Like the last couple months, you know how most alts like completely retraced and made like brand new lows, like even to their bear market lows. AVAX was one of the coins that didn't. It held. Its bear market low was like $8, $9, and it got down to 17.
I saw that. Yeah, I did notice that. That's why I was kind of hoping if Bitcoin,
Oh, no,
well, not
sorry. It got
hoping,
down to
but
14. My bad. It got down to 14.
if if Bitcoin doesn't hold and it drags all the alts down with it, there's huge liquidity for AVAX. I think by like 18 and change, like 1860. So if that replays, I mean, I'm hoping it does jump up from there, but I don't know.
Hoping
We'll
it doesn't
see.
go low, honestly. It'd be nice to get like a higher low up here for some alts. But yeah, maybe.
Are you still holding it?
Yeah, yeah. I got spot, and then I actually have a couple long positions right around 19. So I'm hoping it doesn't break below 19.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on it in the next couple hours.
And honestly, I mean, so I think this was it up until we get these PCE numbers. I don't know what those are gonna be. If those are bad, then yeah, we're gonna get that one more flush, um, which would probably take AVAX around to around 19. I think 19 holds. I think around 1930, and then Bitcoin maybe tests 100. But I think it all comes down if those come out okay and the market bounces on the stock side. I think crypto hopefully will get a little bit of relief rally going into the weekend because we had really bad price action last weekend too.
I don't want to talk about last weekend. That was I witnessed like murders, man, on the charts. Like it was literally action packed. Just yeah, they were hunting. They were hunting for sure.
Yeah, last weekend was really bad, and now we got this. We've just been really bad this last couple of days too. So I'm thinking tomorrow's Friday. It's the end of the month, so we may get. Actually, I don't know what's gonna happen. End of the month, there's some shenanigans that happen.
Since I started trading crypto, I don't think maybe one Friday. I think it was like my very first Friday, beginner's luck type of stuff. But yeah, no, Fridays haven't been the best in my favor at least. But I mean, if it leads to a good weekend, people are trading, and that sounds pretty good to me. I'll take that for sure.
Yeah, Fridays you go either like either they're just like people just close out their trades and they don't want to hold over the weekend because it's too risky because you don't know what news develops over the weekend, and then people like to enjoy their weekend, so they close out everything. But tomorrow's Friday is a monthly close too. It's the 31st, so a lot of options are
Ooh,
expiring too. Or no, it's March the 30th, but a lot of options expire the last day of the month too, so that could cause some more volatility.
I mean, are we supposed to get any crazy news this weekend, like with Trump? Is he traveling anywhere or anything to expect?
No, no, he's been pretty quiet. You know, I don't even think he's responded directly to that court thing, which is crazy. Like I think he had Caroline Levitt, his press secretary. She like kind of blasted the courts during her press conference around 1 o'clock earlier today. But from what I remember, I don't think Trump has directly responded to the
He
court thing.
knows. He knows every word he says matters right now. And if he's trying to pump up the
Yeah.
market, that's the last thing he wants to do, I guess.
Yeah, no, he could have easily just, but yeah, I mean, he dumped the market last Friday. He came after Apple, and then he came after Europe, and then on Saturday he kind of ran it like reversed it. Um,
He gave
or
us a
Sunday.
heads up too, kind of. I mean, that's how I look at it. When he was at the when he was in New York for the West Point, the graduation, when he was at the graduation, when he was talking on the mic or at the podium, he said these two well, this one line, but this one word, and it kind of stuck out to me, just the way he played it out. He said momentum. He goes, "Remember that, folks? Momentum. Sometimes you just gotta know when to pick yourself up and come back at it later." I'm like, whoa. Like, have I been trading too long? Like, am I sitting on this desk for too long? Because that's all I hear is crypto coming out of his mouth right now. He kind of let it that way. So who knows? But yeah, I hope we have a good weekend. I wouldn't mind making a few extra bucks.
Yeah, can I just see if these alts hold?
Oh, look at that wick Bitcoin threw up on the 5-minute chart. It jumped up to 105,786. Damn. But now it's coming back down. Uh-oh.
It's gonna fill that. It's gonna fill that wick that we made around 104. As I was saying, I
Yeah.
think we're on 104.8, 104.7. Hopefully that holds. Because it looks like alts are holding 50% of their wick already. Like Pepe did. A few of their alts already got down to 50%.
Doge, I think.
What
Yeah.
about Doge?
Doge is bouncing from 50% of its wick at 20. Or it's trying to bounce. Trying to bounce. Yeah. ETH and Solana are pretty far away from that 50%. So maybe they're not gonna go. I don't know. I was thinking ETH and Solana would come down a little bit more, but they didn't. Maybe they're waiting for Bitcoin.
My shift is almost done. I just want to get home. I have an hour drive, unfortunately, which I like don't look forward to the hour because that's when usually things start moving and pay attention to the road, especially up here. I gotta avoid the freaking potholes. It's a death sentence out here.
AVEX got to 50% of its wick.
Mm-hmm.
Link's a little higher. XRP's a little higher. Let's see if
Oh,
Bitcoin
is
does.
Bitcoin going down? Let's see. Just got an alert. What did he tweet?
Checking on whale. Yep. His liquidation still at 104,610. I think we're gonna get the right to like 107. Or not 107, 104.7.
Wait, you talking about when? He still didn't move that thing?
No, he hasn't done anything in 6 hours.
That's wild if he gets liquidated. Like that's absolutely insane.
I'm pretty sure he's about to get liquidated right here.
Yeah,
Unless he does something real quick, he's pretty sure he's about to get liquidated right now. He needs to drop it. He needs to drop it below 104. I think 104 holds, but he needs to drop it below 104.
somebody linked his wallet before in the chat. I saw the link open. I don't know how accurate this thing is, but he's up.
No, it's pretty
He's up.
accurate. If you look at trades, it's like live. You can see like when he does open and close.
Well, last time I checked, his wallet was at his overview was at 6.8 mil, around that range, and now it's at 7 point, almost 7.2.
So look, Bitcoin's going down and alts are holding. So I think this might be it. Some alts are holding. Doge is. Someone needs to call Win and wake him up, man. About to get him right here.
Oh, she's going.
Yo, I don't know. When you get liquidated, does that usually cause a green candle to go up? Doesn't it? Usually when a big position like that were to get liquidated, why don't we just get popped? Because it buys, I think.
I know it gives it the fuel. Like when there's a lot of shorts up above, and price starts to go up. From what I understand, it's like kind of like a stepping stone to keep climbing higher and higher.
Yeah. No, but like like when you close your shorts, you essentially are like buying, I think.
You're selling. Oh, when you close your shorts. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're buying.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I wonder what happens when you get liquidated.
He's cooking something up, man. There's no way he fell asleep. He's gotta be cooking something up.
We got to 104,973 on Bybit.
Yeah. 979 is what I see on my end. Just about, give or take.
I had a line in the sand at 104.7, and looks like it's ran it.
His boys are buying. Somebody's bailing him.
ETH is looking really strong.
Yeah, the ETH BTC pair is trying to come up.
Yep. Most alts didn't go down on that little 104.9 test from Bitcoin.
Yeah, it'd be good to see some, even just a little brief hint of an old season. Come on. Just give us a couple of days, even, Give us something.
Bullish CBD confirmed. Looks like.
There's a lot of price action. At like
Yeah.
my time it's 3:30 a.m. On the East Coast. US?
330.
So, some fun things are still quite possible in the market, like some good moves and stuff. But the truly best part is going to be when the Fed really shows signs that they're cutting rates and moving toward quantitative easing. Like that's going to be the true euphoric breakout, crazy rallies and all that, I think. So we could be, it could be a wait until then, but that doesn't rule out that we can still see action in alts. It's just,
You know,
I don't know, it's a bit trickier.
I remember
There is,
either I read it or I heard about something that like usually if the Fed cuts, the initial reaction from the market is a dump, right? Because it's like
is a sell-off, yeah,
it's a sell off because it's like, oh my god, like something is broken and people
like
get
a market shock.
yeah, and then
Yeah,
a few days later, that's when like things, or I don't know what time, but I think it takes a couple days for the uptick to hit.
if you look at
Sell the
the
news.
if you look at the dot-com bubble crash, of 2000, 2001, the Fed cut during that period as well, which made it look like the Fed cutting was causing a crash. But I think it was more so in response to what was going on more broadly. And then again in the GFC in 2008, it was similar again. Like the stock market had already started to collapse, and the interest rates were up at the time, and I think they cut them rapidly in an emergency response to what was going on in the economy. So it makes it look like the Fed cuts caused the crash, but it's more so the other way around. Like it forced the Fed to rapidly cut to try and soften the blow of what was crashing. And then again in COVID, like that's another example. Like the world, we had a massive shakeup for a lot of things. But yeah, the economy, especially one of them. Rates were up at the time in 2019, and they had to cut them quite rapidly and switch to QE very fast to keep the economy going because it was slowing right down and would have gone into complete recession, whatever, depression. So they basically artificially kept it moving, kept it stimulated, handing out stimulus money to everyone. And it happened in many countries, not just the US. It happened in my country as well, Europe probably. And then we spent 2022 paying for that, and we're still paying for it, kind of thing as well. We're still feeling like the fallout from that, which is why the Fed's been so tough over the past 3 or 4 years.
Those $2,000 checks, huh?
Yes, stuff like that. So yes, I do agree with you. Like the Fed cutting in many examples is a response to an emergency. Like otherwise, if they had it their way, if there was no emergency, it would just be they would let it down slowly, like they have kind of been. Like lately, it just seems so slow. We've made barely any progress on the interest rates. They've just come down very gradually. But I think if something was to force their hand, like deflation, they would respond pretty quickly.
I think
But
it's
yeah, no,
I think they gave us a
I don't
hint
know.
last year when they did the emergency back-to-back cuts or those double cuts in like October
Oh
in
yeah.
response to they thought the job market was collapsing, but then it turned out everything was fine. But
Yeah,
fast forward,
when
I think the the area that I live in and what I'm seeing out in the job market right now, like I do think they're gonna start seeing um, an uptick in unemployment in the next couple months, and that's probably going to be their emergency to kick off cuts.
to make more rapid cuts, yeah. What because it was 5.5. That was like the terminal rate. That's like the highest it got. And then yes, there were because we're at 4.5 now, so they've dropped it by a whole 100 basis points or 1%. Now, when did those cuts come in? I think the first was it September of last year. They did another one in November, and then one more in December. So there's been like 3 of them because they took it from 5.5 down to 5 in September, and then yeah.
Well, like from what I understand and what I'm seeing, is a lot of businesses are not hiring right now, or either pausing, either reducing their staff and doing layoffs, or just pausing hiring because of the uncertainty, either with tariffs or just overall. I mean, Trump is going to say whatever he's going to say, but like that is one of the main reasons. And then there's all this other stuff with like AI is probably taking over a lot of jobs. Like, and I work in the IT consulting area, and yeah, that's hitting it pretty hard right now.
I'm going to highlight where these cuts came in because I think that's important to see how Bitcoin reacted to when they took it from, because we were paused at 5.5% for a while there. It was another pause in August of 2024. So the first cut came in September of last year.
It was right before the election. Yeah, it was an
Yeah.
emergency. It was a double cut. It wasn't even
It
just like a
was
normal cut. It was like a double
It
cut.
was September. Yeah, it was September 19. The forecast was 5.25%, which would have been a quarter cut, but they went for a full half cut. So they knocked off 50 basis points. And that was on the 19th of September. Just got to find where that is on the chart here of last year, 19th of September.
Yo, Bitcoin just hit my line, 1047 on Bybit.
Nice.
How's Mr. Win holding up?
Let me see. Win actually just did something. He dropped his liquidation by 50. Oh yeah, 45 seconds. He closed a little bit more Bitcoin at a $300,000 loss. He closed 95 Bitcoin to bring his liquidation down to 104.5. He only dropped his liquidation by $100. His liquidation was
Oh, dude,
104.6.
if I was him, I'd close that right now. This is about to wick hard before it bounces back on the 786. The 786 is right on 104,337.
I bet this holds, dude. I'm telling you, I bet this holds. Oh, I'm long it right here. Just look at all the other alts. They all completed this like 50% down to the wick, and Bitcoin just did it, and it was right at 104.7. At least on Bybit.
Yeah, I'm looking at Sol, Sui, and ETH right now. They're doing a really proper retest, but it is a lower high.
Yeah, Sol and X and ETH actually didn't go as low, or even Sui,
Yeah,
right?
I don't mind. You see, the thing is, always remember with the big caps, the lower they get, like the harder to push down, the stronger that bounce is going to be because there's going to be so much to cover. You know what I mean? Especially with Sui, with what happened to it, like it getting hacked and all that. So like it's way below the trend. Actually, it broke the previous trend. It's on a totally new trend right now.
Sui
Lower
didn't
low.
get hacked. Cetus did.
Oh, sorry. Stand corrected. Sorry, Cetus got hacked.
You know, Sui hasn't recovered from that though. Like I thought we would start they would brush it off, and it's just been
Yeah,
it's
same thing.
been-
I also thought that they'd punish Cetus for it, like what they did with Jupiter and Ray when they got found out. But like, I was surprised that they would like do that to Sui as well.
but it's still been holding up pretty well. I mean, I think the market kind of started turning
Yeah,
down
I
anyways,
mean,
but
considering $2 is the midway point of the entire cycle, like $1 to $2, and then we're still at 350. I mean, like 340, 350-ish. That's pretty good. That's really good. Especially with like I still have $10 as my first mark. Come on, 786.
I think Mr. Win survives, man. I think he survived,
Yeah.
dude.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm waiting for Bitcoin. We still got 9 minutes, but it is a nice wick. How far is he from this wick right here? It bounced from 104,750. So where are we? What are we like? Where is he? 104.4?
104.5, 33.
Ooh. Ooh.
He closed just enough to get under 6 to bring it down to 5.
Ooh.
Hey, you guys, can any of you have a look at LDO? I got in at just under.
Sorry, what coin?
If any of LDO,
Oh, Lido.
I got in below 90, and I'm thinking of fully closing it or partially closing it. I'm not sure.
Yo, Lido actually looks
Well,
really good. Lido looks really
actually,
good.
Lido looks like it's gonna continue. Let me look at okay. Let me look at the bigger time frames. All right. Okay.
Lido looks
You're
really
gonna have to wait for 7 minutes, brother. Because so what we have is a 1 hour close in 7 minutes, and it has to produce a higher high from the previous trend. Although you did produce a lower low. Oh, it bounced off the start of the trend. Actually, this is a very strong trend.
Yeah, Lido. I forgot about Lido. That just means that
Yeah, I forgot about it too.
it's seeing ETH strength. So as long as ETH continues, Lido's gonna probably pop pretty hard.
Wow. Brother, if I were you, I'd hold. Look at the 4 hour. Can you take a look at the 4 hour for me as well? Because look at the 4 hour. Look at where the MAs are. All the MAs are underneath this candle. On the 4 hour. This thing's ready.
Yeah, I mean the only thing is it didn't really test that wick that everything else had. It just bounced and it's just been up only ever since. So that's the only risk that it could.
Yeah, well, that's why. Like, let's wait for 7 minutes and let's see what happens after 7 minutes. Because even on the 4 hour, the RSI is in the bottom, and it's just about to start its trend. And we have a huge compression. There's a contraction going on with the MAs right now. All of the MAs are kind of bunched together already, and that's a very bullish sign. If you got in at 90,
yeah, just below 90 actually.
Yeah, that's a pretty good price, brother. That's a very good price. Give it 6.5 minutes. We'll check the next candle coming in on the 15. But so far, yeah, the 15 is gonna correct. Probably be caught with the 200 and the 100. Look, did you take any profit?
I took 25% out,
Okay,
so
that's not bad. What kind of leverage you in, brother?
oh, low. Maximum 3. No.
Okay. No.
I have to
3?
check it. Two, 2.5 leverage.
Then you're safe. You might see a bounce around the 92.7 to about 93.1 area. If you don't get a bounce there, close your position. If you get a bounce there, that's pretty hefty. Then you might see a continuation. But on the 4 hour, you look really good on the 4 hour. You look really good on the 4-hour. If you look at the 4-hour chart of Lido, do you have the same MAs as Dbloc? The same MAs on your chart?
Yeah, I do actually.
Perfect. Okay, if you look at the 4-hour, now look back. Look at the biggest moves of Lido. The biggest moves of Lido is when those MAs get really tight together, right? Look at the move from 77 all the way to $1.14. Do you see what the MAs did on the 4-hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now look at what's happening on this candle. Do you get what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So it might be worth it. If you're in a 3x, I wouldn't put too much worry on it. You can maximize this trade if you got in at a 90 is a really good price. You're underneath the trend. And
Cool.
if
Thank
Bitcoin
you, guys.
bounces here, you're gonna see you're gonna see some movement. Lido's moving right now.
Well, Lido usually moves off of Ethereum strength because of like the
Oh, sorry, yeah,
steepest.
yeah.
So
Especially Ethereum. If
If it-
Bitcoin moves, Ethereum moves, then Lido is gonna move exceptionally well. Lido was one of my LDO was one of my favorite trades in the last run. I mean, like this cycle, the run we had last year when the ETFs were launched, Lido was doing really good. Yeah, you should be okay. Don't worry too much. Usually when I'm on a 3x, I don't do much afterwards. I let things fly. What's important when you're in a 3 or 5x is that you find the entire trend's bottom. So that when you turn it on, you just literally forget about it. Like when we hit 74, I came in at 76 on the retest. When it retested and this retest was successful, I opened my mega long. It was a 10 and 20x on Bitcoin, Ethereum, Sol, Sui, and I took profit here at all-time high. So you could just leave it.
Yeah, this just came in, or this just pulled out that FTX will begin distributing over 5 billion in stable coins to creditors today.
Yep.
With the process expected to start at 9 a.m. Eastern.
Yep. That's the bullish news for Friday. My question is, that's why I think the whales wanted to push it down to this area near the 786 so that when we bounce, especially like right before the release of the stable coins and people have all that money, they're at a discounted price and everybody's just starts buying in and we'll have like a mini Friday rally. That'd be nice. You're right on time. Wonder how's Win feeling. Let's check out his Twitter. Who has his Twitter page?
Well, thanks for the explanation, guys. I have to go for 5 minutes because I have my daily stand-up agile meeting. So
You go do that, man.
after.
I wouldn't worry about Lido today. I think you're
Yeah,
came
but
in at a good.
I've never really worried. I never play with high leverage, but it's just that it seems everything Ethereum related, like Arbitrum, Lido. I don't know.
Yeah, Ondo, Lido, they're gonna do pretty well
Right?
in the next coming weeks.
Okay, but I
Like
catch you guys after.
yeah, anything that runs on the Ethereum ecosystem is gonna do pretty well. A lot of the coins in base is gonna do well as well. Oh, did you see James Wynn's new tweet?
No, I don't follow. I just watch his trades. I don't
Yeah.
follow.
You know what he just said an hour ago? One thing is for sure that I have exposed just how corrupt these markets are. Guess it's better to just buy and hold Bitcoin on spot and cold storage it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He
I mean,
lost
it
a
was
ton in a week, man.
he lost a lot, but it was bound to come down here. You needed to test this area. You just got caught on the wrong side of the trade.
Yep.
Told you when we came
I
down to
don't know.
these
Solana
ranges,
is
they'd
pretty
find
like
something to
smart
blame it
usually.
on. What's going
Sorry.
on, yo?
Hey, Dbloc. What's up, man?
Yo yo.
Been a minute. Yeah. Well, he did learn a pretty good lesson. Now he's gonna just buy on spot, which with the amount of money he has is a pretty good idea.
And I think he survives. At least he survives for PCE. I think this 104 area holds.
Good for him.
Yep, stocks just open. Apple open with a pop. Nvidia trying
How
to
we
pop.
looking? China?
No, U.S. stocks pre-market, like Nvidia, Tesla,
Yeah.
Apple.
Oh, that's good. How's Palantir? Wait, I gotta check on Palantir. I'm looking for this new bounce on Palantir. Oh, looks good. It's keeping its 1 hour. Yeah, Palantir is keeping its range. It's producing higher lows so far, so that's the good news. But on the higher time frames, it's ready for a correction.
Solana hit is 50 on a daily. I'm buying sold tonight.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, my DC.
162, or you're waiting for 160?
No, I'm just gonna start my DCA tonight. I think
Okay.
we go lower, but my trigger was hitting that 50 on a daily, and we touched it to the pixel finally.
Yeah, I actually have a limit buy at once. Oh, it got hit. So 20% of my dry powder that I took profit from my Solana long. It got hit. It got hit. I had it at 160.50. Okay. Just Solana? How's how about Ethereum? How's your
No,
are
I'm
you gonna
looking at
add
a,
to your Ethereum
I'm
bag?
looking at a couple things. No, I've got enough Ethereum.
Okay.
I'm looking at Litecoin, and I'm looking at Link.
Oh, the ETF candidates.
Yeah.
So I have a question, Dbloc. So like I took profit on my big caps, right? When we hit all-time high. I have a lot of dry powder and I have targets just for Sol because I'm very familiar with Sol. So when I start buying in, like I just bought in for Sol, and I want to buy more SWE and in ETH, right? It's okay to stagger my let's say we do a bounce, a really strong bounce here. Do I buy on the way up or do I wait for every time it curls and does its correction and then buy again and just buy on its bottoms?
I mean, that just depends on your risk tolerance.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of buying on the way up. I'm not very good at it.
Eventually, we'll have to average up, right? It's very rare that you're going to spend every dollar out of your dry powder bag at the very bottom, unless you've been all in already and there's just no more money to buy anything. That's a different story.
Okay.
But you're always going to have to average up.
Yeah.
Just putting your shit into the right horses at the right time. Litecoin's at the bottom of this bull flag. If this holds, it'd be a very good entry.
Yeah,
But
Lido looks good, right? Yeah. Our
Litecoin is what I
buddy
was talking
brought.
about.
Oh, Litecoin, sorry. Yeah, Lido looks good as well. LTC. Is your conviction with Litecoin part of, like, since you've been around for so long and Litecoin's been part of the action for so long, so you wanna hold the bag of it?
Just a new buzz, just a new narrative buzz that it has. But yeah, the years that it's been around and sort of held its
Because
own
it is
make
an
it
it is
easier
one of
to
those
invest
coins
in.
that the OG whales kind of accumulate, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna change your life on Litecoin. Not at these prices. But I want to have pretty widespread access or exposure to
Okay.
some of the ETF candidates. And remember, dominance isn't low enough for me to start picking at some of the lower market cap shit.
Yeah, that's what I was
Gun
telling
is
the
low
guys.
enough as it is.
Yeah,
50 mil
that's what I
market
was
cap.
telling the guys the past 2 days, because they were kind of like throwing memes on the chat. I was like, guys, this might not be the right time to do some perps on these coins, because they're gonna move. Like the volatility on meme coins is gonna hurt. Might not be the right time just yet. Okay, let's go Bitcoin. Give me that 786. Give me that little love tap.
I think that line holds, dude. No force.
I hope so. I mean, it's good. I mean, I'm just happy that my buy order on Sol hit. I just don't know when to buy with Ethereum, because I got in at 1.8, right? I took profit. I took profit up here when Bitcoin hit its all-time high, right? So like it's really near. So I'm not sure if this is a great place to DCA and raise my average at.
I mean,
For
ETH looks
Sweet though,
pretty good to
yeah,
DC.
we I'm
I
pretty
mean,
happy.
the fact that it's at 2,600 with everything pulling back that's a lot of strength for me.
Super happy with this pullback on Sweet. Like super happy. Just got to buy more. Took some profits, like bigger profits. Actually, it's one of the bigger TPs I did last week. I did like half.
Like look at that,
I'll be right back.
pop on Bitcoin right there.
Oh
Try
yeah,
to
I
get
saw
down
it.
towards it.
Yep. Bitcoin hungry. Yeah,
Spies moving
105 is
up.
a great place. Look at that 105. Look at that 105. The 105 like floor is so nice. It's just so crisp. So perfectly placed. Right? And it's not only perfectly placed, it's producing a higher low. Hmm. How are you feeling about Ethereum? You think it's gonna do its finally a drive up to 3K where it should be?
Yeah.
'Cause it's doing a beautiful retest of the 800 right now.
Yeah, I thought it would get up to 2,800. It didn't even get to 28, which is crazy. It got to 27,89. So
Yeah.
between 27 and 29, I don't know if it will make it to 3. And then maybe a pullback to like 27, 26, and then another pop. Or it can go straight to like 3,300, honestly. It doesn't necessarily need to get rejected at 3, but just go right past it.
Yep. No, I agree. 3 is just such a great psychological barrier. You know what I mean? It's more of a psychological thing.
This market looks ready for a bounce. I'm telling you, it looks like it's prime.
You looking at a bullish weekend? Let's go, James. Win. Put in your long, baby.
I think it's gonna be these PC numbers, 8:30 in the morning. As long as they're not like super bearish, I think the market will get a little pop.
I can't believe they're really hyping up on Moonpig. Everybody's on Moonpig right now. Such a still a dangerous market to get into these coins. Moonpig just lost 40% of its value in a day. Evil. Why? Just produce it. Putting $2 on Moonpig. Let's see if it does its bounce. No, you do. Hmm. Amazing. Okay.
Come on, Bitcoin. You know you want to rip.
What worries me is the vortex is still pointing outward. Like it doesn't want to do its thing yet. Hopefully it changes in a couple hours.
What's the vortex?
Oh, so so on your exchange you have the RSI turned on, right?
No, I don't use RSI.
Oh,
I just use
nice.
like I use MAs and fibs and trend lines.
Yeah. So if it works well with the RSI, turn on. It's called vortex indicator, and as soon as you see it, you'll understand what I mean. And it's real time also, especially on the smaller time frames. It's really effective.
But what's the vortex? Is it saying going down a little bit
So
more?
so you see the vortex indicator, right? Like how it's spread out. It hasn't like kind of juked in. So when so what colors are you seeing? Red and blue.
No, I didn't. I haven't turned it on yet. I'm still
Okay.
watching
So
this one.
when you see it, you'll understand it right away. If you use the MAs and the trend lines a lot, it's a great like kind of it agrees and confirms your suspicions or lack of confluences. It just helps a lot if you're gonna really see a reversal or not.
It's called vortex indicator. Let me see.
Yeah, vortex indicator. Just try it. Just try it.
Oh yeah,
It's actually
I see.
pretty fun.
Looks like it's just crisscrossing.
Yeah, the crisscross is the confirmation, and it crisscrosses really well on the 15, the 5 and the 15, where it crisscrosses. It like one candle difference between confirmation.
So the red candle's going up and the blue candle's going down.
Yes. So see how it's pointing upward. It's not hasn't like snapped inwards yet. When you
Yeah.
see it, when you see that red thing and and especially the blue line is buys. The red is sells. So when you see those two kind of snap and kind of point towards each other, that means something's happening. A reversal is building.
Dang, they're not showing that right now.
Yeah. That's why I don't want to get faked out yet. But like you have about 11 minutes. Who knows?
But on
By
the
the
on the
11
3 minute they are. On the
oh,
one
then that's
minute.
good. How's the 5? If the 5 is 5 is not yet pointing.
5. The 1
5
minute
we
looks like it's
have
about to cross too.
okay on
It
the
looks like a
5 minute.
DNA
No. Your 5 minute looks good. Look at the blue line on the 5 minute. Your blue is your buys. The midpoint, see the midpoint, which is the number 1. The midpoint is the most important. So you might have your buys still pointing upward and growing, but your your sells are still growing, but your buys, look at it, it's curling already on the 5.
I turned it off, dude.
Yeah.
I kept looking like DNA. You know, like this
Yeah,
DNA.
it
It
does.
was
It
just
does.
throwing me off. It's
Mhm.
throwing me off.
No, it won't. It does it in real time. Don't worry about it. It does not give you a fake signal. It only shows what's really on the chart. So it does not do something that I'm not very big fan of indicators that kind of predict what's going to happen in the next candles. I like indicators that are real time, especially when I scalp.
And maybe they do get win here, man. Maybe they do get win right now.
They really want it, huh? Question is, he's still in, right? You've confirmed.
Yeah, like 5 minutes ago he was. Let me see. Yeah, he hasn't done anything. 33 minutes ago is when he sold off some of his position to bring his liquidation to 104,533 on hyperliquid. So, and then let me see how low hyperliquid got on this pop. Dang, hyperliquid candle got to 104,603. So he survived so far by like a little bit more than $50.
I wonder how he's looking right now. Yeah, if he's taking a bath.
He's locked into that chart right now,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, dude. Nothing is taking him off that monitor for sure. Anyone knows his nationality? Is he confirmed from the US?
Nah, he's from like England.
Hmm.
And I think he just brought his liquidation right underneath that can. Oh no, never mind. That candle went to 104.
Yeah. The 5 minute looks a little testy. You're looking at the 5?
No, just a 1 minute.
It looks testy, huh?
Yeah, it's not looking as strong as it was earlier.
Or are we on the handoff already? It's 421. Okay. So we've given the market to the UK. Let's see what he does with this. Do you have a bag of hyperliquid with you? Are you like building a little bit of hyperliquid?
No, I wish I was, man. I was trying to, and then I don't know, I just
Right?
gave up.
Right?
And then it just got too
I
high.
was too. I was like, should I get it now? I should get it now. I should be building this. I shouldn't be worried. I should just do it on spot. Like I kept on convincing myself. I was trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out if I really want to do it. Because that's like that's gonna entail me trying to reconfigure my bags, you know what I mean?
This 104.7 area is the top of the wick when we first broke through 100K.
Mm-hmm.
That
Oh,
was
this
like
is
our
top of the
all-time high.
wick. Okay, that's interesting.
It tried to build it as support earlier, but then it failed, and that's when we made that double bottom. And now it feels like it's trying to build it again as support. But yeah, like that was like our first breakthrough of 100K was when we got to 104 and they got rejected.
Mm-hmm.
So it has a little bit of significance in that aspect, but that's why I think it's gonna hold. And I've seen it try to hold this level now like 3 times in the last couple weeks on the way to all-time high.
Oh, there you go. Hello, Bitcoin.
Yeah, there was some other bullish news for ETH. Like, so I think I was reading that Bitcoin spot inflows went negative for like the first time in like in the last like week or 10 days or something. But ETH inflows were like tripled or something. Yeah, find a tweet. I don't know where I saw a tweet, but fuck coins bouncing. Binance just tweeted out that they're going to be launching Hyperliquid for futures. I don't know if that's bullish. I don't know. That's Hyperliquid's their competitor. But it is getting a pop off of that for sure.